Hello and welcome to the second day of action at the England Athletics Age Group Championships, incorporating junior paras and what we're about to see here, combined events across the under 15 and under 17 age groups. So we start off our second day with two heats of the 100 metres as part of the under 17 decathlon. In this first one we have Mateusz Varnelis, Edward Moore, Owen Boone, Oliver Cooper, Alexander Giles, Nate Stewart and Murray Taylor. So of course later on we'll see the conclusion as well of the hexathlon for under 15 girls and under 17 women in a heptathlon. Let's see how they go here. Quite a few athletes here run sub 12 seconds. Very, very close at this point. Looks like Giles of Blackheath and Bromley being overtaken by Stewart and Moore. 11.72. So Edward Moore of Wirral with 11.72 to open up his decathlon here. Under 15 boys incidentally do an octathlon. So his personal best was a hand-timed 12 seconds. So into a headwind as well, quite significant personal best that to start off the competition. Very, very strong that from Edward Moore of Wirral. So on Roster Athletics website and app, you can keep up to date with the results and also the combined event summary pages. They're called combined parents, which is the technical term, which is a bit of a funny one. In this next heat, we'll see Nathan Mobbs, who scored over 6,000 points to win the Scottish title, which was held in Ayr, local to his North Ayrshire club. That was last month. So, in fact, on Para 10, the under 70 athletes shown as having completed a decathlon this year all took part in that event at the start of last month. Lots of athletes doing octathlons still at the under 17 age group. The UK leader is Oliver Downs with 5.881, and he also goes in this heat. Oliver Downs has done a decathlon this before, I should say, and that was last year, 6.355. So a couple of 100 points off is Mobbs with his personal best of over 6,100 this year.
So there we are. I know the time to beat 11.7. All of the athletes in this lineup are quicker than that on paper. Can they deliver here, though, is a different question. The first event of 2 long days for them. We saw the heptathletes and hexathlon athletes. I'm not sure, hexathletes? I think that's maybe the correct term. Compete yesterday evening, but Mobbs, then Lamprecht, Green, Hannon, Downs, Knox and Richings. Keep an eye out for Knox in 7. Strong start from Knox, and on the inside Mobbs is going very well in the red. It's Downs starting to pull away, and Downs will get there. 11.35. He punches the air. It was a strong run. He dragged along Knox to his right, and it was Hannant on his left that came through as well. And those three at the front of that race, 11:35. The winning time, though, and maximum points in the opening race for Oliver Downs. And long jump to come for these decathletes.
Downs of the Invicta East Kent Club, the same club as Charlotte Henrik, who we saw win the England Under-20 title over 400 metres and going to the European Under-20s, which she has made the final and looks like a strong shout for a medal. As a previous European Under-18 champion over 400 metres. So it's been really good to watch some of those who we saw at the Under-20 trials, then getting medals so far. It's been Fitzgerald, not part of the trials, but obviously winning gold. And of course Teddy Wilson and Mabel Akande getting respective men's and women's 100 metre medals in Tampere in Finland. But Downs looking strong here in his first decathlon of the year, and you can continue to follow their competition on the live field stream. So in a moment we'll have the octathlon final, so there'll just be one race. I mean, it's described as a final, but really is the heat. And after that we'll be back to individual action with the 75 metre hurdles for under 15 girls. And as I say, you can see the timetable on the Roster Athletics website and app.
Well, next up be the octathlon 100 metres under 15 boys. In lane 2 from City of Sheffield and Durham, Charles Riley. In 3 from Blackheath and Bromley Harriers, Jack Ruby. In lane 4 from Marshall Milton Keynes, Ben Phillips. In 5 from Brighton and Hove, Arthur Rogers. In 6 from City of Sheffield and Durham, Mason Oxley. In 7 from Border Harriers, Freddie Strong. In 8 from Brighton and Hove, Isaac Machine. And on the outside in 9 from Drury Nantwich, Ben Jeffs. That's the lineup. The under 15 boys octathlon 100 metres.
Athletes called to their marks then in this octathlon 100 metre race. We've got Charles Riley, Jack Ruby, Ben Phillips, Arthur Rogers, a lot of R's in this, Mason Oxley, Freddie Strong, Isaac Machin and Ben Jeffs. I wonder whether Isaac Machin is related to Julia. I think it's the same club as well, so quite likely there. But look at this from Charles Riley, coming through in 11.69 seconds into a minus 1.4 wind. So, very strong start to his octathlon. UK leader in this event. Not actually featuring on Para 10, one of those, like the hexathlon, more unusual. No performances found on Para 10. Emil Friedrich, who of course we saw in the 800 metres, actually the pentathlon leader this year in the UK, 3:1.71. Charlie Riley, 2:7.84, sixth in the UK this year. That performance was in Corby on the 28th of June. And he's close to his 100-metre best, which was 11.65. And that was set in Cudworth at the Yorkshire County Championships, where he won the under-15 title.
Yeah, interesting to see that win just trickle around. The last couple of weekends here for the England senior and under-20s, 2 weeks ago, and those Navuna UK Athletics Championships 1 week ago, we had nice tailwinds. We saw that for the 100s and 200s over the last couple of weeks. Today, we do have a ever so slight headwind, which, with one eye on those 100-metre heats later on, is not such a good thing. But the competition continues. We've got these field events as well. You can watch our live streams today of dedicated field action from inside the stadium. We've got a separate field stream for the field events happening outside of the stadium as well. And the events we're currently looking at in this field event stream inside the stadium, we've got the high jump, the javelin, the long jump, which is into the second round, and the pole vault, if you're looking in the bottom right corner of the screen, is going through its early warm-ups. That's why the athletes have not got their bibs on, but they will be heading up to new heights when that competition starts in around 10 minutes time. That's the under-17 boys, and the under-17 girls are on the high jump. And yeah,
so we saw, obviously you just mentioned high jump, we saw Isaac Matchin in that heat of the decathlon, and yes, he's actually the son of Julia, who competed for England at the Commonwealth Games in 1994 and 2006, and an athlete who recently beat her own World Masters record, been going higher and higher, up to 160 I believe now, and that was at the National Athletics League Championship South Match in Poole in May. A former UK indoor champion with a lifetime best of 192, and a long-time PE teacher and coach, including to her son as well, so have to keep an eye on his progress. We've seen quite a few UK and World Masters records, and yeah, some very impressive performances. Kojo Schremer, I believe it's pronounced, still over the age of 50, competing for Shaftesbury Barnet in 800 and 1500 metres and up to 10,000. A real kind of well-known figure of Masters athletics. Claire Elms continually breaking her own records.
Yes, she just broken her own 1500-metre world record once again. And the European Masters Championship taking place in October this year as well, after they were in Sweden for the World Masters last year. Those events take some organisation because they quite often need two tracks and two different venues within the same city or very near, because they have so many events across the different age groups and so many heats. And last year at the World Masters, you had athletes doing their heats in one stadium and then the final in a different stadium. So
wow, so yeah, because you almost think that you want to get used to an element of a stadium to some degree.
Yeah,
get used to two.
Yeah, you'll often have the main stadium, a bit like this Alexander Stadium, and you might go somewhere else local, like around here, which might be Sutton Coldfields track, which has got a much smaller stand and great track, but a little bit less atmosphere, perhaps, as a big venue like this. So the high jump competition, you can see at the minute, the bar is at 155, and yeah, as I say, they are now going up to 160 as well. Almost everybody clearing that competition over 155. Unfortunately for Amy Pugsley, she's out of the competition after her first clearance at 150 on the first time. She failed at 155, so an early finish to her date. Bit overcast, isn't it?
Certainly compared to yesterday evening, which was nice, warm until the conclusion of the session, right from when we started.
Yeah, it was a scorcher, wasn't it?
Scorchio.
Scorchio, yeah. It was going to be 24 degrees as a high today. A bit breezy, as we mentioned. The wind here in the Alexander Stadium will certainly have an impact. I think we're going to see some strong headwinds at some point. I remember last year, actually, for the senior under 20 championships, we had -4 metre per second winds at times. That was very challenging. So, yeah, the bar now at 160 in that under 17 women's high jump final. Only Arwen Thorne over that at the moment.
Women's long jump. Bottom left, Olivia Scrimshaw, best of all in the first round with 5.80. Layla Newth with 5.70. Holly Whitaker 5.67. Holly Whitaker, also expecting to see her in the sprint hurdles. Near the top of the UK all-time list. But yes, knocking on the door of 6 metres. Comes from a village in the very far north of Scotland, but runs for Aberdeen.
Just see the athletes coming out onto the track there for the under 15 girls. 75-metre hurdles, which is up next. I think we mentioned it yesterday, going from 60-metre hurdles indoors to 75-metre hurdles outdoors is a nice introduction for them. And UK leader this year is Matilda Murray from Blackheath and Bromley. Quite close between the top few, and championship record is pretty nippy. We might see it challenged this weekend though. 75-metre hurdles championship record set back in 2005 by Helen van Kampen. 10.91 that time, and we got Matilda Murray, who is 200ths off it. I just wonder whether the wind today might make an impact on that.
Well, if you turn your attention to the fab in the top left, you'll see the pole vaulters lined up ready for the under-17 men's competition. First up, please welcome from Liberté C, Ivan Gray. From City of York, Oscar Tomlin. From Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, Ramsey Gill. From Yeovil Olympiads, Isaac Slight. From St Mary's Richmond, Arlo Bates. From Leamington, Dexter Finn. Also from Leamington, James Pattenden. From Sale Harriers Manchester, Callum Park and his teammate Liam Nichols. From Guildford and Godalmere, Max Merriman. From Southampton, Stanley Shatlock. From Bratt, Matthew Morris. From Blackheath and Bromley Harriers, Charlie Platt. And finally, from Enfield and Harrogate, Joshua High. The lineup, the under-17 men's pole vault. And the first heat of the under-15 girls 75-metre hurdles. Matilda Murray on the inside. Then Swaj and Casey Bond. Brooke, Karen Iverson, Sophie Peat, Amelia Butler, Scarlett Taylor, Kristen Badrock, Ava Brooms, and Casey Watson. First four to qualify by right.
So, this first heat, top four will go through. Matilda Murray, the UK leader, goes on the inside. Then Saoirse Casey Bond, Brooke Carol Iverson, Sophie Peat, Amelia Butler, Scarlett Taylor, Christine Badrock, Ava Brooms and Casey Watson. Away they go, really strong start, and it was a standing start from Matilda Murray, and she's flying away from the rest of them here. Good run from Carol Iverson. On the outside, it's Watson coming through for second. 11.49, a very steady start, comfortable start for our leader Matilda Murray, and no mistakes there. Got the job done. Matilda Murray, interesting to see that she took the option of a standing start. All the athletes down there with blocks other than her, and she's a UK leader. So a really great talent. She's run 12:33 over the sprints this year, over the 100 metres, which is very quick indeed. She was fourth at the England Indoor Championships as well over the 60-metre hurdles. Here, though, she's in good form. Can she get closer to that 10:93 run come the semi-finals later on?
The UK all-time record holder under 15 age group is Izzy Ray, 10:62 last year, and she's now moved up to under 17 age group, and we're expecting to see her in those now 80-metre hurdles, the under 17 level. So I know you got some communication from about Izzy and Holly Whitaker. Holly's third UK all-time, and Izzy now also breaking the under 17 record for 80 hurdles, 10:94. So she's continued her progress, and that obviously, I wonder how that compares to the championship record over 80 hurdles. It's Alicia Barrett who actually has a windy, what you'd call a championship best, 10:87, and wind legal 10:97, which is quite interesting. So that's potentially within reach. But yeah, that's quite impressive, isn't it, to collect both under 15 and under 17 UK records?
Yeah, for sure.
Who else can we think of who has that? Potentially Jodie Williams in the sprints.
I think it just goes to show, doesn't it, the reason it's so unusual that athletes will get under 15 and under 17 records is because people develop at such different rates. And you often see those athletes. There's people, I'm sure, that have not even started athletics yet. Look at, the world's fastest accountant, Eugene Amadadze, taking it up in his mid to late 20s. Athletes might not be here, but they might be making GB under 20 teams in the next couple of years that haven't started yet.
Yeah, Jodie Williams is one of those, but having a flick around, there aren't too many. Jess Judd also had a flurry of youth records, didn't she? Phoebe Gill taking over 815 records at under 17 level. So yeah, another way to get two different records, two different distances.
Yeah, for sure.
Also quite impressive.
Yeah, I think that'd be great to see athletes take part in maybe the long jump and the hurdles. I think you'll get a lot of these under 15s that are good at that. There's always that nice tie-in between good hurdlers being decent long jumpers as well, possessing that sort of technical acumen that's really useful for judging the ball in the long jump.
Second heat here. With Eva Anwill, Emma Collins, Jessica Golder, Layla Rawlings, Rachel Carvel, Madison Coote, Shindaro Ado Adeyemo, Millie Rumley and Isabella Moulton. Athletes called back and manage all to avoid clattering into the first set of hurdles. So the hurdles at a height of 76.2 centimetres. You can see, even probably in your screen, they look relatively low to the eye compared to what you see at senior level. So all athletes remaining. Second attempt to start the race. Amwell of Sale, Collins of St Mary's Richmond, Golder of Burton, Rawlings of Setaffa, Carvel of Central, you see, the Scottish club, Coote of Cardiff, Ado Adeyemo Chelmsford, Rumley of Swale and Moulton of Woodford. And it's the athletes on the inside and outside, Anwill and Moulton coming through and the latter across the line in 11:33. Is an athlete capable of a sub 11, which of course would put her also very close to that championship best performance of 10:91. 11:33 here.
Yeah, Moulton, as you mentioned, one of the fastest in the UK this year. Very aggressive over the barriers, great foot speed as well. No surprise that she's got a great coach in Tony Jarrett. Somebody that 13 flat for the senior hurdles. Superb athlete in his day, now a great coach as well, giving back to the sport.
Still the English record holder, am I right in saying that?
Yes, I think he is, yeah.
Yeah, so remind the qualification, by the way, top 4 across the line all going through and then 7-time qualifiers. So we saw that also in the 300 and the 400 yesterday before those semi-finals in which the competition got a bit tougher.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is very, very healthy qualification-wise. That high jump competition, the bar is now at 165, we believe. I mean, it doesn't make too much sense because we're seeing on the results it's saying 165. I think they are at 159, just looking down at the board. And yeah, a couple of the athletes going through their final attempts. So that was Phoebe Follerin from Kent, who has a best of 165. Follerin clearing 159 on her 3rd attempt there.
Sun's starting to come out, the music's blaring in the stadium. It's a Jess Glynn song used mainly to advertise airlines these days. Obviously other modes of transport are available. A reminder therefore these championships powered by Citroën.
Yeah, absolutely. And Citroën sustainably powering the next generation in their support with England athletics. It's great to have them on board this season. They've been working very hard to try and introduce athletics to young athletes in local schools near where they are based, and been fantastic to have them supporting with the Personal Best Foundation as well, delivering grassroots running and athletics to some youngsters in and around Coventry and Ellesmere Port as well. And they are also running a personal best competition this weekend. Anyone who breaks a personal best at this very competition can enter a draw to win some fantastic prizes, one of which is a week away in a Citroën holiday camper van. They are unbelievable, top notch. And another 2 prizes are 2 6-month physiotherapy packages which are on offer, and then a week-long loan for the family in a Citroën car of their choice. Your parents would thank you, kids. So if you do get a personal best, please head to the Citroën stand or the Personal Best stand to enter. You've got a great chance to win some fantastic prizes. So this is the 3rd heat then in this under 15 girls 75 metre hurdles. The top 4 will automatically go through. It's Chloe Allam on the inside, then Talia Junaid Evans, Mia Broadhurst, Neve Connolly, Imogen Bind, Olivia Coote, Emily Todd, Scarlett Ashford, and then Sherry Moss on the outside in lane 9. The fastest here goes in lane 2, and Junaid Evans starting to pull away. Good start on the inside from Allam as well, and now it is Junaid Evans just streaking away from the rest. She's very clean over the barriers. Everyone behind her. 11:70 is a good time. She's ran 10:98 as her personal best this season, and the rest following her behind. I think Neve Connolly was there. She was close, and so is Olivia Coote as well, the Cardiff athlete. And 4 of them will find their way through to those semi-finals and a chance to run later on today.
Yeah, so 3 heats done and 2 more coming up in just a moment's time. Don't forget we have the concurrent field stream as well. 4 different events currently ongoing. Long jump, one of those starting early this morning. Holly Whittaker leading with 5:80 now, so overtaking Olivia Scrimshaw. Scott ahead of the Welsh athlete.
Just a quick summary of the top 4 from that third heat in the under 15 girls 75 hurdles. It was Talia Junaid Evans, 11.72 into a minus 0.9 wind. That's not very helpful at all. Niamh Connolly came through 12.02, not far off her best. She ran very, very well there. Olivia Coote was in third, 12.15, and then Emily Todd, the Watford Harrier, in fourth, 12.18. So it's an early start for these athletes. They will get quicker in the semi-finals later on. Looking forward to seeing that. We've moved to some 100-metre heats after we've got through these hurdles as well, and looking forward to seeing them too.
Yeah, the under 17 women's 80-metre hurdles actually comes up tomorrow morning, so that's helpful for Holly Whittaker, who's competing in both events. So let's see, updated you on the long jump with Whittaker leading from Scrimshaw. Just the 3 centimetres in it though, 5.83 from 5.80, and then Newth still on 5.70. We have done the first 3 rounds, it looks like, so soon moving into the second half of the comp, with just the top 8 obviously continuing as usual. Under 15 boys high jump, waiting for results to come through from that. Under 17 pole vault for men. Ivan Ray, Oscar Tomlin, James Pattenden, Matthew Morris all over at 3.34 the first time of asking. So joint lead with 4 athletes holding it. Dexter Finn and Arlo Bates have cleared at later attempts. As you'd expect though, quite a lot of athletes yet to enter. Some not entering until close to 4 metres. Whistle has gone though, ahead of heat number 4. So once again, all 9 lanes being used. Isla Boardman of Crewe and Nantwich in 1. Fernanda Wolfson of Lewis in 2. Then Olivia Jones of East Cheshire and Tameside. Lottie Harding from Swindon. Isla Milligan of Ayr Seathorth. Sophie Tarossian, City of Sheffield and Durn. Kylan Simpson, Aldershot Farnham and District. Madison Wrights and Albans. Juliet Callow, City of York. So again, it's an athlete on this near side, the outside, going very strongly. Callow comes to the line first, just ahead of Jones of East Cheshire and Tameside. Winning time of 11.55, and this time the win in the athlete's favour. Callow with a personal best coming into this of 11 seconds exactly, and that was at English Schools, I believe, showing us 12th of July. Yes, winning the English Schools title, in fact. That's quite interesting because she beat Matilda Murray, among others, and Matilda Murray a little bit faster at 10.93.
That high jump bar now up to 1.63 metre, and Alicia Chilvers and Nina Nagikran have had a go at that. It's Chilvers that's the only one over 163 at the minute. She's got no failures so far. She joined the competition at 155 and then was clear at 159 and now 163. She is over that. So the rest chasing. Unfortunately for Arwen Thorne, Saskia Taylor, they were out at 159 and Phoebe Follering just then. Second time failure at 163. So she has one more attempt to stay in this competition. It could become very interesting though between the likes of Minna Williams and Rosie Lewis, because they aren't too far off. There's similar sort of countback scores at the minute. 163 could be the dividing factor in this competition. One more heat of the 75-metre hurdles to come.
So the lineup for our fifth and final heat in lane 2, Freya Kayani of Swindon. In 3, Darcy Benson of Exeter Harriers. Then in 4, Gabby Reid of Croydon. In 5, Fern Bell of Blythe. Then in 6, Abigail Redpath of Burton. In 7, Ellie Harrison of Gateshead Harriers. In 8, Jess Seddon of Trafford. 9, Isabella Robinson of Berwick.
So then fifth and final heat, running from lane 2, we've got Freya Kayani and then Darcy Benson, Gabby Reid, Fern Bell, Abigail Redpath, Ellie Harrison, Jess Seddon, Isabella Robinson on the outside. Fastest in this race, Gabby Reid, the Croydon Harrier. She runs in lane 4. And Reid gets off to a very good start. So does Jess Seddon. He runs in lane 8 here, and striding away is Gabby Reid, very consistent across the barriers, strong over them too, and then 11.33 minus 0.4. That is quick. That's just off her personal best. And Reid, her personal best set at Crystal Palace back in June. Into a wind as well. That is quick, isn't it? Well, she's getting better and better. That would be her second fastest time ever. She ran 11.45 last year. Did not make it through the semi-finals here in Birmingham. She'll be hoping to do that today, but that's a quick run for the English school 6th placer. Keep that consistency up. She'll have no problems getting through to the final later on. So Seddon, 11.55 in second. And Darcy Benson, 11.88, just less than a tenth off her personal best. And then Ellie Harrison, the Gateshead Harrier, 12.03 to get 4. So those are the top 4 that go through. And the rest will have to wait and see. Once the times are all collected and worked out, who will head through to those semi-finals. Nina McGeekran has gone over 163 in that under 17 high jump competition. Only Minna Williams, Poppy Crook and Phoebe Follering are left in that with one attempt at 163. So next up then, 3 heats of the under 15 boys 80-metre hurdles. They're just being adjusted and they'll be on the track for that first heat in around 18 minutes time.
inside the stadium, the under-15 boys hammer throw has begun just outside there into the second round, where Alfred Rushton leads with 46.98. Murray on in second, 44.32, which is equal with Logan Potter in third. That's happening on the outside throws cage in the under-15 boys hammer throw.
So in this high jump competition, 166, we're going to have one more attempt at that height for Nina McGeechren, and she has already got the bronze in the bag. 166 is to keep in the competition. Still in that competition for the high jump, we've got Alicia Chilvers, who is clear on all heights so far with no failures, and then Mina Williams. And Mina Williams has got over 166, so the next bar will be at 169, I believe. The long jump competition there, down on the back straight. They're actually jumping into the wind, although it is swirling, as we often talk about down on that back straight, which makes things a bit more challenging for our under 17 girls in that long jump competition. Currently being led by Holly Whitaker, who's jumped 590, and then we've got Olivia Scrimshaw, who's in second with 580, and then Layla Newth, who is in third with 570. So would you believe it? 70, 80, 90. The top three in that competition at the moment. Getting the wind readings coming through for that. So for Amelie Scott, she's got 2 more attempts to close in on that bronze medal. She needs 11 centimetres or more to go level with Layla Newth. It was Scrimshaw then. Just been put on the next height of 169 in the high jump.
Bar at 354 in the pole vault. It looks like James Patterson and Dexter Finn having their third attempts at this particular height. Unfortunately, bar coming down though. So it looks like that was Dexter Finn 803 going out of the competition at 334 with 3 failures. Still waiting for 5 athletes to enter. Ramsey Gill, Liam Nichols, Max Merriman, Charlie Platt, Joshua High. Ooh, that's a good name for a pole vaulter. Joshua High.
Yeah, that's what you want. You know, you want to speak it into existence, don't you, with your name as the measure for how well you'll compete.
David Race is obviously a good one, and Ethan Glide, the high jumper, although could also work for the shot put, couldn't it?
Yeah, that would be good, yeah.
There's a Maltese athlete called Pace. In fact, I think there's 3 of them. So you just want them ahead of David Race, don't you?
It's a well-paced race. Lots of puns we could drop in on that one.
Well, they're doing it for us, really, you know.
Yeah.
Just need the pictures to present themselves on screen without us even doing any puns.
Yeah, you need it. Absolutely. So, we've got 3 heats of the 80-metre hurdles coming up for you. Harley Saunders Neat goes on the inside. It is only the top 2. We'll go from these 3 heats to the final later on. They have to compete hard here. There is no other option. So Harley Saunders Neat, then Caden Thomas, then George Coyle, Josh Gilbert, Thierry Kerr, Dan Baker and Jack Fletcher. UK leader in this event, the under 15 boys 80 hurdles, is Fabian Nayen. Caden Thomas, who goes in this first heat in lane 3, is the 4th fastest in the UK this year. Thomas, Shaftesbury Barnet man. He's very quick on the flat as well. English Schools bronze medalist. Which is a very close race. So they are there, all lined up. 7 athletes. Good range of clubs represented as well. Other than Thierry Kerr, it's all southern clubs really. See the bright blue and red vest of Oxford City AC. So Saunders Neat on the inside, then Thomas, Coyle, Gilbert, Kerr, Baker and Fletcher. Only the top 2 will go through. Keep an eye out for Caden Thomas, who runs second from the right. Oh, bit of a stumble there, I think. Was it Gilbert perhaps that first just maybe twitched, and that set off George Coyle. He was certainly the one that came out the blocks first, so they're going to be nice. He's going to get a yellow card. Just a bit of nerves, often happens. Coyle is one of those athletes that could push for that second spot here. It's going to be tight between Gilbert and Kerr as well, both athletes that have run 11.6 this year. So first heat in the under 15 boys 80-metre hurdles, and they are away very quickly, and it's Thomas that opens up an early lead. Big fight on for that second spot, but Thomas pulling away 10.89. That is very quick. The wind plus 1.6 metres per second. He was electric out of the blocks. A faultless performance over the barriers, and 10.89. Well, that puts him 300ths off the UK lead set this year. It's a big personal best by 0.2 of a second, if that is confirmed, for Caden Thomas. It was a real scrap, as I said, between Josh Gilbert and Thierry Kerr. We'll have to wait and see just who got that second spot. Maybe both of them will go through. We've got 3 time qualifiers that will head through to the final. And that result just coming up, 11.59 in second. It's Thierry Kerr that got that second spot by 200ths of a second from Josh Gilbert.
So 10.90 exactly for Caden Thomas. So lifetime best by best part of 0.2 of a second. And I believe he's the top ranked of the athletes here. So definitely looking strong going into that final, of course. 2 more heats obviously remaining. Next set of athletes already out, so we'll go through the lineup right away with Axel Ottosson of Epsom and Ewell, south of London there. Oscar Fuller of Derby, East Midlands. Ziggy Capon of Poole down on the south coast. And then Jay Hussein, so he's second ranked of the athletes here with a personal best of 11.27. Toby Taylor of Woodford, Jake Phillips of Ashford, and Jacob Jones of Invicta East Kent. So again, it'll be top 2 across the line going through to the final. So 6 across the 3 heats, and that leaves room for 3 more time qualifiers. Okay, so having gone through the lineup, looks like there may be a DNS from lane 2. Certainly there's no athlete there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All standing to attention though. So Fuller, Capon, Hussein, Taylor, Phillips and Jones. Jay Hussein, the fastest of all by nearly 0.3 of a second with that 11.27 personal best. 5th in the UK this year, Hussein going strongly. Merseyside champion over 300, the hurdles and the high jump. And he's coming through very strongly from Jacob Clark-Jones. So 11.52 as he eases up there across the line. 3rd heat coming up very shortly, and that will see the 3rd rank of the athletes involved in this competition, Joshua Buxton, and he's 6th in the UK at this age group this year. Personal best of 11.4, appears to be hand timed, set in Bedford at the end of last month. Okay, so just going around some of the field events. Looks to me like we are coming towards the end of the 4th round of the under-17 women's long jump. Holly Whitaker is still leading, and it remains those 3 distances that Scott mentioned, 590, 80 and 70, with Olivia Scrimshaw and Leyden Youth still just behind. In the pole vault, this is under-17 men this time. Bar at 374, 3 athletes clear: Ramsey Gill, Stanley Shacklock, Callum Park, and then we've got Isaac Slight, Matthew Morris, James Pattenden, all with 1 failure. Again, waiting for 4 athletes still to enter. It looks like Arlo Bates is still going as well, having passed at the previous height. So yet to enter a Nichols, Merriman, Platt and High.
It looks like that long jump competition has just finished in the 6th round as well. The officials going through their final check of the results. We don't actually have on Roster Athletics, which is the live results system used for these championships, the marks after the 4th round, but it was Holly Whitaker who was leading 5.90, her best from that 4th round at that point. So we'll update you with those results as and when we find out. They'll be heading to medal presentation very soon.
So bar at 173 then in the under 17 women's high jump. Alicia Chilvers still out there, but Minna Williams still involved in the competition, it appears, certainly at this stage. Going through second attempts at 173. I'll tell you what though, just looking back, Minna Williams with 2 failures at 171 and then 1 at 173, so she's out of the competition, and that's hence why I can't see her. Just Chilvers in the pale blue vest of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow.
So let's go through the lineup in this 3rd heat of the 80-metre hurdles for the under 15 boys. Sam Hodgkinson goes on the inside in 2. Then we've got Owen Lockley from Gateshead Harriers. Andrew Irvine from Solihull and Smallheath goes in 4 in that yellow vest. Then it's Felix Churchill Brown from Chelmsford, Gabriel Edwards of London Heathside, Josh Buxton of Havering in 7, and then Harrison McConnell of Exeter Harriers. Exeter Harriers producing some good sprint hurdlers at the minute. Seen a couple already today, saw some last weekend as well here on this track. Just as the sun started to shine down on us in Birmingham a little more.
So we go to heat 3, under 15 boys, 80-metre hurdles. In 2 from Women District Harriers, Samuel Hodgkinson. In 3 from Gateshead Harriers, Owen Lockie. In 4 from Solihull and Smallheath, Andrew Irvine. In 5 from Chelmsford, Felix Churchill Brown. In 6 from London Heathside, Gabriel Edwards. In 7 from Havering, Joshua Buxton. And in 8 from Exeter Harriers, Harrison McConnell. Heat 3, under 15 boys, 80-metre hurdles.
So then Hodgkinson on the inside, Lockley, Irvine, Churchill Brown, Edwards, Buxton, McConnell. Only the top 2 who will go through to that final later on. The 3-time qualifying spots at the minute: 11:61, 12:07 and 12:09. If they want to make that final based on time, they will need to run quicker than 12:0 here in this 3rd heat. So Hodgkinson then, Lockie, Irvine, Churchill Brown, Edwards, Buxton and McConnell. Buxton in lane 7. Second in from the left, the fastest in the field. Oh, and he's just twitched as I said his name. Oh, expected him to get a yellow card. Bit of nerves. There's a lot going on. They've got the shot put to the left of them, the triple jump getting ready to their right. That is Josh Buxton. So Hodgkinson, Lockie, Irvine, Churchill-Brown, Edwards, Buxton, McConnell. Buxton with that yellow card, fastest in the field. In lane 7, no mistakes this time though. Really good start from Buxton, easing away from everybody else. It's a bit upright when he goes over the barriers, but he's so much quicker than everybody else. A real interesting style. He clips the last barrier, 11.28 from Buxton. I mean, that will be a new personal best if it's confirmed. The wind, minus 1.2 metres per second. And Josh Buxton, that is a cracking time. Edwards, the man who came through for second in 11.63. He will head through to that final with Buxton. And then Irvine was the man that came through for third in 12.02. And I think Irvine's just done enough, the Solihull and Small Heath athlete, to get another run. 12.07, the time for McConnell. And that makes things very interesting because one of the other time qualifiers, Toby Taylor, I think we'll see him as well. He's run 12.07. So good run from Buxton. As I say, an intriguing style as a hurdler, still developing that skill over the barrier, but he's very, very quick and could contend later on.
Sam Hodgkinson on the inside, who we think is Keely Hodgkinson's brother, almost certainly. Certainly has a younger brother called Sam, running there for Wigan and District Harriers. The announcers seem certain anyway.
Well, there you go. Multi-talented. Might see her over the hurdles as well. That'd be intriguing. She'd probably be quite good at the 4 hurdles.
Yeah, potentially. Certainly has a 400 metre PB these days of 51.6, I think.
Ran that last year.
Savona, 2023.
Yeah. And made the final of the UK champs in the 400 last year at Keely.
Of course, yeah, but obviously, yeah, as someone stepping down in distance to more of a sprint event, often you're putting quite a load through your hamstring, aren't you? And I think that has, in the past, caused injury. It won't be the first athlete for whom that's happened. But certainly got herself a medal at European Under-23 level, a bronze.
Yeah, for sure. Behind Yemi Mary John, that won a couple of years ago. This year got silver behind Henriette Jaeger.
Yeah, that's right.
Soil. You were there, Alex.
Yeah, it was the most anticipated matchup, wasn't it?
Yeah, big one.
Yemi Mary John, and you think, wow, interesting that you want to try and retain your title, because there's not much credit to be gained sometimes for winning a title like that at age group level twice, is there? Especially when you're already an Olympic medalist in the relay.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing that Yemi Mary John did it, because you're also going back to that matchup from 2 years ago. It was Jaeger and Mary John then that got the gold and silver. This time they were reversed. But, you know, you only have your medals at the end of the day. You've got your times, you remember the races, but you remember those moments where you succeeded above everybody else and against all the odds, and you came home after standing on that podium. And those are the things you can show your family and friends later in life. But I think it's worthwhile taking part. We're really lucky, being a European country, that we get to go to the under-20s and under-23s, and I'm glad that somebody like Yemi Mary John sees value in that as well.
That's a good point. I think that one of the main things is that she saw is the chance to win medal without pressure. Well, certainly in relative terms, obviously, you know, real pressure on the line. If you're an individual in maybe an Olympic Games, she might feel it, even though she might be less expectation. Crucially, though, of course, and she could have done that in another place, but she got the World Championship A standard, if you like, you know, and anyway you do that opportunity isn't something to be sniffed at. So 50-50, that was quite important, being in a fast race against a fast athlete.
Yeah, and you know, you say, why did Yemi Mary John go again this year? Well, Henriette Jaeger went again this year for a second time after finishing.
No, but that made more sense because she saw the gold medal one step higher was there.
But she also
to be had.
She was also an Olympic finalist last year in the 400, world indoor medalist this year. So there's a reasons why she might. You know, people would have said, "Why are you bothering?" But I like the fact that people are taking those opportunities to win those medals. You know?
For sure. As a Norwegian, though, how many home championships do you have?
Not many, but I think
many.
I read yesterday something like that Jakob Ingebrigtsen is hosting in a a something or other running festival next September at 2026 in his hometown.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this was the first international event on Norwegian soil in 6 years, and that was like a second division team championship, so not quite the same. And then you had to go way back. I think Oslo and maybe Lillehammer as well have hosted one or two events.
Yeah, great to see. So good hurdle heats. We'll be back with those semi-finals and finals later on. Next up on the track, though, in 5 minutes' time, we've got a couple of wheelchair sprint finals. The women first, and then the men. This weekend, of course, the Junior Para Championships. You see those wheelchair athletes just towing the line now.
Looks like Chilvers, after a couple of attempts, looks like we're all done in the high jump, so she wins. Doesn't appear that she cleared 173, but I'm assuming that the result is up to date on roster, of course, which is sometimes not the case. But certainly a personal best by 1 centimetre at the very least to equal the UK lead of 171. So we've got 2 under 15 Coventry Godiva Harriers in this wheelchair 100 final. Women's final coming up first. Paris Hammond, and alongside her nearer the camera, Phoebe Justice, and they are underway. Oh no, I thought that was them starting, but yeah, just off on a practice start, if you like, just getting some momentum going.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see with these wheelchair athletes, they'll do a rolling lap in advance. I think we'll see that across the weekend. Both Paris Hammond and Phoebe Justice, Coventry Godiva Harriers, coached by Job King, who has done a wonderful job over there at developing so many athletes and bringing them into wheelchair racing. They've got a shed there which has got so many different chairs, different sizes and rollers in it, and they train hard on that fantastic Mondo surface throughout all conditions. Quite often they head over to Draycote Water as well to do some road work as well. And both Paris Hammond and Phoebe Justice, under 15 athletes, their personal best not too dissimilar. They've both gone under 27 seconds. Paris Hammond looking to dip under 26 seconds here if the wind is good. Phoebe Justice, her personal best, 26.85. The Coventry Wheelchair Racing Group, you can follow on social media, on Instagram. Anybody you know that's looking to get involved in a sport in the Midland area, please do reach out to them. So Hammond and Justice, it's Hammond on the inside with the pink helmet, Justice with the black helmet. Away they go. Strong start from Hammond. Beginning to push away. Justice just getting into her rhythm here in this wheelchair 100 final, but Hammond is looking very strong. Look at that cadence, consistency in the rhythm. Pushing hard all the way to the line, and 24.23 seconds. That is huge. Just under, I think, 30 seconds for Phoebe Justice, but Paris Hammond with what could well be a monster personal best, 24.28 seconds over this 100 metres. A cracking time. Wow, that was special here at the Alexander Stadium. I expect we'll see those two athletes a little later this weekend.
You're watching the second day's coverage of the England Athletics Age Group Championships here at the Alex Starner Stadium in Birmingham, the stadium that will be used for the European Championships next year and that was used for the Commonwealth Games 3 years ago. And how fantastic to see it being used on consecutive weekends. I know sometimes there's been a tendency to have some of the England Championships at different places, which obviously has its merits and its positives to spread around. Some places will be closer to other people, but Birmingham obviously relatively central, as we know, and good reason to have things here. It's a state-of-the-art stadium, wonderful facilities, really is, right down to the meeting rooms and hospitality facilities, good warm-up area, nice stands, good quality track as well with these 9 lanes, obviously that making a difference to some of the races with higher participation, able to have 9 in a lot of the track finals. So we've had that women's 100 wheelchair final. This is the men's, and as you can see, got 6 athletes waiting to go. Oliver Burrows, a T54 athlete from Leeds City, same category as Oliver Porter, and same club as well. So too for Toby Richardson of Yate and District, Jaden Ackerman of Harlow, Toby Metzgen of Weir Archer Academy. Also representing that club is Owen Edwards. So this is mixed in terms of age group. So the latter three, Ackerman, Metzgen and Edwards, are all under 15. Burrows, Richardson under 17, and Porter's actually under 20. So obviously this championship mainly under 15, under 17, but good chance for Porter to also participate. So Metzgen and Edwards also T34 category opposed to the others T54. Fastest personal best 16:14 for Richardson, but quickest this year is Ackerman 16:15. Either way, you'd expect these two in lanes 4 and 5 to be fastest. Let's have a look. So, great start there by Ackerman, it looks like, of Harlow. 16:15 this year, as I say. Let's have a look at the clock here. This could be faster. It'll be much faster. 15:84. Brilliant performance there. Looked like Porter came through in second place. 16:95. He has raced to this year. No, all time actually. 17:19 was his season's best coming in, but I think he will have broken that by a decent margin. And then Richardson was in the third in the green and yellow.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Super impressive, in fact, to get out so strongly, win by almost a second. This track as well, whilst it's great for our runners, it is perhaps not as smooth a finish as our wheelchair racers would like, so they'll often call it a bit of a slower track. They prefer a Mondo surface, which is much, much smoother. It rolls a lot nicer. So to push on to much quicker personal bests on this track shows there are bigger and better things to come for somebody like Ackerman. We start with our under 15 girls 100 metre heats in just a moment. They are heading out on the track now, and we'll see them in just a second.
The field stream, bottom right. Obviously, the field stream on YouTube for those watching on Twitter, where the track stream is being broadcast. The bar in the under 17 men's pole vault up to 389. Max Merriman, Stanley Shacklock, and James Pattenden all clearing first time of asking. Ramsey Gill second time of asking, so he's in fourth overall. And we lost Callum Park and Matthew Morris. Not that they've gone missing, it's just that they've had 3 failures at this particular height. Still waiting for Liam Nichols, Charlie Platt and Joshua High to enter. All results available on the Roster Athletics website and app. If you're new to England Athletics meets, that's been the standard over the last few years, and it's been great to have that excellent results service often coming up very quickly. Bar in the pole vault now going up to 4 metres and 4 centimetres. And Ramsey Gill the first to clear then. Gill there as Shaftesbury Barnet going over. Max Merriman has actually passed at this height after entering for the first time at 389 and clearing. So I think we've still got some way to go, certainly in this pole vault. Having started early this morning, over an hour ago.
Yeah, and that shot put competition for the under 17s, throwing the 5 kilo shot. Lawson Cape leads, and Capes has thrown 17.66 so far in this competition. He's been pretty consistent. 3 of his 4 valid attempts within 10 centimetres. He leads by almost a metre from Michael Bridge. Olivier Koulibaly is in 3rd place in that competition. So on the track at the 100 metre start line, it's the first heat in the under 15 girls 100 metres. 5 heats, the top 4 will go through to the semi-finals. Grace Goad goes in lane 1, Abby Beadle is in 2, then Soraya Mills Niamh Connolly, Layla Rawlins, Annabelle Fasuba, the UK leader, English schools 200 metre champion, goes in 6. Brodie Haller is in 7. Abigail Nwakor in 8. And Evie Boigle in lane 9. Fasuba were a very talented family. Her dad was a 9.85, yes, 9.85 100 metre runner. Olusoji Fasuba, world indoor champion. His daughter has got the same speed, and Fasuba from lane 6 in that green vest already opening up a margin on everybody else. Goad on the inside is running very well too, but Fasuba metronomic, ticking along down the home straight. 11.94 into a minus 2.5 metre per second win. I think Grace Goad might have run a personal best as well there. She looked very smooth as well, but Fasuba, who's ran 11.6 this year, 11.79 her best electronic time, she can go much faster. She's been predominantly this outdoor campaign been focusing on that 200 metres. She's looking for the double. She got the bronze here 12 months ago in both the 200 and the 100. She's looking for total domination. She could in fact, she's good enough, she could in fact win the gold in the under 17 category. That's how good this under 15 Annabelle Fasuba is, and she looked very strong in that heat.
Yeah, and the championship record, the wind legal record at 11.82. So inside her capabilities, jointly held by Ashley Nelson and Maya Bruni. So yeah, Maya Bruni, who went on to win 2017 European Under 20 200 metre gold, and also age group titles at 400, decent 400 runner, and now a sort of influencer. And Ashley Nelson obviously winning quite a few medals with the GB senior team, certainly lots of experience within it. And that was back in 2005 when it was originally set. And then more recently, Wedderburn Goodison, 11.78 in 2019. So that's how long she's been around, and obviously she's still an emerging athlete. Was in that UK Championships final, and there's a chance of going to the World Championships as a relay competitor, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. So just looking at those results then, the top 4 all going through. Fasuba 11.95, and then Goad 12.12, a personal best into a massive headwind. She's going to go so much quicker if that wind dies down in the semi-finals later on. Mills in 3rd, and then in 4th place it was Boigle. 12.79 seconds, Boigle, who was on the outside. She can go quicker too. We might see some fast times later on.
So in this second heat, the fastest athlete is Hannah Oteng, who she's ran 11.81 this year, of the Be Fit Today Track Academy, coached by TJ Osai. And she actually holds a European age 10 record, having previously set that. So that 11.81 time set at Lee Valley in March, but she equalled it at English schools. Won the title by nearly 3/10 of a second ahead of Nila Chukwu. Adobe Ogbenude was the bronze medalist. So once again, very comfortable qualification in these heats. Top 4 going through, and then 7 time qualifiers across the 5. Lily Hainsworth of Kingston upon Hull in this, in lane 1. Daisy Baxter of Momentum Track Club in 2. Hannah Oteng, as mentioned, the Be Fit Today Track Academy from 3. In fact, the only athlete who's ever run sub-12 in this heat. Chloe Allen of Chelmsford. Notts have China Race Smart. Shalom Obilana, also of BFT. Maya Kihogo of the Hawks. Mia Moscow of Woking. And Annemiek Louise van den Braak of Setafa. Quite a few of these athletes born in the year the Olympic Games was held in London. Extraordinary stuff, eh? Hannah Oteng with a fantastic start here and running very strongly down this home straight. Eyes on the clock. Look at this. 12 seconds exactly for Oteng. Wind is still this time, so yeah, extraordinary change from just a moment ago. Definitely swirling about down there.
Yeah, I think they got very lucky. I think if you're looking down on the infield as well, you can see the sort of windsocks that are in and around where our javelin throwers are. That suggests they might have a headwind, but 12:01 the official time for Honor Ateng. Moscow in second, Smart in third, and Obliana, the athlete that came through in fourth, 12:81 for her. So those four all through to those semi-finals. They're going to have a long weekend, some of these athletes. They'll have 3 rounds for the 100 today if they can make it through to the final, and potentially 3 rounds in the 200 tomorrow as well. The under 15 age group for the sprints, the short sprints, is always very well attended. Three more heats to come.
So just to update you quickly on the pole vault, still looks like bars at 4:04. Merriman, Shacklock, Patterson all still attempting. Waiting to see what Ramsey Gill does. Liam Nichols entering at this height and failing first attempt. In the under 17 men's shot put, Lawson Capes, of course, following in the footsteps of his grandfather Jeff, and indeed Father Lewis as well. I mean, it's an incredibly talented family, isn't it? But Lawson, his brother Donovan, obviously also a shot putter. But yeah, 1766 leading in the last round, and it looks like that last round has just concluded. Michael Bridge second, 1679. So it's quite some margin of victory for Lawson. And then Oliver Koulibaly, 1620, personal best for silver and bronze.
Let's take a look at this lineup for the third heats in this 100 metres for the under 15s. Olivia Fisher is on the inside, then Zuriel Sarumi, Araya Williams, then Harriet Anslow, Scarlett Taylor, Phoebe Clark, Samantha Agamo, and then Antonia Kinciona on the outside, the Chesterfield athlete. Fastest in this lineup is Araya Williams. She's the third athlete on the UK rankings this year from the Birmingham Row Heath Club, Brats, just down the road. We'll know this track very well. 11.96, her personal best, dropped her personal best by almost a second this year, which is quite extraordinary. Midland champion as well. She'll be looking towards the podium this weekend, that's for sure. Great out the blocks, and Williams gets off to a very good start. Inside of her, Sarumi is going strongly, but towards the outside, it's Agamo in second at the moment. This is superb from Williams. 12.06 into a minus 0.5 metre per second wind. It's a 10th off her personal best. A cracking run. So smooth, wasn't she? Really great out the blocks. Strong technique and a comfortable win. Samantha Agamo, the athlete, in second.
Yeah, Williams, Warwickshire County champion. Sprint double there, Midlands as well. Coached by Michael Plummer. And as you say, not too far behind for Suba and Oteng on the UK list this year. 11.96 in Nuneaton. And we're going to see a Mia Spencer in the next heat, who's joint fourth on the UK list this year. In just a moment, she's yet to break 12 seconds. She's exactly on it, in fact. Hope to see them all together in the final if they can all make it. Certainly, as we're saying, quite comfortable qualification at this point. Can tell you that the Heptathlon long jump is underway. That's also for under 17 because the younger set of athletes are doing a hexathlon, just the 6 events. And Leanna Elliott leading the way at this point. It looks like. Oh, results actually not coming through just yet. So that result will just be personal best. But yeah, quite impressively, Jasmine Nkoso setting personal bests in the first few events yesterday. And Nkoso having her margin cut overnight. It was 121 points going into the 200 metres, and it's now considerably less at 42 points ahead of Molly Mills. So you can follow that story on roster. Tiana Odug-Besson, the Welsh athlete representing Cardiff Archers, remains in third place. Leanna Elliott was in fourth, but dropped down 200 metres, not one of her strongest events, but a long jump is one of her better events, so she could get back into medal contention, potentially. So obviously 4 multi-events competitions currently going on at the same time, one way or another.
Yeah, lots of stories happening around the Alexander Stadium, inside the stadium and outside, with those outer field events that are happening near the warm-up track in the throws area.
And obviously 4 different names: hexathlon, heptathlon, octathlon and decathlon. It's funny, if you actually look into it, because I commentated on a female decathlon, if you can, well, it's a decathlon but women took part in it. And obviously there are a number of people who are part of a movement to try and get that equality. But there's also, there's double decathlons, icosathlon it's called, I believe.
Yeah, you can also do one-day
Loads
decathlons,
of events.
one-day decathlons, there's somebody that's done one of those.
It's the sort of thing people might not realise, that there's that many events that can be done. And obviously there aren't that many performances all time, but some of the top scores, it's like 13,000 points.
Extraordinary. I think there's also a running decathlon where you do 10 different running events up to half marathon in one weekend.
Across 2 days?
Yes, across 2
Wow.
days, yeah. So then this fourth heat, Amaya Spencer is in 2, then Alice Sykes-Hand, Emily Eldon, Michelle Okafor, Joy Lorinde, Beth Stadden, Anna Bright, Eve Celestin on the outside. Fastest in this field goes on the inside. It's Amaya Spencer. Spencer has run 12 flat this year. Lorande's also in the top 10 in the UK. She's run 12.14 seconds. Again, healthy qualification. Top 4 will go through. Strong start from Spencer on the inside. Lorande looking good in the white vest in the middle, but it's Spencer on the inside, pumping those arms, powering away from the rest of them. Lorande trying to chase her down. It's 12.14 on the clock. Lorande won't be far off her personal best in second, but Amaya Spencer showing a lot of composure and a lot of maturity, actually. Got up very strongly and just shut it down in the final few metres, easing up. It's 12.15 for Spencer. Lorinde 12.24 in second. Those two will be in a good place ahead of those semi-finals later on.
Yeah, 1.5 tenths shy of personal best. Wind remaining still in the next heat. A little bit closer on times because the seeding going down to the 4th ranked athlete, Naila Chukwu, 12.10 at best. And then just behind her, Adeobi Ogbenude, who's run 12.12 this year. So they're 7th and 8th on the UK list this year. The Sale Harrier and the Windsor Slough Eton and Hounslow athlete, both setting those personal best at English schools. A lot of athletes who said that about. tell you that 4 athletes have now cleared this height of 4:04 in the pole vaults. That was Stanley Shacklock. Already has a 3:89 personal best. So when I say that, I'm looking at the pictures on the field stream, which you can see on YouTube. Obviously making sure that we have a separate field stream so that throw by throw and jump by jump, vault by vault can be watched, and all of the simultaneous action can also be followed as well. So it appears to be, it's now updated to say that that was Stanley Shacklock's 3rd time failure, I'm afraid, at 4:04. James Pattenden with a similar result to his name. And it looks to me like we have now just the 5 athletes going, and Max Merriman, as I said a moment ago, passing at this height. The other 4 involved have all cleared, Platt, High, Gill and Nichols. So the bar will go up. I wonder whether it will continue to go up by increments of 15 centimetres. In the meantime, 5th heat of the under 15 girls 100 metre, and Nina Ukpei of Rugby in Northampton, 12:79 at best. And yes, I did sort of highlight that there was a small range in PBs from 12:10 to 12:85 between all of the athletes here, but there's still a high chance of more than 4 qualifying. We'll look at that in a second. Nala Berry of Herne Hill Harriers, the South London club, traditionally quite strong in the middle distance, but in recent years we've seen some good young sprinters. Rikayon Smith, one of those to come through this year. Adaobi Ogbenude, I mentioned her, Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow athlete. So yes, 8th in the UK this year. The personal best was set at English Schools, where she was the bronze medalist. Mainly focusing on 100 this year. Did do the English Schools Cup final long jump, in which she was 2nd. And then in lane 5 we've got Mia Johnson of West Cheshire, Sophie Jones of Liverpool Harriers, Neela Chukwu of Sale. So you've got quite a few from the northwest in this particular heat. So Chukwu, a Northern silver medalist over the 60 hurdles, same colour medal at English Schools, winning also the Greater Manchester County title, as you might expect, and the Greater Manchester County Schools title. I suppose that often goes hand in hand, those doubles at this particular age group. And so 1 place higher on the podium than she was at the Greater Manchester County Schools Championships last year, and also at the Northern Championships, where she got a bronze last year. So nice to see that improvement for Chukwu. And of course her personal best has been lowered rather considerably, 12:41 to 12:10. Again, a nice chunk taken off. And then we've also got Anu Jayola and Shaftesbury Barnet, have a really good crop of youth athletes. And some of them have competed at senior level for them in the NALs. Myla Miller of London Heathside. Then from lane 9, so Ukpei, Berry, Ogbenude, Johnson, Jones, Chukwu, Jayola and Miller. Top 4 going through then to the semi-finals. So rather close as we expected, but you can see Ogbenude in the blue and then Chukwu in the green of Sale. These two coming through then, with Johnson, it looks like, of West Cheshire in between them. 12:32 on the clock. Winning time there for Neela Chukwu. And yeah, once again an athlete a couple of tenths off their personal best, so not too far away. And given that this is a heat, I think, Scott, this is shaping up for quite an exciting final once we eventually get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I find it one of the more exciting events of the weekend, because we just don't quite know how quick they'll go, and there's a prospect, of course, as well as of a championship record from Annabelle Fasuba, and She is such a talent. It's going to be really interesting to see how she develops over the next 5 or 6 years, getting into those under 20 categories, and that's always a tricky transition for some of our junior athletes. It always is, but she is a supreme talent, that's for sure.
Yes, and also we try and give a shout out to all the events taking place, but there's a certain simplicity of, you know, who are our fastest sprinters coming through, and it's the age group that's at under 23 level now. I think a lot of people really starting to realise, gosh, there is phenomenal young talent there behind Nita and Asher Smith, and we were talking about it earlier in the year, weren't we? Like, you know, gosh, you've got Edouan, Regis, Wedderburn Goodison, Eze, Wilkins and others all at a very similar age. Kande.
Yeah, exactly. They're all going to keep pushing each other. You mentioned Kande, she obviously won that European junior silver medal last night. She was competing at this event just a couple of years ago. So athletes really can skyrocket in just a couple of years. And there's athletes as well that might not make it out of their heats here, or might not even be competing here, and could well be making those teams in 5 years' time anyway. As we said earlier, the development is very different for a lot of athletes.
Absolutely. So we've seen those heats conclude now, all 5 of them. Plenty of sprint action though on the way. You've got the boys equivalent from 11:56, and then particularly excited obviously to see the prospect of Divine Iheme in the under-17 men's 100 heats from 12:20, and 3 rounds will all be in the same day. I think that's the case across all 100 metres. Just looking, you got the under-15 semi-finals from 2 o'clock and 2:20, boys and girls respectively, and then for under-17s it's 2:38 and 2:57.
Yeah, which is different to the senior under-20 championships from a couple of weeks ago, when the 100-metre runners, they had their heats on the Friday evening and then came back to the semi-final and the final on the Saturday. Yeah, so it was a 3-day weekend for those sprinters rather than maybe 6 rounds in 2 days. It was divided over.
Yeah, so then just continuing with the finals, under 15 finals from 4:44 and then 10 minutes later with the under 17 final. So that's certainly a time to mark your card for. You might be going out doing other things, but you can keep up to date with the stream on Twitter as well as YouTube, or I should now call it X, I guess. And we continue until nearly 6 o'clock with the hurdles finals, the last action of the day for the under 15s. Just before that, the multi-event, the male multi-event 400 metres for the octathlon and decathlon under 15 and under 17 respectively. In the pole vault then, well, the bar now at 4:14, so gone up by 10 centimetres. Looks to me like we've got Platt, High and Nichols still involved, and then Ramsey Gill with one last attempt.
The heptathlon long jump has started as well for the under 17 women, into the opening 4 jumps. You can see them on our in-stadium field stream. In the top left-hand corner of that picture, Tiana Odog-Bessan, who we saw yesterday competing very well. She's jumped 5:61. Remember, in the heptathlon they only have 3 attempts, so they need to try and get one in nice and early. And they are doing that already.
Yes, so with a jump of 5:61, best so far at this point. Not too far off her personal best of 5:78. She was 195 points off the lead after 2 events. And was able to close that gap ever so slightly, going into the overnight standings. 169er make it that she was behind the lead of Nkoso overnight. Nkoso with no marks so far, but still more attempts.
Track under 15 boys now ready for the 100 metres, and of course we start with heat 1. In 2 from Woodford Green, Alex Asaji. In 3 from City of Portsmouth, Kai Lacroix. In 4 from Blackheath and Bromley Harriers, Piers Spencer Sims. In 5 from Hernhill Harriers, Tolu Ali. In 6 from Oxford City, Michael Akimpelu. In 7 from BFT Track Academy, Kyan Medina. In 8 from City of York, Nathaniel Wade. And in 9 on the outside from Newton, Michael Hayes.
So then we've got our first heat of 5 in this under 15 boys 100 metres. Alex Asaji goes in lane 2. Lane 3 is empty. Piers Spencer Sims is in 4. Tolu Ali is in 5. Michael Akimpelu is in 6. Kyan Medina in 7. Nathaniel Wade in 8. And Michael Pieris of Luton on the outside. So the fastest in the field is Piers Spencer Sims. He is very quick as a 10.82 man at his best. And he gets off to a very good start. Asaji gets off to a good start on the inside as well, but Spencer Sims, the Blackheath and Bromley man, tall in the middle, looking either side of him, cruising through the line. 11.25 seconds. I mean, under 15s running under 11 seconds is quite often unheard of, but Piers Spencer Sims is making light work of that. Perhaps he's the next man to really push on to higher honours as a youngster. The English Schools champion has ran under 11 seconds 5 times this year, and 11.26 cruising. Asaji 11.37 and Medina 11.47. I think that's a personal best for Kyan Medina. And Kai Lacroix who did not start in that race. It was Nathaniel Wade came through for fourth, and those four will all go through. Wade ran 11:57, 11:26. I mean, he's the man to beat, isn't he? One of the fastest we've ever seen in this age group. He's third all time, only behind Divine Iheme and Teddy Wilson. So that just goes to show how quick Piers Spencer Sims is. And we saw the unbelievable performances of Divine Iheme last year in this age group, running 10.30 seconds. Might go quicker today as an under 17.
Just looking at some statistics, and I feel like mention it now, in case anything changes later on today. But Annabelle Fazuba, you're talking about her as a great talent in the under 15 women's 100. She's won 26 races this year and has won second place, and that was in a heat. She might well have eased down in that situation. That's actually extraordinary record, isn't it? Just this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned it last night about Farrell Fabrici, where a couple of years ago as an under 15, what did I say, 46 races from 46, I think it was from memory, and about 60 odd out of 75 in a 2-year period. So it's possible. I mean, Jodie Williams, she went about 180 races undefeated or something as an under 17 over a number of years. So yeah, she might keep on winning for Suba.
Yeah, Max Bergen was another, wasn't it? And was beaten once at English schools by Oliver Dustin, who himself was a great talent. So exact same number of heats as the girls and same qualifying conditions. Top 4 in each and 7-time qualifiers. This number 2, you can see bright yellow vest of Telford, Chidi Hamuka, and then we've got Gryndon Abrahams of Momentum, Josh McKenzie of Birchfield, the home club, Johan Grant, Epsom and Yule, Junior Buron of Bournemouth, another South Coast club, Poole, and Matthew Boos, Oscar Burke Horwich and Cameron Kennedy of Aberdeen. So you can see here 3 on the inside, led though by Abrams and then McKenzie. Kennedy looks to be in 3rd place. It was close for 4th between Hamuka and Burke. 11:20 then the time for Abrams, who has run 10:90 this year for a new personal best. So perhaps dual heritage there, because he's showing with a South African flag here, but is on the Para 10 as a home athlete. And 10:90, second on the UK list this year. As you mentioned, obviously Spencer Sims, the only athlete faster.
Yeah, he's English schools champion over 200 metres. Gryndon Abrahams, we might have a battle between the English schools 100 and 200 champ if we get through to the final, all things unscathed. Spencer Sims and Abrahams. 3 more heats of this under 15s. 100 to come in this long jump competition then for the heptathlon. It's still going along. They are getting towards the back end of that first round of jumps. They're now just starting the second, and Nkoso has got a mark on the board. We just saw there, 5:10 for her, and Tiana Odubesan is the one leading that competition. Nkoso has got a best of 5:54, so looking for something a bit further in that 3rd attempt.
So lots of action going on the field stream. Been following the pole vault quite closely. Under 17 volt this is. Bar's gone up quite quickly to 4:29. One of the reasons for that is athletes passing, but also much smaller fields than we had before. So Ramsey Gill, 3 failures at 4:14. Charlie Platt, 3 failures at 4:24. Apologies if I said 4 failures. Obviously I meant 3 failures at 4:14. And looking here, Enfielder Haringey's Joshua High, one of the last to enter. So Bar coming down for him at 4:29. Max Merriman and Liam Nichols have cleared at this height.
So then, the third of 5 heats, Jandre Ras goes on the inside, then it's Ben Van Plu. Vwegba Fedoro Okiti goes in 4. Tristan Subaru in 5. George Hill is then in 6. Toby Moxham, Trey Lindsay, and on the outside, Ethan Byron from Swindon Harriers. And Tristan Subaru, the man in the middle in the Folkestone vest. Fastest in this field is around 11.13 this season, and he will be chasing down Federo Okiti, and now Subaru flying away, long striding, taking the win, 11.19 into a headwind. The rest of them almost flush across the line, and looks as if it was Moxham that came through for second, then it was Federo Okiti who came through for second. I think Trey Lindsay was in there as well, in that white vest with the white arm sleeves of Croydon. So those 4, the top 4, but 11.19 from Tristan Subaru, just off his personal best.
So just before this heat, 11.99 was still good enough to make it through to the semi-finals. Coming up later on, most of the sprinters, if they make it through the rounds, have about 2 hours between each of those rounds. So confirmed officially as 11.19, just looking across. I think that target time is going to change from 11.99. Certainly at least one athlete is faster. Ras, it was 11.81. Brian 11.82. Van Plu 11.89. So at the moment they are all on track to progress. So Subaru just 0.01 faster than Gryndon Abrahams, of course, as a result. And both of them faster than Spencer Sims. Those 3, though, the fastest 3 athletes across all of these heats. So they'll certainly be ones to watch come the semis. Joshua High, third attempt at 4.29 in the pole vault. Got this heptathlon long jump on the field stream on YouTube, top left. Jasmine Nkoso has now registered a mark, but it's less than her chasers, and she's perhaps fortunate to have the lead overnight. She's at the moment only losing a few centimetres, 5'10", compared to Molly Mills, 5'22". Molly Mills was obviously leading after the hurdles yesterday, after one event. But Odogbesan, one of the best long jumpers here, 5'91", compared 5'10" for Nkoso. So Odogbesan still in third overall, but has now cut the lead. It was 191, then it was 163. And yeah, just waiting for that to update. It's certainly a good battle in that heptathlon. And we'll see them in the 800 metres after the javelin. Let's go through heat number 4. Under 15 boys, 100 metres. Joe Moss of Amber Valley and Erewash. So he's a top-ranked athlete here. He's 5th in the UK this year. 4 out of the athletes involved in this competition. Personal best 11:19 in Derby last month. We've also got Lawrence Foster of Woodford, Felix Bain-Dixon of Gateshead, Angelo Jones of Oxford City, Giovanni Lakota of Belgrave, Ethan Wars-Brown of S Factor Academy, Tyler Reynolds of Woodford as well. So very southeast heavy, you feel, this particular heat, because there's another Oxford City athlete, and that's Leo Adiri. So yeah, not often you get 2 Oxford City athletes involved, but we have seen that in the long jump, of course, in recent years. Jado Dowder and Alice Hopkins. Well, 2 of our best long jumpers, and it's a great start there from Angelo Jones, but now overtaken by Foster and by Moss in the yellow. So Moss comes through, but there's no time on the clock, but there is one trackside halfway down the straight, actually. So that says 11:26 for Joe Moss. So that is pretty close to that lifetime best I mentioned to you a second ago, 11:19. So one of his fastest ever times, Moss. He has run 4 times faster than that this year. So 5th fastest time ever.
Yeah, he didn't miss any time, did he? Taking his shoes off after as well, getting those spikes off, relaxing those feet. And yeah, he's going to be in a good place later on if he can get somewhere near that sort of time. That long jump competition for the under 17 heptathletes is getting towards the end of the second round, because Tiana Odogbesan has scorched out to a second round jump of 5:91. That is massive. Mia Bradbury, Finn Dice, who in the second round jumped 5:36 after a foul in the first round, is up into second, and Molly Mills still in second despite her foul in the second round. Nkoso will have to wait for the third round to have a response. She's going to need an extra 20 or 30 centimetres, I think, just to keep ticking over and close that score gap that she might be suffering with in that long jump competition. One more heat in this under 15 boys 100 metres.
Joshua High managed to clear at the third time of asking at 4:29. So he remains in the competition, and I'm just double checking to see whether we now know our medalists. It looks to be the case. So obviously Nichols and Merriman in a joint lead at the moment. They've both got 1 failure to their name, and they're both cleared at this height of 4:34 already. And High is now having his first attempt. So yeah, he still has to clear this and then obviously make up that deficit on the pair of them. But he does have at least a bronze medal. Potentially could have passed at this height, I should say. So bringing the bar down at 4:34, first time of asking Joshua High. Looks like we're just getting started in the hexathlon high jump as well. Unusual order to the hexathlon for the under 15s, but hurdles, long jump, javelin, high jump, shot put, and then 800, which is when we'll see them next on the track.
So Peyton Okoro goes on the inside for Walton in this 5th and final heat. Lemuel Osai Bonsu is in 3, then William Robinson is in 4, Corbin Pollard in 5, Jack Thornhill in 6, Zach Ikare Bore goes in 7, then Kalen Emmanuel and Alpromeo Mukherjee of Wolverhampton and Bilston on the outside. So the top 4 will go through. Chance perhaps for others in this heat as well. Nicely away. Pollard getting out strongly, has some pressure from the rest. Emmanuel going well, but on the inside it's the Walton man. Okoro just starting to pull away. Here comes Emmanuel on the outside as well. 11:37. Okoro in that black vest of Walton AC coming through to take the win in what is a new personal best. 11:36 the time, rounded down to almost a 10th off his personal best that he had coming into this competition. I think Kalen Emmanuel was there as well, so was Corbin Pollard, and then Lemuel Bonsu, the 4th athlete to get inside the top 4. And those 4 athletes will head through to those semi-finals. More 100-metre heats to come. The semi-finals for the under 15 boys start at 2 p.m. So not a huge recovery time, but they then move to the final if they can find their way there at 4:44 p.m. towards the tail end of our programme this afternoon. On the long jump runway, this is Liana Elliott in the heptathlon launch. She's just running through. Elliott having some trouble. Only the 12th currently in that long jump competition for the heptathlon. She went out to 4:93 in the first round, a failure in the second round, and she just stepped out to 2.70 meters then, so her best 4:93, giving her 540 points. That's a bit of a shame for Elliott, because at her best she's a 5:46 athlete, and if she got somewhere like 5:46 she would have got about 120 points more, which is a big loss for her. And Koso is the one heading the runway at the moment. She was a failure in the first round, 5:10 in the second round. Well, is it a white flag? It looks like she's got the white flag. What's the distance going to be for Nkoso? As we say, 5:10 in the second round, her best. Just waiting for that score to flash up. Has she managed to chase down on the leaders in this long jump competition? Very important for her, because she was leading the competition coming into this, and at the minute she might have been chucking away some valuable points. 5:27. She's added about 45 points to the score that she'd had from the second round, which is a 5 metre 10 jump. 5 metres 27 is an improvement for Jasmine Nkoso to win her long jump competition. She'll have to wait and watch the others to see if they improve in this final round.
So you're watching live coverage then of the England Athletics Age Group Championships, incorporating the junior paras and under 15 and under 17 combined events. We've been following the story of those competitions. You can do so as well on the Roster Athletics website and app. There is a field stream on YouTube as well. Scott was mentioning some of the results from that. Focus on the track. Delighted to have Divine Ahema here, an athlete who has run 10.3 seconds and making that an age 14 world best last summer. He's run 10.39 this year and 10.41 to win the English schools title. So there he is in the purple from lane 6. The full lineup though from lane 1 on the inside with Liverpool Harriers Ty Davies, Jovial Bediako of West London, then Jeevan Sandhu Dubidat of Coventry Godiva, Jaden Roberts Edwards of Ilford, Xavier Braithwaite of Cambridge, then Ahema, then Ethan Green of City of Sheffield and Durn, Chelmsford's Nathan Moses, and Finley Coakley Harding of Warriors. And it's the same qualifying conditions as we've been seeing throughout these 100s. Top 4 in each heat through the semi-finals in a couple of hours, and then 7 time qualifiers across all of the heats, of which we will again have 5. So Ahema making a great start, as you can see from lane 6. Being chased down though, but will still have a good margin of victory as he eases up across the line and makes 10.59 look very easy. Championship record, by the way, 10.42, has been held since 2013 by Sean Pearce, and there was also a windy 10.39 from Joel Pascal Menzie in 2019, so I'm sure that will be attacked come the final.
Yeah, just to give you an indication of how quick he ran last year to win this title. He ran 10.56 in the final, Divine Ahema. He's just ran 10.59 in the heats here. The heats 12 months ago, they didn't have semi-finals last year, it was only the heats, but 10.71 he ran in the heats. So he is cooking. He's getting towards that sort of 10.3, 10.4 region, and that 10.39, his season's best he ran in his opener this year. He's got a lot more to give. He ran 10.41 here as well at the English schools, Alex.
Yes, he obviously had a bit of an injury indoors, didn't he, that kept him out for some time, but it was great to see him back come middle of May. Yeah, that was in Horsforth at the Buckinghamshire and Oxfordshire County Championships. Born in Oxford, representing Radley AC. Again, you know, shout outs to some clubs we don't always have athletes from. And then obviously during that indoor season he'd set an age 15 world best over 60 metres, and that was a record that had been set 22 years previously by Jermaine Samuels. So he ran at 6.71, backed it up 6.72 as well, both on the same day at Lee Valley. So yeah, quite impressive, and that's why there were film crews following him around, and I think enjoying some of that spotlight as well. You know, sometimes when athletes are around that age group, there's can be a tendency not to give them too much spotlight, just to keep their talent under wraps. But yeah, certainly embracing that element, which is obviously good to see in some respect. And I know there was some real attention about whether he might have a future rivalry with I mean, it's typically pronounced Gout Gout, but I know there's a desire to move towards Gwot Gwot, the original intended pronunciation. But I mean, that's amazing to see. People, by the way, people who aren't fans of athletics following that was one of the most at BBC Sport, there was suggestions for ideas across all sports, and that was one of the biggest suggestions. People wanted to know about the future of Divine Ahema and Gout Gout or Gwot Gwot.
Yeah, amazing. People always like the super young talents and the stories that they hold and how quick they are. 10:30 is best, which, I mean, he's only going to get better, isn't he? Plenty of life left in him, but that's for sure. Now an under 17, how much quicker can he go as an under 17? That's the big question. He's fourth all time as an under 17 in the UK. Chance for him this weekend to potentially climb that leaderboard. Teddy Wilson 10:26, Mark Lewis Francis 10:31, Jay Cody Jordan 10:38, and then Heme joint with David Bolarimwa. He's also run 10:39, so expecting him to get a bit quicker.
Yeah, so semi-final at 2:38 around then anyway, and then at final at exactly 2:38 and exactly 4:54. Because when it's already a specific time, you can't say about, unless you're giving people the exact number of seconds as well.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, hopefully around 10.3 past for Divine Heme. So that time was rounded up ever so slightly, 10:61. Jaden Roberts Edwards 10:91. This second heat then on the start line, ready for you now. Chukwudi Onyebuchi going in lane 2. Eddie Joseph is in 3. Morgan Downs, the lead City athlete, seen him across these championships over the years now, a sub-11 runner. Alexandra Ezeoma in 5. Bronson Hearn-Smith, keep an eye out for him. He's gone viral recently, the Colchester man. He's got such a lovely high striding technique. Didn't get a medal at the English schools, which was a bit of a shock for some people. Dan Catamol goes in 7, Monty Dawes in 8, and Joel Ige on the outside. So the fastest man by a long way, Bronson and Smith. He goes in the green here and already powering away from the rest of the field, more aggressive out of the blocks than I've seen him before, and now just gracefully striding down the track, open up those long levers of his. 10:81, nice and smooth for him. He was here at the English schools, as I mentioned, a month ago, and he'll enjoy trying to stay with the speed of Divine Heme in those semi-finals and finals later on. And Smith, certainly one of those that will fancy his chances to get a medal. 11:18 in second though. That was Alexandre Ezeoma, just off his personal best. Onyebuchi coming through for third in 11:20. Onyebuchi equaling his personal best there with 11:20 into that very slight headwind, minus 0.2 metres per second. We need the sun to come out and these clouds to go away, really, don't we? That's much better sprint conditions if that happens. Joseph, though, the Harrogate Harrier, rolls off the tongue. Lovely, that club name does. Joseph, Eddie Joseph, in 4th place, 11:22. So those 4 athletes automatically through. Morgan Downs, 11:23. We'll have to see if that's quick enough to go through as a time qualifier to the semi-finals.
On the field stream on YouTube, bottom right of picture, we now know that Max Merriman is the champion. Liam Nichols, 3 failures, 4:39. And Merriman has chosen to put the bar more than 1 height higher. He had a perfect card apart from 1 failure at 4:14, so that's strong so far, showing us a personal best as well. Let's have a look. It was 4:33 coming in. He's passed up a couple of heights, so I think this is 4:54, but haven't got sight of the scoreboard down there. I can certainly see 450 something, might actually be 451 looking at that final digit. As I say, it's quite often difficult to get sight of some of these scoreboards. In the long jump, yes, this is part of the heptathlon with the javelin and 800 to come, of course, and yeah, quite important for Nkoso, she's improved to 5:27, so now just 2 centimetres behind Molly Mills, her main chaser here. So we'll wrap that all up in a moment's time. Gap was 42 points overnight, and Mills getting 6 points more. With still those 2 events remaining. Mills is a better javelin thrower by 6 metres, I make it. But then not all of these athletes have had that many occasions where they're throwing the 500-gram javelin, so I don't want to read all too much into that. Certainly, unfortunately for Odogbesan, although she's had an excellent long jump PB of 591, she's only a 31-metre javelin at personal best. So, yeah, I say I don't want to read too much into it, but 15 metres is a reasonable gap. So we'll see how things play out. She's trying to hold on to that bronze medal, possibly a little bit more than challenge for gold. More than 160 points now. I think that's 169 between her and the lead, but she should. Yes, it's not actually updating, including this long jump. So let's say all 3 are fighting for gold until we have the full point scores in. Let's do that. So, looking at this next heat. Ryan Affili of Momentum Track Club goes in lane 2. Maxwell Ormston of East Cheshire Harriers and Thameside. Then Ealing Solomon Middlesex and Connor Chungtakman. In lane 5, it's Abiola Bello Oberdon of Marshall Milton Keynes. Then Pashal Junior Iwuji of Enfield and Haringey. David Obiezi of Southwark. James O'Flynn of Hercules Wimbledon. So again, quite strong southeast representation. And then Ethan Easton of Basingstoke and Midhants. We have 2 athletes this time who've gone sub-11 in the past. Pasal Iwuji is one of those. Iwuji 8th in the UK this year. That time, the 1080 came as early as April at Lee Valley. It's where he's done most of his races this year, including when he won the Middlesex County title in May. Finalist here at English schools as well. Top 4 going through to the semis. 7-time qualifying spots. Affili, Ormston, Chungtakman, Bello Oberdon, Iwuji, Obiezi, O'Flynn and Easton. Just slipping out the blocks there was Affili. Another great UK athletics surname. Cindy. Now Cindy December, of course. It's also when Christmas is. To use, well, I think we initially claimed the joke, albeit Jeff Whiteman did end up repeating it. Like most Jeff Whiteman jokes, they do get repeated. But obviously some people have only heard them for the first time, and some of them are quite funny.
Absolutely.
Well, that's rather unfortunate for Affili. Just looked like he was just unstable out the blocks there. DQ'd not given the chance to run this race. So Ormston, Takman and Bello Oberdon, 3 fastest at this point, but coming through is Iwuji here. So Iwuji from Bello Oberdon, and then it looked like Ormston on the inside. And then 4th might have been O'Flynn there, wearing 57. I think those are the athletes going through to the semi-finals in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, real shame for Ryan Affili. We saw a bit of grace given from officials in the under-15 heats earlier on. When we get to under-17s, we can't be quite as gracious. The athletes have to understand the one chance and you're gone. Now, I think perhaps Affili may be hard done by there. I certainly would feel so if I was him. But anyway, our officials do a great job, and the athletes heading through. Iwuji 11.13, and then Bello Oberdon 11.16 into that slight wind.
Wonder what the other athletes involved in this under-17 men's 100 metres have made of the rise of Divine Ahemba. Maybe they think it's quite something to be in a competition with him. Maybe they think it's a little bit surreal, in fact, having the attention on a 15-year-old, an athlete the same age, a schoolboy, along with them, of course. And maybe they're amazed by the times that he's running.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned it in the earlier heat that Bronson Hearn-Smith went viral very much recently due to his sprint technique. It was very, very popular. He was just striding down the track. The Colchester athlete, coached by Stephen Garnham, who formerly coached Charlie Dobson when he was a junior. And yeah, it is interesting. It sort of elevated the game a little bit, because people used to think that 10.8s and 10.9s, and they are still very good times, of course, for that age group. We're now looking at 10.3 as the standard. That changes mentally how you perceive your own performances, and we have got 7 guys this year that have all run under 10.80, which is extraordinary. So yeah, it changes the narrative a bit. And Divine Ahemba, of course, is a first year under 17 as well. He's got another year in this age group where he could shatter records once again. So yeah, it's nice that you get to go and see this guy that's getting attention on BBC Sport, and you get to race against him. People will enjoy that.
Well, for sure. And some might be, I'm not going to say oblivious, but some might be less knowledgeable of the achievements of others in their age group.
Yeah, the old narrative of staying in your lane is very, very true here.
Yeah. Well, you getting into cliches at age 15? Well, maybe. You're executing your race plan. Someone's telling you to execute your race plan, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Well, they've got all the captions and hashtags, haven't they, now, for their social media. They know all of these things, Tough times never last. Tough people do, and all those sorts of things. So. This is heat 4. And heat 4 has Sam Ajeke on the inside. Abraham Adideo goes in 3. Matteo Simmons-Chan is in 4. Then Oliver Ward, Waze Yasser, Ollie Johnson, then Ben Thompson and Victor Redman in the red of Invicta East Kent on the outside. So fastest in the field is Ollie Johnson. Top 10 in the UK this year. He goes in lane 7 here. Keep an eye out for Simmons-Chan as well. Really good start from Simmons-Chan. Strongest to 20 and is beginning to power away. He looks very strong here on the outside. It's Redman coming through. Is Redman going to get there? 10.85. Well, that was quick, wasn't it? Well, I said that Simmons-Chan got out quickly. He did. And then Redman, that has ran 11.02 as his personal best this season, has absolutely shattered that here with 10.87 into a minus 0.9 metre per second wind in the heats from the outside. He didn't get out the quickest. It was with the pack and then began to pull away in the final 30 metres. Johnson, 10.89 for second. And as I mentioned, Johnson was a 10.84 personal best coming into this. Thompson came through, Ben Thompson, the Dundee Hawkhill Harrier, to run 10.94. A big personal best for him. And then Matteo Simmons-Chan holding on for 4th in 11.05. A cracking heat. Those 4 will head through to the semi-finals later on, and we still have one more heat of this under-17 men's 100 metres to come.
Well, I was right to hold horses a little bit on the heptathlon, because on the combined events summary page, actually the long jump wasn't being taken into account in the overall scores until the competition finished. So, Odug Bessan, 5.91 personal best in that long jump, 822 points, compares to the previous leader, Jasmine Nkoso, 5.27, 634 points, so nearly 200 points she's made up. And don't forget, she was 191 behind after 3 events. So Odugbessan has gone into the lead by 9 points. And yes, she's not as good in the javelin and may well lose quite a lot of that advantage that she's gained. But appears to be in personal best form, because we had also seen that earlier on in the competition, including in the high jump, where she jumped 156. Yes, it wasn't as good as Nkoso's PB of 162, but still pretty good. And the other thing I notice is that, Nkoso, I think this is the first event in which she's not at least equal to personal best. This 5th out of 7 event, obviously. 5:54 was her best, and 5:27 in the long jump. Molly Mills, though, very much in contention in 3rd place. So at the moment it's Odugbessan 3776, Nkoso 9 behind 3767, Molly Mills 3731. So that is 45 behind the lead, but she is a strong javelin thrower and the best in the 800 metres by 13 seconds compared to her rivals. So Mills led after 1 event and is looking very good here at this particular stage. Fifth heat, under 17 men's 100. Jeremy Young, Will Hinchliffe, Joshua Chunye, Ethan Hegarty, Thomas Southgate, Aidan John, Kevin Dapper and Tyler Thompson. I'm guessing by the fact that Hinchliffe is from Bournemouth rather than from Yorkshire that he's not related to Louis. It doesn't look to be. So another heat with 2 athletes who've run sub-11 in the past, Hegarty and Dapar. And coming through nicely here, though, is Aidan John, in a personal best time of 11.03 seconds. So beating a couple of faster athletes on paper, which we know athletes don't run their races. Good finish, though, from Ethan Hegarty of Bingley there in the hoops, blue and white. Just looked like he might be massaging his thigh there, so maybe nursing a bit of a niggle there. A slight injury.
Yeah, it was strange, really. Kind of got left in the blocks. That is it for those 5 under 17 heats. Fastest through Divina Heme, then Bronson Hearn Smith 1082, and Victor Redmond 1087 with that personal best. That win was actually plus 0.9 for Victor Redmond. So we'll see more of them later on. Next up, we have some more 100-metre heats. We've got 6 of the under 17 women, and then we go to the 100-metre frame running final, and then the 800-metre wheelchair final for the men. Before at 1:38 p.m, just shy of an hour's time, the under 15 girls 75-metre hurdle semi-finals. Got the para shot competition. So here we are then with the first heat. Only the top 4 will go through for the under-17 women's 100 metres here. One of the fastest athletes in the UK this year, Selina Binarallo, has ran 11.69 this season, the Gateshead Harriers. She goes in lane 6 here. She's a real talent, now coached by Richard Kilty. She's a first year under-17 as well, so could be competing back here in this age group in 12 months' time. Beth Takidine goes in lane 2, then Harriet Griffiths-Horrod, Sophie Hulse, Alexandra Olivia, Selina Binarallo, as I mentioned, Katie Holder is in 7, Eunice Pekpe in 8, and Jones in 9. Binarallo going in lane 6, 4 in from the left-hand side. Super talent. Clean start on the outside from Jones, who got out very strongly now. Binarallo, who's looking so much stronger than she has done over the last couple of years. She's building really nicely. 11.93, that's a cracking time. Already seeing the improvements in her technique from being coached by certain Richard Kilty. And 11.94 the time showing on the screen in stadium. Selina Binarallo, who didn't compete in these championships last year. She did a couple of years ago when she actually won this title as an under-15, and that was 12.07 then, winning that under-15 gold medal. She's looking to take the under-17 title here today. 11.94 is a great way to start that. Superb talent. Silver medalist at the England indoors over 60 metres this year. Can't wait to see her in the final against an athlete we will see very shortly as well.
Yeah, she's an athlete with a very detailed Power 10 profile, listing numbered achievements each year. 23 achievements listed for the 2023 season, and that includes medals but also award wins. So she won North East Athlete of the Season and also the Colin Miller Shield in 2023. So nice that. And Richard Kilty's really trying to make one of his focuses now, building kind of a powerhouse in the Northeast and athletes from the region, which I quite like that idea, of course. I mean, one of the leading lights of the Northeast maybe is Joy Eze coming through for that Gateshead Harriers club. You've also had Jasmine Moss doing well over the last few years. Who else is from the Northeast over the last couple of years or current? I'm trying to think now, because obviously Laura Waitman has retired and Kilty has effectively.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's right. Some of those areas often get overlooked, perhaps, in terms of talent, and there is so much talent up there.
Rory Leonard is a Morpeth Harrier, isn't he?
Morpeth man, yeah, he is a Morpeth man.
Morpeth man, yes. Nice to bring in the alliteration.
Really great to see so many athletes in this under-17 lineup that we've seen over the last couple of years from indoor championships and outdoors here in Birmingham as well. So getting a chance to compete on the big stage in a big stadium here.
Yeah, Ella Rennie in this heat's joint 6th in the UK this year. Personal best 11.85. Southern Indoor Bronze. Winner of the London County Schools Championships, but most importantly, most recently, English Schools, but over 200 metres. The time of 23.71. Full lineup for this with Keris Phillipson of Rushcliffe, then Rennie of Herne Hill Harriers. So another young sprinter for that club. Then Jasmine Jessamy, Rugby Northampton. Princess Akoma, also Herne Hill. Chanel Blissett of Birchfield. Peniel Oyalaja, Hearts Phoenix. Neve Green and Hartlepool. And then Millie Haddon-Brown of Blackpool, Wire and Fylde. So big noise to get these athletes going then. And it's the two in red and black coming through like red arrows then. Rennie and Akoma. with Jessamy in third place, and then a fight on for fourth. Might have been the Birchville Black Vest there for Blizzit. Indeed it was. So 12:07 coming up. Of course, Abina Allo with 11:94 a few moments ago, but still a strong time that. Rennie from Acoma. Rennie has run sub 12 with a wind legal clocking 3 times this year and 2 windy races as well, so has been rather consistent at the top end of her times. Does also have a windy 11:80, 500ths faster than her PB. That was for her third place at the Surrey County Championships in Kingston in May. This is the first time, incidentally, that I think we've seen 6 heats so
yeah,
far.
we've had 5 so far. It's a big
Yeah.
field, very, very popular event, of course. Monica Owanen goes in 2, Kayla McKenzie in 3, Emily Cadman is in 4, Martha Herringshaw in 5. Then Jess Mann, Avika Kayeredu is in 7, Naomi Nigbintade is in 8, and Seren Pinnington of Walton on the outside. Fastest athlete in the field, Emily Cadman. Cadman 8th fastest in the UK this year, the Cambridge Harrier. Cadman,
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say Cadman, the English school's 5th placer over the 200 metres. We've seen her at these championships many times before. She was a finalist here, ran sub 12 seconds in the 100 metres last year. Medalist over the 200 metres, run very well on that day as well.
Yeah, so as we wait for these athletes to be called to the start line, this next heat in a few moments, I'll just tell you that Max Merriman winning the under-17 men's pole vault with new personal best. So it was 450 coming in, and he cleared 460, so adding 10 centimetres to that. On the start list it did say 433, but had only just recently improved it last month in Guildford, so good to see that progression. So a situation where the top athlete in the UK this year does end up winning the under-17 title as well. Plenty of events for which that's not the case for one reason or another, but Merriman following up that form.
So Monica Owen, and then Mackenzie, Cadman, Herringshaw, Mann, Kayeredu, Nigbintade and Pinnington, the lineup. 8 athletes running from lane 2 on the inside. Really good start from Mackenzie from lane 2. Cadman now into a running, are just starting to scorch away. Herringshaw is going well, but it's Cadman that leads. Herringshaw in second, Mackenzie in third. 12 flat on the clock. That's quick. Into a headwind. 12:02 the official time. The wind minus 1.4 metres per second. That could have been potentially a personal best for Emily Cadman if the wind was on her back, not in her face. Herringshaw 12.11 in second, Mackenzie 12.49 in third, and then Naomi Igbintade 12.61 second, just off her season's best in fourth place. Those 4 athletes will head to the semi-finals. There's only 3 time qualifiers due to the 6 heats. So, tough qualification. 3 more heats to come. Some great shots of the throws area and outdoor competition area for the throws. Drone shots you can see on the field stream. Such a great venue now, really is a hub for athletics. We've got the very recently refurbished indoor track facility as well. I'm sure a lot of the athletes will be bunkered down in today.
It's a little bit quieter out on the field than it has been at other parts of the day. So, shot put final, para shots. Nehemiah Dick, F20 athletes, 9.68. Leading the way, 9.01 Logan Murray, also F20. Looks like he's got one more effort to go. Miles Edwards in third, F38 competitor. Watching live coverage of the England Athletics Age Group Championships. Para and combined events involved too. So slightly tougher qualifying for these under 17 women compared to the other 100 sprinters, in that there are only 3 time qualifiers across 6 heats rather than 7 across 5. Just having a look at the moment what the target time would be. So between 12.61 and 12.68 it's Niamh Greenan, Eunice Okpekpe and Peniel Oyalaja, all waiting to see if their times will be good enough. Fastest qualifier and only athlete sub 12 so far remains Celine Obina Allo. Let's go through this lineup then, shall we? Heat number 4. Sarah Byrne of Trafford, Wilhelmina Bawa of Reading, Isla Hiscox of Notts, Luton's Ohema Karanteng, Abigail Ajakai of Marshall Milton Keynes, Keely Little of Torbay, Iris Kwachi of Peterborough Nin Valley, and Olivia Stockwell Green of Herne Hill Harriers. That's another good British athletics name. Kwachi. Of course, Jeanette, World Indoor silver medalist. Keely Little, perhaps the one to watch here though, 11.88. Her time, she's set to win the Southern title. Let's have a look there. There was a twitch in those blocks. I think that was from the Reading athlete Barwa in the red, white and blue. Wasn't all too dissimilar to the movement in the blocks that we saw from Daryl Neater last weekend. These are under 17 athletes. I mean, Scott minutes ago put it in the words that now you're up to under 17 level. Compared to under 15, there's a little bit more awareness of the rules of the sport. This will be interesting. Oh, I think it looks a little ominous. Is that a yellow card then? Yes, that's good to see. A little bit of movement in the blocks. It wasn't like the athlete of Philly who slipped out of them, although that also appeared quite unfortunate. Just off balance. And was DQ'd. So yes, I was just beginning to talk about Keely Little, English school silver medalist over 200, and then did the sprint double at the Southerns. 11.88 her time in winning at Crystal Palace the 100 metre title at those Southern Championships. I think we mentioned the championship record yet, 11.58, jointly held by Jodie Williams and Amy Hunt, two names we've been talking about. Nice cheer once again to get the athletes going here. So Keely Little ahead of Ajakai here, and then Stockwell Green, the top three. Very close for that fourth spot. Karantang was one of those fighting with Kwachi. So 12.19 on the clock there, no wind indicator.
Yeah, really strong start from Keely Little. As one of those athletes that's gone sub 12 seconds to a Bay athlete. Good to see her back. A JK coming through to take second, 12.41, outside of her personal best, and then it was Olivia Stockwell Green, the Herne Hill Harrier, who came through for third. Just waiting for confirmation of who it was that came through for fourth. Heat 5 up next. Grace Sikora goes in lane 3. Then we have Maddie Kingston from Abingdon. Then Shia Kenyon. Coventry Godiva Harriers, the tall figure. Just walking back to her blocks now. She's in 4. Sophia Ingham of Exeter is in 5. Katie Higginson is in 6. The Cardiff athlete. Ava Spackman is in 7. Mousy Boylan is in 8, and then Mercedes Anderson, the Cardiff athlete, in lane 9.
District, Maisie Boylan. And in 9 from Cardiff, Mercedes Anderson. Your lineup for Heat 5, the under-17 women's 100 metres.
So, recall back to the blocks. Let's see if we get anybody disqualified here. Really unfortunate for Maisie Boylan. So sadly for Boylan, she's out of the competition. Sikora, Kingston, Kenyon, Ingham, Higginson, Spackman, and then Anderson on the outside. Strong start on the outside though from Anderson. She got out very well. Now Kenyon beginning to pull away from the rest of the field, rocking and rolling down the track. Here comes Sikora, starting to pull away to take the win. 12.25 the time officially given, minus 0.3 metre per second wind. So, Sikora and Kenyon, the top two in that race. Kenyon got out very well, just Sikora in the end pulling away. 12.25 there would equal the personal best of Grace Sikora. So 12.25 the winning time for Grace Sikora. Shai Kenyon 12.39, and then Ava Spackman coming through for third, 12.73. And in fourth, Mercedes Anderson, 12.89 seconds. She's come through to get in that top four. We do have one more heat to come. As I mentioned, only the top three will go through. The three time qualifiers at the minute. Neve Greenan, 12.61. Eunice Pekpe, 12.63. And then Peniel Ojaleya, 12.68, so you'd need to go under 12.6 to get one of those time qualifiers at the moment. We'll see for them.
From Leicester Corinthian, Chisholm Alekwa.
So then, this 6th and final heat of the under-17 women's 100 metres, Chisholm Alekwa goes on the inside. Annabelle van Helsdingen in 3, Victoria Akigbe in 4, Habiba Tijani in 5, Grace Whitfield in 6, then Emily Bryant in 7, Layla Lee in 8, and Lana Knight in lane 9. Really good start on the inside from Alekwa. She got up very well. Now Tijani starting to get into the running, but on the outside, Lee storming through to take the win here in the final heat. 12.13. That's a very quick time. Knight was coming through strongly as well on the outside. Did she get there in the top 4? Not too sure she had enough track in the end, but no doubt about the winner, Layla Lee, scorching through for Hallamshire Harriers.
That does conclude the heat of that event. The 100-meter men's frame running will be next up in about 10 minutes' time.
So now on to the frame running 100 metres. This is James Scammell, under 17 athlete from Bournemouth AC, personal best of 26:20. Frame running, which has achieved prominence in the last few years, being added to the World Paralympic Championships in particular, and the Europeans as well. So getting great applause here. James Scammell, T72 athlete. Let's have a look at his time. It's a personal best by more than 7/10 of a second for James Scammell. Lovely applause as he came through there. So yes, a great event that we've seen over the last few years, largely involving athletes with cerebral palsy. Used to be called race running, but obviously that's a slightly more confusing name, isn't it? Because a lot of races are ran effectively. Doesn't specifically say what it is, but it's this the trike, if you like, international disability sport designed for people with conditions such as cerebral palsy. A custom-built 3-wheeled frame, as you can see there. Scammell supported by the saddle and can lean against the chest support. No pedals. Athletes propelling themselves forward using their feet, hands or arms used to steer. There's actually 3 different classifications within it as well, based on the athlete motor skills and coordination that they have.
It's a really great sport, another great introduction, maybe something that we'll see expand over the next couple of years as well, with a view to getting it at higher level competitions too.
Yeah, a few names that kind of emerged, and I know you and I both covered them, including Gavin Drysdale, Kelly Hago, Rafi Solomon. Some of them having backgrounds, I think Hago in para swimming as well. So yeah, as you said, an entry point exactly, and you can have that entry following different routes before as well.
So in about 9 minutes time, we've got the 800 metre wheelchair final, where we'll have the athletes we saw earlier on in the 100 metres taking part in that. So a small pause in the stadium here. Remember, you can see some of the outer field action on our field stream, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time with the 800 metre wheelchair final.
Yeah, just a note though, in a very resigning voice, yes, on roster it did say 26:20 was his personal best, but if you look on Para 10, it's not. It's 24:82.
So then this 800 metre wheelchair final is up next, and we're going to be running from lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Toby Metzgen, T34 athlete, the Weir Archer Academy man, goes in lane 3 on the inside. These athletes have done a warm-up lap. They've obviously been on the warm-up track already. Oliver Porter goes in lane 4. Then we have Oliver Burrows, under 17, another youngster, Leeds City athlete, going in lane 5. Jaden Ackerman goes in lane 6. He's gone well under 2 minutes, a 1:58 man at his best. Owen Edwards, the Weir Archer Academy under 15 athlete, goes in 7. And then we have Toby Richardson, the Yayton District man, under 17, goes in lane 8. And the sun just starting to beat down on us here in Birmingham. Away they go then. Pacey start in lane 4 from Oliver Porter, trying to latch onto that early pace being set by Jaden Ackerman. So Ackerman leading in the green on the outside. Toby Richardson of Yayton District. Richardson just waiting for both Ackerman and Porter to break. Porter has pushed his way to 1:47.3 at his best, and we could see a quick time here. These 3 athletes pushing on in the opening 300 metres through in around about 51 seconds. It's Ackerman, the Harlow athlete, leading here. 66 seconds through the opening 400 metres. They are pushing away from the rest. The others well back at the moment. And Ackerman down the back straight has Porter directly behind him, and then Toby Richardson about 5 metres back. The pace just beginning to pick up from Ackerman here. Into the wind down that back straight. They will have it pushing them along, and now Porter making a break around the outside. Here comes Richardson as well. Is Ackerman beginning to fade? Will he have anything in response? It's so much harder when you try to overtake on the bend, but it's Porter that has a very narrow lead. Richardson trying to push into lane 3 now. It's Porter pulling away in front in the blue of Leeds City. Can Richardson get there? He's finishing very quickly. It's Porter who takes the win, 2:09.56. A great battle in this junior para 800 metre wheelchair final. 3 athletes, wheel to wheel, the whole way round. It was Toby Metzgen coming through for 4th. A big sprint finish here as well in the home straight. From Edwards, just coming through to take 5th though, almost coming together at the finish. Almost a bit close, and Metzgen brushing away, but 2:09.56 on a windy day in Birmingham. A great race, learning some race tactics, but Porter, who's sat in 2nd for so long, coming through to take the gold medal.
mention that it was Oliver Burrows in 2 minutes 9:56, the Leeds City athlete taking the win there. The medal ceremony for the under-17 men's para-ambulance shot put. The silver medal from Yeaton District, Harry Spry. And the gold medalist from BKS Disability Athletics, Alexander Taylor. For the under-20 men's para-ambulance shot final. The bronze medalist from Blackburn and Manchester, Jake Moore. The silver medalist from Cornwall AZ, Logan Murray. And the gold medalist from Blackheath and Bromley Harriers, Namaya Dick.
You're watching live coverage of the England Athletics Age Group Championships. We have got just a moment until these under-15 girls 75 metres hurdles semi-finals. And we've got one field event, which is a heptathlon javelin. Looks like they're still warming up though. All the results on the Roster Athletics website now. We've seen Divine Ehema qualify for the under-17 men's 100 semis. What else have we seen? We've seen Lawson Capes retain his UK age group shot put title, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather, Lewis and most famously Jeff. Heptathlon javelin expected to get on the way in 7 minutes' time. Well, I was saying that Molly Mills looking pretty good at the moment because she is a strong javelin thrower. Personal best from Mills of 46.91 compared in Nkosso 40.32 and Odug Besson, her other rival in the top three at the moment, 31.05. So Odug Besson having a narrow lead after that excellent 5.91 long jump personal best, but may drop down as a result of this javelin. All depends whether Mills can produce something like her best. So first semi-final of these hurdles. Just the top three going through to the final and no time qualifiers once again. Really interesting conditions that. So we've got Scarlett Ashford, Sheffield and Durn, Emily Todd of Watford, Brooke Carroll Iverson of Sale, Jess Seddon of Trafford, and then another Sale athlete is Eva Anwill, Isabella Moulton of Woodford, Madison Coote of Cardiff, Ava Brooms, the third Sale athlete in this semi-final, extraordinarily, and then Madison Wright of St Albans. Well, obviously, when you come to an international championship, they do tend to separate, don't they, the different nations, but I guess there's no element of that with clubs, and that's why the Sale trio all in this one. So watch out in particular for Moulton, 10.95 personal best, 11.33 in qualification. Emily Todd, 11.48 at best, so may also be strong. And see there, Moulton in the white and green of Woodford, absolutely storming away with this semi-final. Beautiful technique there, 11.03 this time, so even closer to her personal best. And just 800ths outside it.
Yeah, super run. So smooth, wasn't it? I mean, she was quick earlier, wasn't she? In the heats, not far off that best. 11.03 personal best. I think we're just waiting on the wind, and that's come up as a plus 0.2 meters per second. So, oh no, sorry, I'm getting confused, Alex. I'm losing my marbles here.
So I've been confused by things at least 4 times. I don't know why it could be a running tally, but
yeah, Moulton. I mean, we said 11.33 in the heat. She's got much quicker than that. 11.03. I mean, she's going to be pushing, knocking on the door of sub 11. Well, I've said it so many times. When you get to finals in the sprint hurdles, it is not about who's got the fastest personal best. It's the one that keeps the most composed and keeps out of trouble that is likely to get on the podium. And we saw it last weekend in the senior women's at the Navuna UK Athletics Championships, and we are potentially going to see it across this weekend too. And Moulton, if she can stay composed, stay smooth, she'll be in with a chance of not only breaking 11 but breaking her personal best and maybe even getting a championship record too.
keeping an eye on this heptathlon javelin on the field stream on YouTube. 16 athletes involved. Yeah, looks like everyone's still going that started, unless I'm mistaken there, following that long jump. Of course, heptathlon traditional order. One difference being 80 hurdles and weights of implements too, 500 gram javelin. Odugbesan, Nkoso, Mills, top 3 at the moment. And then 185 points back to Garrard in 4th of Kingston and Polly. Senny Pennell in 5th, Winchester. So at the moment she is 307 off a medal. Of course, if you did end up throwing something like 8 metres further than others, you'd make up a big margin. Chelsea Clark, Chelmsford in 6th. Leanna Elliott was in 4th at one point. They dropped down to 7th. And Thea Grice Chiula of Kendal in 8th place. Full results on roster.
Roster Athletics, a fantastic app. Brilliant. Do download it. Check it on the web as well if you need to as well.
Yeah, why not open it in both and see which result comes up faster?
I do actually have both open.
Well, it's helpful, obviously, when you've got simultaneous action.
Between myself and Alex, I think we've got, maybe like 7 screens between us. So all the visuals and my binoculars, which are coming in very handy as well, just for trying to work out what scoreboards are saying in the distance.
Yeah, they look like good quality, solid binoculars as well, not just some sort of freebie.
Like Christmas cracker, version.
Yeah, exactly. No, but Christmas crackers these days, because it's one form of shrinkflation. You either make things more expensive or make things smaller, or you make them worse quality. So you don't actually get binoculars anymore. It's more like just a joke and a hat. And if you're lucky,
Sudoku or something like that.
No, not even. I was going to say something like a commemorative coin or something like that.
A very small very small notebook that you're probably never going to use.
Yeah, or an eraser or something.
Or an eraser,
rubber.
Yeah.
Don't want to get told off for using American words, so I'll stick with rubber on that.
Yeah.
Told off for using the word naught, actually, which I thought was just equated to 0, but actually people don't like it. They prefer 0.
Yeah.
Another one is train and railway. People don't like the word train.
Who doesn't like the word train?
Well,
all the train drivers do.
Some people don't like it. They think it's an Americanism to say train station.
Really? Oh, wow.
Anyway. No, it was an interesting one, but I think commentators need flexibility of words.
Yeah, we go through a lot of them in a day like today. So the second semi-final, remember, no time qualifiers, only the top 3 that has been seeded really well. So Millie Rumley, Rachel Carvel, Sophie Torresian, Talia Junaid Evans, keep an eye out for her, Gabby Reid, Casey Watson, Darcy Benson, Killian Simpson and Isabella Robinson. And from the middle, Reid getting out very well. Junaid Evans with some work to do, and now she puts the pressure on and she's starting to come through over these final 2 barriers, neck and neck. It was Reid that just about got there, I think. 11.28 seconds. It was Reid that just came away in the final metres. Talia Junaid Evans in 2nd, and I'd have to see that again to work out who came through in 3rd, but 11.28 the time on the clock.
It's a really good race to watch, wasn't it? And a bit of a dress rehearsal potentially for a final, just mainly in closeness. You have a go, now I'll come back through, and then Reid, I'll come back past. Really enjoyable, that one, and I'm sure very much sensing the other was there, even if they were doing what you said and staying in their own lane.
Yeah, absolutely. 11.28, equal personal best for Gabby Reid after that 11.33 in the heats earlier on. Talia Junaid Evans coming through, 11.32 on the clock for her. She was very good in the heats earlier on. And then in 3rd place, Casey Watson, 11.65, only 0.02 of a second off her personal best. So she heads through to the final as well alongside Reid and Junaid Evans.
On the field stream on YouTube, Molly Mills, potential gold medal contender, or certain gold medal contender. It's just the potential to get it. 35.47 in the javelin. So we're waiting to see efforts from Odugbesan and Nkoso, the other athletes at the sharp end of the heptathlon standings, with this 7th event now underway. So from Mills, that's the best that we've seen so far, but we know that she and others capable of over 40.
This is the medal presentation for the under 17 men 100 metre pro running final.
Molly Mills actually second in the UK in the javelin this year, 46.91, that personal best I said earlier. Came in Stretford in June for the Sale Harrier. She's actually one of the athletes, given that we're talking about Richard Kilty, Jessica Taylor-Jemmett, so someone else who's represented England, won a Commonwealth bronze medal, didn't she?
2014, yeah.
Yeah,
Commonwealth
2014,
Games.
the heptathlon, yeah.
Glasgow.
Yeah, so taken to coaching in the last couple of years. Molly Mills, one of her young cohort then. And Molly Mills, certainly, she needs to get closer to her personal best though.
Yeah, 46 is a monster throw, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's only one athlete ahead of her, 49.98, Lucy Bull. That was at English schools. And she sit that to win the to win the title. And she's another athlete. She's unbeaten in the javelin this year and last year, it appears.
The javelin throws in that heptathlon competition are throwing into a bit of a headwind now. Sometimes the jav throwers do like that. It just allows the javelin to hang a little bit more in the air. Also can just drive the nose down a bit quicker, a bit earlier if you don't get the flight right.
Yeah, the under-17 javelin, one of the events. Just having a look, I believe it's coming up tomorrow. Yes, coming up tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, so that's a really early start for a final.
Really early start for the commentators as well, because we'll be on air from 9:30 or just before tomorrow morning.
Had worse though.
We've had worse. What's the worst you've had at the British Universities Championships in recent times, Alex?
Oh no, worse than British Universities. Yeah, race walk at European Under-18s. I think it might have been 7 a.m. or 6:55. It was to avoid the hottest part of the day, really.
Yeah, race walkers, they are always out early. I remember they were at the Pan American Games a couple of years ago when overnight the rain brushed the cones out the way, and they thought when they finished they'd set a world record, but actually they'd run about, or walked, 2 kilometres shorter.
Yeah, and athletes, it always surprises me when they say it, but they do sometimes need to be up 4 or 5 hours before that as well. So then, continuing with these 70 hurdles semi-finals. This being number 3. Allen, Rawlings, Coote, Jones, Callow, Murray, Connelly, Harrison and Collins. There's a City of York athlete, Jasmine Callow, away well from Matilda Murray in second place. So it's these two and then Jones and then Allen in 11:16. Just the top 3 though progressing to that final. Callow, Murray and Jones, I believe there.
Yeah, really interesting to see Matilda Murray, who's the UK leader this year, running out of blocks in those semi-finals. She did a standing start with no blocks in the heats earlier on, and yeah, she looked very, very comfortable. Callow, though, outside chance here of getting that medal. I think going into that final, though, Alex, Isabella Moulton, the favourite, based on what we've seen. She was just outside 11 flat in that first semi-final.
Yeah, definitely the favourite. Very, very strong through the rounds. So those 3 semi-finals concluding. Looks like 11:18 from 11:52 and 11:62 for Callow, Murray, Jones. That top 3 confirmed. So we're heading towards 2 o'clock. on this second day of action. We've already mentioned the heptathlon javelin. I'll give you another update on that in a moment. Decathlon shot put getting underway soon. Of course, for them it's the first day. Same for the octathlon, which has the pole vault getting underway in about 45 minutes. So we'll start to get busier again on the field stream on YouTube. 100 metre semi-finals coming up for under 15s. They'll keep us busy for the next half an hour on the track or so. And then under 17 semi-finals just before 20 to 3 at 2:38. And then we've got some 300 heats, 400 finals, 800 finals heading towards 4 o'clock. Conclusion of heptathlon involved in that as well, and hexathlon too. Under 15 boys 300 final at 4:24, and then all the 100 finals from 4:45 until 5 o'clock. Conclusion of octathlon, decathlon, and then at the end of the day, 5:45, the sprint hurdles finals. So obviously the athletes that we've just seen will be involved in that. I said I would give you an update on the javelin. So Odugbesan 28.73 for 453 points, but Mills with 35.47 has over 128 points to make it more. So Mills very much on target to go into the lead, because she was only 45 points behind Odugbesan after that long jump. Still waiting for Nkoso to register a mark.
Please we have all our men's 800 metre wheelchair athletes to presentation. Men's 800 metre wheelchair athletes to presentation, please.
You're watching live coverage of the England Athletics Age Group Championships. We are heading into the semi-finals of the under-15 boys 100 metres, of which we'll have 3. And again, continuing with these qualifying conditions, just the top 3 in each semi going through to the final. So this the final which Divina Hemmert won last year with a championship record of 10.56. Obviously he is up to under 17 level now. These are the athletes trying to make it through to that final later on, of course. Oscar Burke, Matthew Boos, Uwegba Pidora Akiti, Piers Spencer Sims, 10.82 at best, of course. Kaylin Emanuel, Joe Moss, Toby Moxham, Giovanni Lakota, Chidi Himuka. And I think that was Joe Moss of Amber Valley and Erewash. It was early movement there. Given what we've seen so far, this could well be a disqualification. It could be a yellow card as well, because we've seen precedent for both at these championships. Certainly it is directed towards the athlete. Looked to me like a yellow card. So I now feel the athlete that was disqualified was a little bit unlucky, given we've seen these 2 yellow cards. So Piers Spencer Sims, watch out for him, the UK leader and English schools champion from lane 4. Top 3 going through to the final. Moss, another of these athletes who we've been watching closely as a result of his heat win. And look at that, rocketing away. Moss following Spencer Sims. And then in a 3rd place is Emmanuel of St Albans. So an almost still wind, 11.09. 1.5 tenths faster than he went in the heat. Actually ran the same time did Spencer Sims and Moss, and not too far away from one another here. It's actually given the gap as a 1/10 of a second, as much as that. So 11.09 from 11.19. And then in 3rd place confirmed 11.43 for Kaylin Emanuel. And that will be it as far as those qualifying for the final is concerned. Can tell you in the javelin then, on the field stream on YouTube, former leader Jasmine Nkosso, overnight leader, gone out to 30.55. In fact, the top 3 as things stand have the best 3 javelin attempts, which is interesting. But Nkosso, who was in 2nd place coming into this javelin, looks like she will be overtaken by Molly Mills, will go into the lead, and that's because Mills has improved significantly to be more like her best, 42.22, worth 710 points. So slightly disappointing high jump from Mills at 153. Other than that, she's been in the top 5 for every event, and she's had 4 events in which she's been at least in the top 2 and 3 first places. In the hurdles, obviously she was leading after 1 event by just a small margin though. There's 43 points ahead of Oleg Bessan. Oleg Bessan, who's been in the top 5 for every event and in the top 2 for 3. That's obviously with the live javelin standings. Hasn't quite finished yet. So 710 points for Mills at the moment, who was only 45 behind the lead. So will go into the lead because she is on target to score nearly 200 points more than Odegbesan, and was only 45 behind her. Odegbesan, though, looks to have extended her advantage over Nkoso for the time being. 523 points for 32 metres versus 30 metres and 487, so that's 36 between them. So extending her advantage from 9 to 45 points. That's still something that's possible to make up, of course, in the 800. Tolu Ali of Herne Hill Harriers in lane 1 in this second semi-final. Lemuel Osei-Bonsu, Marshall Milton Keynes, and then Folkestone's Tristan Subaru. So he is third ranked athlete here and English Schools silver medalist, with personal best of 11:13. Kian Medina, Be Fit Today Track Academy, so all southeast so far. Cameron Kennedy of Aberdeen, not southeast. East of Scotland, of course. Alex Asaji of Woodford. Ellen Wars-Brown of S Factor Academy. Nathaniel Wade of City of York, also not southeast. And then William Robinson of Cheltenham and County Harriers. So we're watching lane 3 in particular. Let's see how they go. A couple of athletes around that 11.2, 11.3 mark as well to keep an eye on. But Tristan Subaru pulling away very cleanly. Wars-Brown and Asaji also look good there. So unofficially it's the same time that he ran earlier in the heats. Minus 0.7 wind. Well, a change in the javelin in the last moment or so as Jasmine Nkoso improves to 35.65, and that is enough to take her back ahead of Odegbesan, but not enough to keep her behind Molly Mills. We're in the third round of the javelin. But the top three very much cementing their positions at the top. No one else is over 30 metres, and they're all well over it. So it looks like things will be relatively close to being wrapped up in terms of those medal spots. It's just the order could change, of course. So Spencer Sims, Subaru, Moss, Wars Brown, Asaji and Emmanuel all into the 100 final later for these under 15 athletes. Times ranging so far between 11:09 and 11:43. Third lot of athletes getting ready now. Fastest time in the UK this year, set by Spencer Sims. Also the fastest qualifier to that final with 11:09, but his fastest time this year, 10:82. Only one other athlete is sub-11 this year. That's Gryndon Abrams, and he goes in lane 7 in this third semi-final. Well, Abrams was the English school's 200-metre champion. He ran 11:2 in the heat. Let's see how he goes here. Johan Grant of Epsom and Ural in 1, another South London or thereabouts club. Trey Lindsay of Croydon, then Corbett Pollard, Great Yarmouth and District, not South London. Lawrence Foster of Woodford Green, also not South London. Peyton Okoro of Woolton, Josh Mackenzie of Birchfield, home club here. Abrams of Momentum Track Club, hoping to continue his momentum. Felix Bain-Dixon of Gateshead, very far from South London. And Tyler Reynolds of Woodford Green with Essex Ladies also. Quite a few athletes were knocking on the door of personal best in the heats, including Okoro 11:31 versus 11:36 and Reynolds 11:62 versus 11:65. So can they break them as they push to qualify through this semi-final? So Foster going well, but overtaken here by Abrams. 11:14. Foster joins him, and looks like Okoro was the other athlete making it through there, wearing 60. So really good to have the top 3 athletes in the UK this year at under 15 level all through to the final to fight for medals. I'm sure Joe Moss, 5th in the UK this year, will have something to say about that, because the times aren't really knocking on the door just yet of sub-11. Joe Moss has run 11:14 this year, sorry 11:19 this year, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of race he can produce to contend. Wars Brown has run 11:2 hand timed. Obviously he's another that's looked decent. So the female athletes will be out for the equivalent semis in just a moment's time. Just a few throws left in the javelin, but we've given a good update on the picture of that. What about the decathlon shot put? Just waiting actually for the results starting to filter through. So obviously we had the 100 earlier, and Oliver Downs with 11:33 leading after that. He was then second, very respectable second in the long jump with 6:92, and therefore comes in with a lead, albeit quite a narrow advantage of 13 points. Douglas Knox in second was third in the 100 with 11:39, and then first in the long jump. But actually positionally he was in front, but it was the same distance of 6:92. So yeah, just goes to show there's no extra prize for that count back. And it's Zachary Richings in third place. Third in the long jump after ninth in the 100. 11.75 and then 6.57. But yeah, again, it's close there because third is actually held by two athletes now. I look down the page. Nathan Mobbs also with just over 1,400 points. 11.51 then 6.35. So let's get ready then for this first semi-final. Under 15 girls, Chloe Allam of Chelmsford. 12.91 in qualification, compares to a 12.79 personal best. Evie Boigle of Beeford Today Track Academy, 12.64 at best. Annabelle Fasuba, though, the standout name, 26 race wins this year and 1 heat second place, which is quite extraordinary. 11.6 at best. 2 tenths and more inside the championship record that's been held jointly by Ashley Nelson and Maya Bruni. Those performances in 2005 and 2012 respectively. And then we've got alongside Annabelle is China Race Smart of Notts, Joy Lorinde of Woodford, Grace Godet of Leeds City, Soraya Mills of Reading, Shalom Obelana of Beeford Today Track Academy, and Daisy Baxter of Momentum. So in fact, for Suba, the only athlete that's ever gone sub 12, but yes, you'll see at England senior level going sub 12, still very impressive. So on the way in this semi-final then, a close one at this point, but you can see that Fasuba coming away with this very strongly, easing up a little bit. 11.83 though, still a very, very strong time. She comes through ahead of Grace Godet, it looked like, who had already set a personal best in the heat of 12.12. Slight headwind, minus 0.3. Godet 12.25 before today was her best. I wonder whether she's broken her PB again. 11.84 confirmed for Fasuba. 12.05 this time for Godet. I think Scott commented earlier that she ran the PB into a stronger headwind before. So very impressive, because it does lift her up the UK list this year from 13th. That was before today. And she is now 7th. Heptathlon javelin has concluded, I can tell you. No improvements in the final round among the top 7. Molly Mills nearly 7 meters further than anyone else, and she has taken control of the overall lead. More on that, of course, when we come closer towards the 800 meters to finish that competition off. Obviously, the hexathlon, they will also conclude with the 800 meters today, having done a shot put. This is their penultimate event. But in this next semi-final, we have Alice Sykes-Hand of Deeside, Emily Eldon of Rugby in Northampton, Anna Wright of Taunton, Samantha Agomo of Wolverhampton and Bilston, Neela Chukwu of Sale. So she was one that we mentioned earlier as one of those to watch out for. Fasuba does appear to be just a little bit ahead of the rest. in this age group. But Chukwu was the English schools silver medalist. Personal best of 12:10. And then Ada Ogbunude wins a Slough, Eden and Hounslow. Hona Oteng, the English schools champion, personal best 11:81. Zuriel Sarumi of Sale, Maya Kihogo of the Hawks. So similar to the last semi-final, just the one athlete who's ever gone sub-12 in the past, Hona Oteng. But yeah, you saw just a moment ago they were closer to Fasuba than you might have expected, given that stat that I just gave you. Watch out for Oteng from 7. So gets a decent start, and now pushing on from Ogomo, who's in second, and Chukwu, who's in third. Ogbunude challenging the order, but that's the way it remains to the finish. 12:09 for Hona Oteng of the Be Fit Today Track Academy. So the athlete that's second in the UK this year. That time was run at English schools, but was also run at Lee Valley Indoors. And she's also run 11:82 twice, so that's remarkable consistency for Hona Oteng. Very strong right from the age of 10 with that European best she set, but also continuing through that under 13 level. 12:18 at under 13 age group. Super impressive, second on the all-time list. Behind Jane Parry's records from 1977. Others to be fast at a similar age group. Yes, Trezeguet Taylor, one you might remember. Amazing athlete from the age of 13. And as a result, yeah, she's still, in some sense, an age group athlete. This is her first year as an under-23. And, you know, kind of known about her for nearly a decade. Catherine Merry, of course, an athlete, those sort of 13, 14 age group, had the chance of international representation. And as a result, yes, was around that mark at under 13 level. 12:18 for Oteng, 12:23 for Catherine Merry. So it leaves us with one more semi-final to come in just a moment's time. And, well, who have we not seen? We've seen Annabelle Fasuba and Oteng. We've got Araya Williams to come in a moment, Midlands champion. Franz Ferdinand playing in the stadium. Bit of a matinee, you might say, as we head into the afternoon. The song was Take Me Out. It's been taken out and volume 10 down for this third semi-final. Nina and Pay, Rugby in Northampton. Anu Jayola, Shaftesbury Barnet. Olivia Fisher, Glasgow School of Sport. Amia Spencer, Medway and Maidstone. Fourth ranked out of the athletes here, Southern silver medalist, 12 seconds exactly a PB. Mia Johnson, West Cheshire. Araya Williams, one place above her on the rankings coming into this Midlands champion, 11.96 at best. Mia Moscow of Woking. Abby Beadle of Cardiff. Sophie Jones of Liverpool. Just the top three going through to the final later. So watching out in particular for lanes 4 and 6, and it's these two. Spencer from Williams. And now Williams just overtaking, running right through the line in 11.89 seconds. So into a headwind still. So it is a personal best for Araya Williams. Very impressive, but we were just waiting for the screw to be turned up a little bit. It looks like 11.89 has been confirmed. Well, before today, Williams was one of 3 athletes who had gone sub 12 seconds in the past. And she's backed that up here, has Williams. I mentioned the consistency of Hannah Oteng, who's run around that 10.8 mark 4 times this year. But very impressive that in the semi-final. You could just tell the way she ran right through the line. Try and produce a quick time. So officially it's 11.90 then for Williams. Improves on her PB that was set in Nuneaton in June. It's only her second ever wind legal performance actually that is sub 12. She does have a windy 11.78 from the Midlands Championships as well. So actually those 3 sub 12 clockings before today had all come at the Midlands Champs. 11.96 in the semi-final, 11.94 windy and 11.78 windy in the final. So obviously that suggested that she could go faster because it was 2.3 the wind in that final. So Spencer and Johnson, the others, going through 12.05 and 12.36 are their times.
So next up on the track, it's the under-17 men's 100 metres. We've got 3 semi-finals. Only the top 3 will go through, as I mentioned before. No time qualifiers in this one. And Nathan Moses through to this semi-final. He goes on the inside. Just about to get his final practice start out of the way. Through to this semi-final in 11:35. James O'Flynn, the Hercules Wimbledon athlete, goes in lane 2. And then it's Chukwudi Onyebuchi from Marshall Milton Keynes. Season's best in those heats earlier on. Pashal Junior Awuji goes in 4. Looked very good too, has run 10.80 this year. Kevin Dapper, the pool athlete, going in 5. Bronson Hearn-Smith, the Colchester Harrier, wearing that green vest. Mentioned his technique earlier on. 4th at the English schools over the 100 metres. Won a gold, I believe, as well, so I'm told, in the 4x100 metres. Ben Thompson goes in 7. Looked strong earlier. 10.94 personal best for him in the heats. Tom Southgate of Team Bath goes in 8. And Morgan Downs, the Leeds City lad, has run sub-11 at his best. How quick can he go here? So Bronson Hearn-Smith, the favourite in this first of the 3. Only the top 3 will go through. Keep an eye out for Awuji as well. And Ben Thompson, who was so good in those heats. First semi-final of the under-17 men's 100 metres. Really clean start. And they're going to come back. Well, it was Moses, I was going to say, on the inside, popped out of the blocks and then just stood up. I'm surprised they let them get to 25 or 30 metres before the recall gun sounded. It looked fairly even, but absolutely, we saw a stutter from Nathan Moses. Somebody who has a wide shot of getting into the final. Six guys that are capable of going under 11 seconds. And Smith, the fastest of them all. It could have been any of them, is what the starter has just said. And really great to see James O'Flynn there, the Hercules Wimbledon athlete in lane 2, helping out Nathan Moses, trying to get his block secure. Everybody gets a green card. As I say, there was nobody really that shot out of the blocks. I think perhaps Moses, the one, maybe his block slipped, maybe one of the paddles just shot up in the air. So Morgan Downs does not start in the outside lane. It's Moses, O'Flynn, Onyebuchi, Awuji, Dapar, Hearn-Smith, the favourite in 6, Thompson, and then Southgate on the outside in lane 8. No issues this time, and a really good start from Awuji, who got out well in the heats earlier on, and Hearn-Smith beginning to pull away from the rest of the field with that high striding style of his. He will take the win, 10.84. Just a touch slower than he ran in the heats earlier on, but a comfortable win. The wind minus 0.9 metres per second, so a bit stronger in the face of Bronson Hearn-Smith, but very smooth, as he always is, to take the first semi-final. No issues there. Pashal Awuji, it looked like, held on for that second spot, crossing the line in second. And then was it Kevin Dapper, actually on this near side, Ben Thompson did very well, so I think it was Ben Thompson in second, and then Pashal Awuji, well, it's showing on the screen as Pashal Awuji, and then Ben Thompson. 11.03 for Pashal Awuji, and then Ben Thompson in third. So those three into the final later on. Second semi-final behind their blocks, getting them set up. Oliver Ward, North Shields, in the red vest on the inside, ran 11.19 just off his personal best. One of those time qualifiers that made it through to these semi-finals. Matteo Simins-Chan gets out very, very quickly. He's got a personal best of 10.90 seconds. Nukian power athlete now competing for Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Maxwell Ormston, again somebody not far off their best in that opening round. Will have to go quicker here if he wants to make the final. Abiola Bello Oberdon, the Marshall Milton Keynes man, has ran 11 flat at his absolute best. 11.16 to qualify for this. Aidan John, Cheltenham County Harrier, ran that personal best of his in the heats earlier on, looked very good. Victor Redmond going in lane 6 in the red of Invicta East Kent. A huge personal best, 10.87 to win his heat from the outside lane. First time sub 11 for him. Keep an eye out for him, might go quicker here. Alexandre Ezeoma, the Southampton athlete, is there in 7. Waze Yasser of Woodford Green going in lane 8, and Joel Igate, Norwich Harrier, on the outside in 9. This is perhaps the more open of the 3 semi-finals, which is why it might be somewhat challenging, because there are only the 3 automatic spots from each of these semi-finals. No issues. So Victor Redmond, perhaps the favourite coming into this one. He's got Waze Yasser and Matteo Simins-Chan as 2 athletes that have also gone sub 11 seconds in this field. So second semi-final, Ward, Simins-Chan, Ormston, Bello, Oberdon, John, Redmond, Ezeoma, Yasser, Igate. Really cracking start in the middle from John, flying out of the blocks. Is anybody going to catch him here? Oberdon, Biello Oberdon is trying to chase him down, and so is Redmond. And it's Redmond on the outside. 11.01, finishing very quickly again. Just about got there, and I think Abiola Bello Oberdon holding on for 3rd. It was very close though. How about that for a start from Aidan John? He ran his personal best in those heats. The wind minus 0.5 metres per second. I think it's going to be a very similar time for Aidan John that was leading that race up until the final couple of metres. But Victor Redmond on the outside in that red vest of Invicta East Kent, storming through. He's such a powerful runner, isn't he? Once he gets going, he really begins to motor. So hard to stop. Almost 2 different styles, really. Aidan John, the smaller, electric figure out of the blocks, and then Victor Redmond powering through in the latter stages. Did he hold on for the win, Aidan John? I don't think so. So Victor Redmond, Aidan John and Abiola Bello Oberdon, the top 3 in that second semi-final. So yes, Victor Redmond has been officially given the win on the big screen. Aidan John given the exact same time, 11.01. He's getting agonisingly close to sub 11 seconds. And then it was indeed Abiola Bello Oberdon that came through to take that 3rd spot. 11.07 for him. The others, well, they'll have to sit in the stand and watch that final later on. 100-metre final for these under-17s goes at 4:54 later this evening. So we've only got a couple of hours of recovery. So third semi-final, almost ready to get going. David Obiezi of Southwark ran that personal best as one of the time qualifiers in the heats earlier on. Eddie Joseph then goes into the Harrogate Harrier, 11 flat man at his best. Ethan Hegarty is there in 3. Ollie Johnson ran very well earlier on. He's a 10.84 athlete. Ollie Johnson, coached by Dominic Bradley, good athlete himself within the Masters circuit. 10.89 Johnson in those heats earlier. Then the man of the moment, Divine Eheme, wearing the purple vest of Radley. Such a talent, so much has been spoken about him. Ran 10.39 to open his season at those Buckinghamshire and Oxford County Championships. Ran 10.30 last year at the end of the season. He ran 10.56 to win this title 12 months ago. Almost went quicker than that in the heats when he ran 10.61, easing across the line. He goes in lane 5, so keep an eye out for him. He's the one they're all watching in this event. Jaden Roberts-Edwards is in lane 6, 10.91 personal best to qualify. Jovial Bediako in lane 7. Finley Coakley-Harding of Warriors Track Club in 8. And then Javier Braithwaite, the Cambridge Harrier, going in lane 9. The top 3 all go through to the final. Bronson Hearn-Smith, the fastest so far, the only one sub 11 seconds in the 2 semi-finals up to this point. Divine Eheme should smash through that sort of time. So it's Obiezi, Joseph, Hegarty, Johnson, Eheme, Robert, Edwards, Bediako in 7, Coakley-Harding in 8, and Brathwaite going in lane 9. Hegarty does not start in lane 3, only the 8 athletes. Cracking start from Eheme, he's bringing along Roberts-Edwards, but Eheme scorching away from the rest of them. So smooth, so graceful, easing across the line, 10.54. It's quick, it's quicker than he won this title in 12 months ago here in Birmingham. He's getting better and better, and that was almost effortless. 10.54, just how quick can he go in the final? We shall see. A supreme talent. Eyes will be watching across the globe. An exceptional talent. So, Divine Eheme, 10.54, a bit quicker than those heats when he ran 10.61. Jaden Roberts-Edwards looks like he held on for second place. We're just waiting for the other results to come on through. And then Ollie Johnson, 11.02. I said he ran well in those heats earlier on. 11.02 this time. Ollie Johnson, and then we shall see those 3 athletes, Divine Eheme, Jaden Roberts-Edwards and Ollie Johnson from Crewe and Nantwich. And we'll all be watching. We're excited to see him. A couple of hours recovery. Excited to see that one. excited to see the under-17 women's as well, because it will be perhaps the more contested final across the sprints. One of the favourites for that going in just a couple of minutes' time. The under-17 women's final goes at just before 5 p.m. this evening. Got these 3 semi-finals to get through first, though. The pole vault, as you can see if you're watching on our stream of the in-stadium field action, bar is at 2 meters 80. Nice and early in that competition. It's part of the under-15 boys octathlon. Almost all of the field so far, personal bests, 5 of them at 270. So about 6 minutes until the under-17 girls 100-metre semi-final. They're just heading out onto the track now to get their blocks set up. Give the line up in just a moment. So Beth Takidine of City of York goes in lane 1 here. Naomi Igbintade in 2. Abigail Ajeke. Ella Rennie is in 4. Then we have Shai Kenyon from Coventry Godiva Harriers, second in her heat earlier on. She's in 5. Layla Lee goes in 6. Kayla McKenzie is in 7. Olivia Stockwell Green is in lane 8. Peniel Oyalei goes in lane 9. So a fairly even first semi-final. The likes of Ajeke, Rennie, Kenyon, Lee and Mackenzie of Derby in 7, all capable of getting through to the final. Only the top 3 go through. There's no time qualifiers. And there are 3 athletes that have gone sub 11 seconds before here. It might take that. Rennie, Kenyon and Lee have all done so previously. So, Takidine, Igbantade, JK, Rennie, Kenyon, Lee, Mackenzie, Stockwell Green, and Oyaleja on the outside. Felt like a long hold, didn't it? JK got out very well. Kenyon with a bit of work to do. Here comes Lee in the red of Hallamshire Harriers, and Rennie is looking very strong, and it's Rennie beginning to pull away here. Only the top three will go through. 11.98. Rennie gets the win. Lee second. I think Kenyon just about held on. It was Olivia Stockwell Green who was closing very quickly. Did Kenyon hold on? That's the big question. 11.98 for Ella Rennie, a tenth or so outside her personal best. 12.09 on the clock for Lee. Kenyon 12.33. She does get third. She will go through to those final later on at just before 5 p.m. Olivia Stockwell Green 12.40. So didn't quite have enough to come through to take third. Remember, no time qualifiers going through. So only the one Herne Hill Harrier from that first semi-final heading through. The second semi-final has the favourite going in it. Celine Abinaralo ran very well earlier on. 11.94, cruising through the line. She's such a better athlete than she was even at the start of this year, even just a few months ago. She's really developing, building on that technique. In times gone by, she was a little bit uncontrolled with that technique. She was just young and raw speed and raw power. It was wonderful to watch, but now she's building very nicely. She will go in lane 4 of this next semi-final. We mentioned it earlier on, but the championship record in this event held by both Jodie Williams back in 2008 and Amy Hunt from 2018, the time 11.56. And Leah Afolabi that leads the UK rankings this year, 11.62 her best. She's running in the 200 metres tomorrow, expecting Selena Binaralo to run in that as well. Both Afolabi and Binaralo are first year under 17s. They were under 15s last year. This means they will be back in this age category in 12 months' time. So if they don't get championship records this time, they may well see themselves challenging it again in 2026. Tomorrow, perhaps, they could challenge the championship record in the 200 set by Simone Jacobs of Reading back in 1983. That would be a miraculous run to break that time. It is possible, absolutely. Let's go through this lineup. The athlete's almost ready to get underway. Mercedes Anderson of Cardiff is on the inside, then Annabelle van Helsdingen. Then we have Jasmine Jessamy, Selena Binaralo, the Gateshead Harrier, used to run for Sunderland, now in the red and white of Gateshead. Martha Herringshaw of Somerset is then in 5. Grace Sikora is in 6. Chisholm Alekwa goes in 7. Then we have Ava Spackman, and then it's Niamh Greenan on the outside. So who are the other two in this semi-final that may make their way through behind Celine Abinaralo? Would be looking towards somebody like Chisholm Alekwa, who goes in 7, the Leicester Corinthian athlete. Don't see too many of those vests at these championships. Be good for her to make her way through. And then Herringshaw and Jessamy, other athletes in this, along with Grace Sikora, that will be fighting it out. Only 3 of them will go through. It's Anderson, Van Helsdingen, Jessamy, Binaralo, Herringshaw, Sikora Alekwa, Spackman and Greenan. Semi-final 2 of the under-17 women's 100 metres. Away cleanly, Jessamy gets off to a very good start. Here comes Abina Allo, starting to scorch away from everybody else. Herringshaw moving up into second and starting to chase Abina Allo down. It's the Gateshead Harrier that will take the win. 11.78. The time just chipping down. 11.78 is very quick though. Abina Allo with a fabulous run. The wind, well, not that strong, plus 0.6 metres per second. She's getting better, isn't she? She's ran a host of 11.7s this year. That time, 11.78, her 5th fastest time ever. And Herringshaw, though, the time on the clock, 11.88. She has smashed her personal best by almost a quarter of a second. And it was Grace Sikora that came through, 12.24. Another personal best for her, just knocking 100th off to get third, to see her through to those semi-finals as well. And Jasmine Jessamy, well, started so strongly, just faded a little bit towards the end. Unfortunately for her, a really great start. Won't make it through. No time qualifiers, remember.
Well, quite extraordinary to take more than 3/10 off your personal best there. Herringshaw in second place. Wonder what the athletes make of these slightly unusual qualifying conditions. I suppose it's pretty similar in that a situation like hers, you just have to run the race of your life to make it through to the final.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
quite
change too
unusual in
much.
sprints, isn't it? To see
Yeah.
no time qualifiers. We usually don't do that just in case, maybe we have more than 8 or 9 athletes and we want to try and get all the fastest through. More than 8 or 9 that are more than capable of running, and we want to try and get the fastest athletes into the final so that we have a fast race as well as a quality race. So it's nice though, it's really clear. It means that the officials think they've seeded these perfectly and that we are getting them through in the right order, and we've seen that so far. We do have one more semi-final to come though.
Yeah, I often feel a bit sorry though, but sort of by contrast, as someone who's, let's say, in a pack of 6 in a steeplechase, way in front of 7th, like a couple hundred metres in front of 7th, and they get all the way around off the last water jump, and they end up tiny fraction of a second after 3,000 metres of steeplechasing outside the top 5, and that's pretty devastating. Whereas if you're a kind of a 100th outside in the sprint after a 100-metre run, I don't know, I might feel less sorry for you.
Yeah, potentially. The margins are certainly amplified, aren't they, when you get to the distance races. So Selena Binarallo, her time has been rounded up to 11.79, a cracking run still. Her best set this season, so she is in good form, 11.69. She can go quicker than that here, I am sure of it. How quick we shall see in the final. She will have other athletes trying to chase her down, like Martha Herringshaw, who ran very well in that second semi-final. So the lineup for this third one then, Iris Kwachi goes in lane 1, Chanel Blissett is in 2, Alice Jones then in 3, Keely Jane, Little of Torbay. One of those athletes that could feature on the podium later on. We'll have to navigate this semi-final, perhaps the more challenging of the 3 semi-finals, because we've got Princess Okoma in 5, and then Emily Cadman, who's ran 11.88. Cadman, very good at these championships 12 months ago, the Cambridge Harrier, same club as a certain Darryl Neater. And Cadman last year 5th in this final over the 100 metres, and she got a bronze last year in the 200 as well. Ran her personal best on that day. That's still her personal best. She will want to rectify that this year here at these England Age Group Championships, powered by Citroen, of course. Sustainably powering their next generation. Great to have Citroen here supporting this sport and this event. So Kwachi goes on the inside, then Blissett. It's Jones, Little, Okoma, Cadman, Hulse, Tijani, Pekpe, the Nuneaton Harrier. Nuneaton, of course, over at Pingles Athletic Stadium. Done a great job in recent years, certainly in 2020 when they were one of the first stadiums and first events to get some open meetings back on, when everybody was looking to get out and run after being caged at home. They did a really great job when they host the Midland Championships and a series of opens throughout the summer over at Nuneaton. So Eunice Peckpate certainly used to running on blue track like she does in Nuneaton. Semi-final three, only the top three will go through here. A really great start from Jones, who gets out very well, and now Cadman with a bit of work to do. It's Akoma who's just starting to fade, and Keely Jane Little coming through, but it's Cadman that takes the win. 11.85. That's a new personal best if confirmed for Emily Cadman. She was left in the blocks just a touch. It was because Princess Akoma got off to such a good start, as did Alice Jones in the yellow of Liverpool from lane 3. Then Keely Little came through, so did Emily Cadman, and there was nothing stopping Emily Cadman when she built up that speed. That's why she's such a strong 200-metre runner as well. Motoring.
Competition in the outside discus circle. Elkie Baker at London Heathside, 41 metres 41. Just ahead of Beth Panbury at Trafford, 40.99. Diaries in third on 36.86. And next on track is the heats of the under-17 women's 300 metres.
So next up on the track we have the under-17 girls 300-metre heats, 4 heats, and they start in around 7 minutes time. Some field event action in the octathlon. The pole vault is still going on. As I mentioned earlier, a number of those athletes had found their way over 2 metres 70, a personal best for a number of those athletes. The bar now at 3 metres, so ticking along nicely, trying to get some big point scores in that octathlon. So these 300-meter hurdles, 300-meter flats, sorry, about to go. The first heat's only the top one that goes through, because we're going to go from 4 heats to 1 final. We obviously have 9 lanes, so we will use the 9 lanes. Peyton Almond of Kettering Town, great club, in the red and white on the inside. Danielle Agyemang Talbot of Cambridge in 2, then in 3 it's Holly Ryan. Gertie Blewett of Team Bath in 4. Amelia Jones goes in then 5. Then we've got Holly Flint, Ella Bibby, and then Joyella Jeffries, and then Azura Sione. So Holly Ryan, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, first year under 17, going in lane 3 here. She is the UK leader, has run 38.02. English Schools champion, SIAB international champion as well. It's a really strong start from Holly Ryan, trying to chase down Blewett outside of her, who has gone off very well too. She's run 40.67 on the outside, seeing a good start from Azura Sione as well, the Woodford Green athlete. But now we just start to see the strength of Holly Ryan, as she's so smooth round that bend and pressing into the lead. Sione on the outside knows she's got to run fast here. There are 5 time qualifiers. Blewett starting to fade. Jeffries coming through in second. It's Ryan that is finishing very well here after that strong start. She'll take first place, 39.49. Joyella Jeffries, the Canakin Stafford athlete that's run 39.36 this year, coming through for second. I think she might have just dipped under 40. It's going to be very close if she hasn't. Holly Ryan, 39.50. 39.99 from Joyella Jeffries. I said it would have been close to sub 40. She's just about done it and proved me right. Thank you, Joyella Jeffries. So it is only Holly Ryan that goes through automatically. There in the red shorts, just catching her breath. We'll have to wait and see who else from this heat goes through, because they are only getting 1 automatic qualifying spot from these 4 heats.
Holly Ryan, who's competed for her club, Shaftesbury Barnet senior level in the National Athletics League this year. She was second in the 100-metre B race in the season opener at Eton. And Shaftesbury quite reliant on their youngsters to pick up points, so one of those that helped her. It's Darcy Cosler actually is second on the UK list this year, the Welshwoman behind her. And of course, rising star, perhaps the right word, but yeah, really impressed, didn't she, at the UK Indoor Championships. And we'll see her in just a moment in the second heat. Of course, these are the England Championships by name, but they are also the national under-15 and under-17 championships. It's just that England Athletics host them. And this year that's been split because the Wales Championships hosted the under-23 trials for the Europeans. So a reminder that we have a field stream on YouTube as well, in which you've been able to hear us if you're watching that exclusively. You'll have heard us on that. Decathlon high jump coming up shortly, along with the under-15 boys javelin final. And then we've also got the boys triple jump, or men's triple jump I should say, and under-17 level. That's to come in about an hour and a half. We have men and women's para discus across both age groups from 5:05. It looks like that is all of the field action that's not yet started. Things wrapped up quite quickly in the hexathlon shot put. Jennifer Mardle and Dion McGuinness were picked out as the top two by quite some distance, and well, they were the only two over 9 metres, and they were both over 11 in the shot put. Mardle 11.61, but McGuinness, who was at least joint top ranked in 5 out of 6 events in the hexathlon, is some 414 points clear with just one event to go. So quite unusual to have shot put then 800 on the second day in that order. Give you some more field updates in just a moment, but of course we're going to concentrate for now on this second heat with Evie Masanya of Woodford, Ellie Walsh of Newmask, and Grace Ingle of Hallamshire, Chloe Poore of Winchester, Sophie Tran, Blackheath and Bromley, Cara Monticello of Kilmarnock, Llanelli's Darcy Coslet, I just mentioned a moment ago, second on the UK list this year, Angelina Diachi of Brighton and Hove, Olivia Ifeanyi Nwobodo of Hercules Wimbledon. So Darcy Coslet, one of the top Welsh athletes here, and one of those who might have an eye on the European Under-18s next year. Turned 16 in May. It was impressive at those UK indoors in particular. Has now improved her personal best to 54.29. That was in Cardiff in June. Over the 400, of course, a number of these athletes not yet moving up to 400. 38.22 in this particular event. You can see Coslet motoring out of those blocks there in the red and white, and is already pretty much past everyone at this stage. Ifeanyi Nwobodo on her outside, but look at this lead here. So Coslet surely going to ease down in the second half of this race, but very, very strong here. This is just a heat, of course. Let's see what sort of time she can post. Still running pretty hard then to the line. 39.26. So 11 athletes in the UK have actually run faster than that this year. That tells you only 11 athletes have done that in 2025. And,
yeah, really interesting.
Go faster.
Really interesting seeing Coslet here, because we've both seen her run over the 400 this year. She is a super talent, and I think we've both spoken about off air her potential maybe to break into that mixed 4x4 team for Wales at the Commonwealth Games next year. Potentially the likes of Hannah Bryer, Tess McHugh as well. And yeah, Coslet last year picking up a silver medal in this event. She ran slightly quicker in the heats on that day. She's going to fancy taking that gold this time round, I'm sure.
Yes, I suppose one of the difficulties in that regard, obviously she has big future potential, you don't know what she might achieve next year, is that there are quite a few athletes now over that 400 metres that have improved over the last couple of years. Hannah Bryer moving to that event, and Tess McHugh and Louisa Stoney both running sub 53 seconds, so making it quite a bit harder. Isabel Boffey, you know, potentially she might be selected in the 800 metres and might be going, and she has run just under a second faster. Of course, you'd certainly back Coslet though to improve by a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Now being coached by Rhys Williams as well, former European champion over the 400 metre hurdles. Coaches Hannah Bryer as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously you could say the same about Divina Hemmett. You don't want to oversell as kind of a rising star and put too much pressure on them, etc., etc. But you can also, for a moment, just celebrate the fact that they appear to have star quality and have set some great times. I think that's the case for Coslet, isn't it? Just seemed to look very at home at a national championships in particular, and was really comfortable chasing someone down like Amber Anning.
Yeah, absolutely. She was indoors this year, particularly Kostlik, very much committed in the heats of those 400s at the UK Indoor Championships here in Birmingham as well. And it's been a great development for her over the last 18 months, I would say. I remember saying how impressed I was with her over the 300 indoor at the England Indoor Championships in January 2020 or February 2024, and she's come on certainly since then. This year, though, the English schools champion Holly Ryan, who went in that first heat, and Noah Chodo-Kafua in second. Shiloh Omatosho was third at the English schools, and she goes in this next heat. She has had great success over the last couple of years, chipping down her time. Hasn't run a personal best over the 300 as of yet. This year, she was the England champion and the English schools champion 12 months ago, so she put in such a big performance here in Birmingham last year. They've got different conditions today. It looks sunny down that back straight, and indeed it is. However, there is a wind, and we saw last week at those Navuna UK Athletics Championships just how difficult the 400 metre runners found it down that back straight. And Omatosho goes in lane 7 here. Good lane for her, starting on the straight. Will power down that back straight. The Basildon athlete. So Mary Taylor will start on the inside, the Rugby and Northampton athlete. Then Madeline Davis-Hull goes in lane 2. It's Tia Raffin, Erin McKirk, Isla Barker, Holly Colnett, Shiloh Omatosho, Alexa Hastie, and then Nicole Hawkins of Chelmsford on the outside. 3 athletes here that have ran under 40 seconds before. 2 of them have ran under 39. The other from the inside lane and Rugby Northampton is Mary Taylor. I often see Mary Taylor at these championships. Coached by James Wright, first year under 17 as well. Improving this year by almost a second over the 300 metres. She was 6th over the 200 last year, Mary Taylor, and won the under 15 title over 300 metres at these championships, so has a good record for delivering. Would need to go, I think, well under 40 seconds to win this. Remember, only the top athlete here will go through. There is a bit of pressure to deliver in this heat for somebody like Shiloh Omatosho. She's the out-and-out favourite for this heat. Has a chance of a medal. So Taylor, Davis-Hull, Raffin, McGurk, Barker, Colnett, Omatosho, Hastie and Hawkins. Lovely start. Great technique out of the blocks on Omatosho, and she's already gone past Hastie and she's trying to chase down Hawkins, who begins the race in lane 9. Mary Taylor looking very strong from the inside as well. Breezing past Davis-Hull, Raffin and McGurk at the moment, but it's Omatosho that leads. Taylor will have to dig deep in this final 120 metres if she's to try and chase Omatosho down, because she has such a big lead. Look at Holly Colnett go as well. She's run 39.55 this year, starting to fade perhaps with Barker chasing her down. It's Omatosho at the front, leading from Taylor in second. Omatosho taking the win from Mary Taylor. It's 39.38, quicker than that first heat as well, and a good win for Shiloh Omatosho, getting the job done. Omatosho ran her personal best in the final here last year. She ran 38.55 in the heat, actually, at the English Schools Championships last year. 39.78 in the heat of these championships last year. It's just, you're already starting off better than she did last year. Can it end with gold again? No semi-finals to contend with, just the final now to think about for Shiloh Omatosho.
Well, Holly Ryan Shalom Matosho and Darcy Coslet, we've all seen. Noah Chodokufa, we're about to see. They're all inside the top 6 in Europe this year at under 18 level. So that looks very, very strong, particularly going into next year in those under 18 European champs.
Yes, for sure. That's certainly something to look at for some of these athletes. One more heat to come. At the moment, just to give you an indication after those opening two heats, the results haven't fully come through for that third heat yet, but you'd need to run under 39 seconds really to guarantee yourself a spot. But there are a couple of times from Cheoni, Monticello and Osanya around 41 seconds, which make up those 5 time qualifiers through to the final. I think from that third heat, I think it's going to be okay at the moment for Holly Colnett and Mary Taylor. They should be well within that. Just waiting for those results to officially come through.
Those European standings, I mean, it may be the case for other countries as well, they don't actually include all of the fastest times, so they don't include hand time performances as well, because I mentioned the top 6, these 4 are all in, but they have actually gone faster, some of them, including Coslet's personal best 38.1. Omatosho, well, she was faster last year indeed, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so just to summarise those results from that third heat, Shiloh Omatosho 39.41, Mary Taylor 39.98, under 40 seconds for her, and Holly Colnett 40.59. Mary Taylor occupies that second time qualifying spot. Holly Colnett occupies the 4th time qualifying spot. So as long as nobody goes quicker than 40.59 in this 4th heat, then Holly Colnett will find herself through to the final. The final for that 300 metres for the under 17 girls is tomorrow afternoon at 3:36 p.m. as we come towards the conclusion of our action.
Let's move on to Heat 4 then. Caitlin Hadfield of Derby, Coventry Godiva's Ellen Martin, Stephanie Smith of Chelmsford, Oriana Naragi of Bolton United Harriers, Noah Chodokufa, who I mentioned just a moment ago, that personal best of 38.32, half a second faster than the rest of the field from Woodford. Erin Davis, also Coventry Godiva. Another Midlands club is Cannock and Stafford. Lana Watkins and Holly Urquhart of Lincoln Wellington. 3 athletes have gone sub 40 over this distance. 3/4 of a lap. Chodokufa, Hadfield and Martin, 3 to have done so. So Chodokufa, 3rd in Europe this year, behind Holly Ryan. Let's have a look there. Oh, that's very close. Very difficult to spot. It's a little bit easier in the 100 metres when you can pack together your vision. The athletes are closer, but didn't really spot anything there.
Yeah, I didn't either. You need a wide eyesight to spot it in a 300, don't you? They spread along down that back straight. particularly with 9 athletes, Alex. It was hard with 8.
Could have been on the outside. Let's have a look. Looks to me like that's a green card. Just
Yeah,
I'm going more by the direction of walking.
I got the binoculars out. I could see the green card for sure.
It's a slower, more ominous pace to the pointing at one athlete, isn't it? It's almost like you've got the card ready to point in a direction, yeah. Some really great dramatic officiating that we saw during the indoor season, and someone actually found me and messaged me to thank. They thought it was a compliment, so I was glad. I was commenting on the gusto of their officiating and delivering the cards. Exactly. So let's have a look at this one. It's Chodakufa from lane 6 then, who started off pretty nicely in the colours of Woodford, but does have good competition in this. As mentioned, from the likes of Martin, who's got a bit of work to do in the Coventry vest there. Hadfield as well, but the stagger's starting to unwind here, and you can just see the ground that's been made up. Chodakufa, and then Hadfield it is, ahead of Martin. So 39.39 for Chodakufa. And she darts off looking like she's barely broken any sweat there. Second at English schools, of course, in this stadium last month behind Holly Ryan and ahead of Omotosho.
Yeah, Hadfield second there, 39.80. 39.80 will be enough to see her through, which is great for her. I don't think Martin 41.09, that isn't going to be enough, unfortunately. As I mentioned, she would have needed close to half a second quicker than that. But 39.80 does put Chloe Hadfield as the second time qualifier through to that final tomorrow afternoon as well. So Martin 41.09 in third, and Davies also Coventry Godiva 41.71, not enough from her either, but good runs all the same at these national championships. That's part of it as well, coming here learning how to race, how to judge the rounds. It's very important coming here with your club mates, your teammates, certainly. So I think we can confirm that, unfortunately for Azura Sayoni, it's not going to be for her. She's just been bumped out, but Holly Colnett does go in as a time qualifier. So does Joella Jeffries, Mary Taylor, Caitlin Hadfield and Chloe Paul. They will be joined by the 4 heat winners of Holly Ryan, Noah Chodakufa, Shiloh Omotosho and Darcy Kostler. That's going to be a really great final. That could be one of the races of the weekend. I'm very much looking forward to it. It was a cracking race last year between Kostler and Omotosho, and yeah, I think there's going to be a very open final going into that.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the matchup of the championships. Of course, we've got some brilliant finals still to come before 6 o'clock.
Next up, though, is our para 400 metre final. They're just setting up their blocks now. And Logan Murray, the Cornwall athlete, going in lane 3 from the inside here. Then we have Jake Moore and Sean Kinsley. these athletes are going to have a torrid time down the back straight because it is such a windy day in Birmingham. Windy across the country, isn't it? Clouds aren't moving particularly fast, but the pace of this westerly wind, which is ripping around the Alexander Stadium, causing some trouble for our athletes in the long sprint events. I think Sean Kinsley there just having an issue with his spike, and one of the officials coming over to help him out. Uh, 400-metre sprinters just waiting for this high jump competition to move off the track so they can get underway. It's the high jump competition for the under-17 decathlon, I believe. Split into two pools, waiting for the javelin competition to conclude as well, the under-15 boys. Very busy top bend. These athletes in the blocks all need to be very sure of themselves. Don't want to be interrupted by any distractions. So Logan Murray on the inside, then Jake Moore of Blackley North Manchester AC. I can't recall seeing a Blackley North Manchester AC Vesta at these championships before, so great to have them here. Well done, Jake, representing your club. And then Sean Kinsley on the outside from BKS Disability Athletics. Away they go. Around this first bend, trying to build up some speed because they will need it heading into the back straight where they get this onslaught of westerly wind blowing into their faces. Murray going well down the back straight. Already going past Jake Moore, who has sprung into action and has responded well as Murray began to move past him on his inside. Kinsley working very hard for BKS Disability on the outside in the red vest. And Murray starting to stretch away on this second bend. And here he comes, building that speed, digging deep, gritting his teeth, that hair flowing in the wind. A wonderful run here for Logan Murray, who's come a long way from Cornwall. And he's scorching across the line here, 62.18 seconds. Here comes Jake Moore as well. Great performance from him, and what a big finish as well from Sean Kinsley to come through. He'll take the bronze, but a marvellous gold medal in this Junior Para Championships. A clap of the hands from Logan Murray. A great run, 62.18 seconds. Great to have him here. And just look at young Sean Kinsley lying down on the track there in that red vest. He competes for the BKS Disability Athletics Club, which stands for the Bradford, Keighley and Skipton Disability Athletics. They do such a great job. I saw so many T-shirts outside the stadium with Bradford, Keighley and Skipton Disability Athletics. Great to have their support here, doing so much for para-athletics and para-sport. But the gold today in that para 400 final, Logan Murray of Cornwall AC, 62.18 seconds.
Yes, and we can call it a gold because they are all the same category as well, all T20 athletes. Kinsley, who we saw in the 1500, it was all together with the rest of the athletes involved as well. And not forgetting, we've seen Stephanie Kinsley from the same club, so I'm suspecting, without knowing for sure, the information not online, but yeah, quite possibly they are siblings or related. I'm sure someone can confirm that for us. Well, I think, Scott, those 100-metre semi-finals really got us very much looking forward to the next couple of hours or so, because those finals are coming up, but before that we have some other medals to be decided. So, yeah, things getting a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really intrigued, actually, Alex, because I love looking at the wind direction, and it makes such an impact on these events. I've been getting my wind reading app up. We know this is a westerly wind today, but it's been whipping round the stadium, and it's now somewhat of a tailwind, more so than it was this morning when we saw those headwinds, and that sets things up quite nicely for those 100-metre finals. And you say, those 100-metre semi-finals got us excited. They got me salivating to the point I needed a sandwich. So that's how excited I am for those 100-metre finals later on.
How do you feel this stadium is set up in terms of how the wind flows through it? Because that can be an element as well, can't it?
Yeah, I think it seems to whip round a bit from the warm-up track, and because from the throws area down the warm-up track, it then kind of shuts round the open top bend and then causes a bit of trouble for athletes down the back straight. That makes things interesting, but yeah, I think it's pretty good. We've seen the last 2 weekends, this is the third weekend in a row, we've had reasonable tailwinds at times, so I think it's okay. I think it's good. Last year at the Senior Champs, Alex, we had -4 metre per second winds,
wow,
which was...
It's pretty strong right now, though.
Yeah.
It's just as you've been talking about, the wind's ears have turned red.
If you look down at the official that is standing on the track at the moment in lane 5 with those yellow flags, you can see just how blowy it is. He's got straps on wrapped to those flags so they don't blow away.
Okay, so the final of the under-17 men's 400 metres. They're just doing their practice starts in their blocks as well. They might at the moment. So, of course, we are again using all 9 lanes at this redeveloped Alexander Stadium track.
We both came here in the old stadium. I like the old stadium. It was quite rustic. It had a very traditional feel to it. But this new Alexander Stadium is so much better, right? Like the warm-up track, we've got the refurbed indoor section, and I'm a big fan of that specific throws area as well, which makes for great training facility and additional throws for athletes.
Yeah, of course, we always had external throws facilities. Some people don't like it because they want everything front and centre, and they don't want to be external, taken out somewhere. But sometimes, yes, it can enhance performances, especially if it's an intimate environment.
Well, there's a lot of throws across the European circuit, Alex, which I know you've commentated on, where they are just exclusive throws areas. There's no track at all.
Yes, Halle, that's it, the one near Leipzig in Germany, which is throwing fields. I believe Jena's the same, where the javelin world record was set. Yeah. So athletes getting something very special from those. A little bit like Hustepec, but for high jump, of course.
Yeah,
that very, very almost intense indoor arena, you might say. Right, let's focus then on this 400 final for under 17 men. 9 athletes involved, as I say. All but one of the top 50 in the UK this year have set their personal best in 2025. But Rowan Whittaker, seemingly a class above the English schools champion here last month. 47.24 at best. So he goes from lane 5 then. Let's see who might challenge. We've got Alessandro Virgilio Swindon in 1. Zach Reynolds of Winchester in 2. Also capable of going sub 50. 49.03 at best. Lionel Goodwin of City of Stoke in 3. Not too far for him to travel. To Benna Okoro, 3rd ranked out of the athletes here. The English schools bronze medalist. It's just his 5th comp of the year. Then Whittaker alongside him. And then we've been impressed by Josh Hurst. A solid heat victory for an athlete who was 7th at English schools, but has a very strong chance of finishing at least a couple of places higher here. And Oberon Dragton of Kent, Luke Hussein of Wirral, and Matthew Agbalegbe. 4th at English schools, but 2nd ranked on PBs out of the athletes here. 48.32 came in the heat at English schools just a few weeks ago, of course. So that's the lineup for this final. These 9 athletes settling into their blocks. ready for one furious lap of the track. Well, we could hear nothing but a baby's cry as the athletes were ready to get underway. And now a coming of age moment for somebody. Rowan Whittaker going very nicely through the centre here. And it's a second on time between him and the rest. So you're expecting him to come through strongly. But look at Tobena Okoro as well in the pale blue vest on his inside. Also going very nicely. So it's these two as we wait to see where Josh Hurst might feature in the blue and yellow down the home straight and whether others can contend. Agbalegbe though, still leading. Whittaker has to try and come through on him. Agbalegbe still leading. He's going to take this then. It's going to be a bit of an upset here. Matthew Agbalegbe in 49.16 seconds. Wow. Well, we know that these things sometimes don't quite go to form. Agbalegbe was outside the medals when Whittaker was on top of the podium here a month ago. But this time, quite a different story. And you have to give huge credit to Matthew Agbalegbe for very much believing himself, holding his own running blind on the outside there and coming through for the England title.
Yeah, that is superb. He's done the Wade van Niekerk, hasn't he? Outside lane, all the way through. The time, 49.14. It's not quick. It's affected by the wind down the back straight, but he just managed to keep rolling, didn't he? He didn't seem to fatigue as much as the others were who were tying up. And Whittaker with the silver, Okoro taking the bronze in what was a highly competitive 400-metre final here.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe we have to look at it as though it was closer through this competition than maybe we thought. Still, despite not running sub 50 in qualification, Whittaker was best part of a second faster than Agbalegbe, but yes, come this final, I do agree with what you're saying about affected by the wind down the back straight potentially. But he held on strong. You did wonder whether Whittaker was about to come through down the home straight, but I think Whittaker himself had attacked pretty hard through that first 200 metres. So, yeah, huge credit to Agbalegbe taking the gold there.
Unbelievable. Well, we have more action to come. This is the under-17 boys 800-metre final. Marty Poynton is not starting on the inside. He was down to run in lane one, the Bracknell man, so we are down to 8 athletes. Ben Lucas, the other Bracknell man, does start, however. He's run 156.50 this year. Time qualifier through to this final. Caleb Gifford Groves goes in 3, then Lucas Selvage. We've got Henry Hemmings of Burton, then Magnus Riddle of Tyndale Harriers, Ralph Brown from Telford, Oscar Eaton of Woodford Green, and then Oliver Fremantle. He's on the outside. These athletes all qualified yesterday evening, and coming into this, Magnus Riddle in the black strip is the favourite. He's the fastest in the lineup. He's run 150.78 this year. 2 athletes faster than him on the UK rankings. Evan Grime and Charlie Chambers are not here, so Riddle comes in as the favourite. Schools International 800-metre champion recently. English Schools 800-metre champion. Also won a 4x4 medal at the SIAB Schools International. If he does this, then he would be taking the three-peat. Completing the triple, as they say. So, what can he do He's quick over the 4 flat as well. It's around 49.38. Could have contended for a medal in that final just now in that particular event. At the English schools, he ran out of his skin and ran 151.77 out on his own to take the gold on that day. It was a marvellous run. Henry Hemmings, who is in this race, finished in 4th on that day. If he can latch onto the back of this pace from Magnus Riedel, I can't see any reason why he can't pick up a medal. The man in the black, all black with the luminous spikes on from lane 6, that is Magnus Riedel. Others in here could feature. Caleb Gifford Groves is one of them. The under-17 men's 800-metre final. The question is, will Riedel take this out like he did at the English schools, make it a really honest race, a fast race? On that day here in Birmingham just a month ago, he ran his 2nd fastest time ever. And at the front of this race right now, we are seeing Gifford Groves getting to the front. And now it's Riedel just finding himself there on the inside curb with some pressure. Fremantle is there. So is Hemmings at the moment. It's Brown just on the outside in that bright coloured vest. Now moving around the outside, it's Eaton who is there as well. So they're all bunching up. Who's trying to get on the inside curb? Just looking for a bit of a hole. Well, they're all there, aren't they? It's starting to pick up. It's very slow. 61.58. This is pedestrian. Gifford Groves in the black vest on the inside, in about 3rd here. Trying to find some space on the inside that hasn't yet appeared. It's Riedel stretching them out. Can he keep this going? Can he burn them up? Eaton is there in 4th at the moment. Gifford Groves trying to hold on. They're all strung out. They're all following Riedel, the English schools champion, looking for a 3rd gold this summer. Can he finish the job off in this final 100 metres? He's being chased by the Burton man, Henry Hemmings, who is fighting hard, but he's not going to catch Riedel. A marvellous performance. A gun-to-tape win. A rapid 2nd lap. 1:58.21. It was the Tavistock man, Caleb Gifford Groves, that came through to take the bronze medal. Henry Hemmings, the English schools 4th placer. I said he would be in with a chance. He's picked up the silver. He was brave going with that pace from Riedel on the final lap. He stuck with it. It paid dividends, but the champion, Magnus Riedel, the Tyndale Harrier, no doubt about it, one of the best this season. He is the best. He is the English schools champion, the SIAB champion, and now the England champion.
Yes, and someone with a background in rugby and football, so it's really interesting to hear his journey now competing in athletics. I mean, we haven't had over the years too many who've excelled at rugby and athletics, but certainly Toby Harris is the obvious name that comes to mind, isn't it? But super impressed with that, and hope grandparents who are watching enjoyed that. Hilary, Ian, Alan and Maro, who, as we heard yesterday, watching back in Northumberland. So this promises to be another final as well, and obviously we saw these athletes in the heats yesterday. They had their moment to rest, and this is the girls under 15 800 final. So in this one, Hallie Parks of Dudley and Stourbridge, Florence Lilly of Lincoln Wellington, Trinity Conway of Birchfield, Cora Naylor, Hearts Phoenix, Isabel Beddoe of Warriors, Capri Cooper, Barneton District, Erin Kelly of Chelmsford, Cara Bryan, Blackheath and Bromley, and Alina Ponkratieva of St Mary's Richmond.
It's an 800 metres race, so it's just literally about.
So underway for 2 laps of the track. Top 2 in the UK are here. 3 of the top 7. So Cooper, second at English Schools behind Poppy Guest, not involved at these championships. But Cooper has a personal best of 2:10.23. We also saw a good performance from Erin Kelly in the heats, who goes in the green vest.
Yeah, just on the inside, it's Hallie Parks that has come out the strongest in that yellow vest. She's just being overtaken by Capri Cooper. It was also the Blackheath and Bromley athlete, Cara Bryan, that started strongly in the opening 200, Alex, and then just sitting there in third at the moment. It is Cara Bryan still going very well.
Yes, so quite a lead here. Cooper of Barnet and District, and Parks in second place. Big battle over third. It's Cora Naylor of Hearts Phoenix in third, from Isabel Beddoe in fourth place. And then a good battle with them between Bryan and Conway. And they've actually closed the gap here, so really interesting. Quick first lap, and now just easing off a bit. Cooper still maintains the advantage, but Park has proverbially been nearly swallowed up by this group. So Cora Naylor in the red of Hearts Phoenix now takes over second place. Parks now into fourth. Now, can they close up on our leader? Naylor is trying to do it. Naylor, personal best 2:11.54, fourth at English Schools, but a very strong chance of being in the medals here. Beddoe with the pink shorts and white vest of Warriors now also making a move. Has she timed this right? Nora went quite early there, but Cooper down the home straight from Beddoe. Capri Cooper, what a performance this is. And she's going to hold off Isabel Beddoe to win gold. 2:12.87 with a nice celebration. Beddoe and then Naylor, silver and bronze.
Well, there's a way to run an 800 in a final, and that is how to do it. It's the David Rudisha style, isn't it? Get to the front and just stretch everybody out, make it hurt. And if you're Capri Cooper, you know you've got it in the tank. You're as quick as others there, if not quicker than most, and all of them, and you can go and sustain that pace. It is absolutely worth doing, and she's done a fine job of that, dragging them all around. Beddoe, who sat in the pack on that opening lap when it was slow in the early exchanges, doing really well to come through for that silver. And I think Naylor, another one that judged that very well too. Conway coming through for fourth in 2:15.15. And we're going to stay with this middle distance theme, because up next we've got the heptathlon and hexathlon 800 metre finals.
Yes, 2 great competitions, but particularly in the heptathlon, where we've seen changes of lead quite a few times. Molly Mills started off with a strong sprint hurdles performance that put her in an early lead, only a small amount of points. But Jasmine Nkoso with 3 personal bests in the first 3 events, then leading overnight, having been 8th after the first event, even though it was a 12:30 personal best. Mills with 11:37 to win the 80 metre hurdles. And so there was 121 points between Nkoso and Mills after 3 events, but then it closed down overnight. Mills the faster performer. And then we saw Tiana Odug-Bessan, who'd been in 3rd place for much of the heptathlon so far, with 5:91 in the long jump to take the lead, but then it was all changed again in the javelin. Mills well over 40 metres, well ahead of the rest, to then give herself now a decent advantage coming into the 800 metres ahead of Nkoso and Odugbesan. So as a result, it's reasonably clear in terms of who the top three will be, but there is a chance that the order could change.
Now due to start in about 5 minutes, just trying to see where those athletes are for this heptathlon final. I wonder if we're on course for the championship record actually in either of those events. We shall see.
Well, the under-17 women's heptathlon record has been held by Morgan Lake, again, someone that we've mentioned, and that was 12 years ago, 5.474. Mills already has 4,441 points, so seems like a relatively tough ask. Her personal best is 2:17.51. The thing is, yes, okay, there's a chance of a chase down for gold, but ultimately Mills is 13 seconds faster than her rival, so that's what makes it extremely unlikely. 2:17.51, yes, you have to be absolutely outstanding really to approach 1,000 points, so again, very unlikely to attack that record of Morgan Lake, but still, it's been a strong performance from Molly Mills, and she is certainly the favourite for gold with that 90-point advantage. It's a little bit closer, though, between Nkoso and Odugbesan, where the gap is 52 points. Only issue is that they are equally matched on time. So Odugbesan needs to be about 7 seconds in front of Nkoso, and then the gap behind that is more than 400 points. So that's why I said that I think we know who's going to be on the podium, unless of course there's something like a DNS or what would be a very unfortunate injury after 1.5 days of action, or well, really 1 day of action, isn't it? It's a 24 hours of 7 events.
They have done an exceptional job of getting this all done since 4 p.m. yesterday. It is less than, well, for some of them maybe, extraordinary really. They're all going to have to double up in lanes, I think, here. We are going to have an eye on the points, as Alex mentioned. We are fairly certain it will be a great score. It won't be a championship record, but we wait looking on to see what will happen here, looking at the overall combined scores. And Alex says by 90 points it is Molly Mills that leads from Jasmine Nkoso, and then Tiana Odugbesan going very well. Just wonder, would it have changed things had Nkoso had a slightly better long jump? She's got a personal best of around 20 centimetres further. That would have given her potentially about 80 points, and it would have been very, very close if she got that. So, yeah, you can only sit and watch sometimes. Wonder, but it's going to hurt. These heptathletes already know the sort of pain. You are right, Alex. They've done a wonderful job to get this done in 24 hours, haven't they? The timetabling. Yeah. I mean, you know, talking about a 1 day decathlon, if you're saying one day heptathlon is also 24 hours, let's say, well, these ladies have almost done that. It's tough starting the schedule. They're going to start from the curved line because there are so many of them. You do see this in multi-events. So the athletes to watch out for them. Molly Mills, she wears 1064. Jasmine Nkoso wears 1065. She wears a Herne Hill Harrier vest. Those are black and red hoops. She's just starting in 4 in from this near side. And then the other is Tiana Odugbesan, who we mentioned is around 142 points behind our leader Molly Mills.
Yeah, it's the second and third. That fight really seems the main one to watch out for, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yesterday, 24 hours ago, 16 athletes started this heptathlon. And 14 athletes remain in this heptathlon 800 metres, and down the back straight, perhaps as expected, it's our leader Molly Mills taking this one out. A pacey start, as you may well expect. I think that is Kenny. Is it Kenny? No, it's not, I don't think, but Mills still leading as they head on this second bend for the first time. It's a pacey start for these youngsters. No hesitation, no fear. Oxley is there as well. Bit of a change in second here. Garrod just moving back into third. And there is Leanna Elliott. It's good, 68.07 at the bell. We're on for a good time here. They've taken it out quickly. Molly Mills on course for beating her personal best. Now Garrod is starting to chase her down. So is Leanna Elliott. Mills, you can't falter here. The leader coming into this final event and has taken it out very strongly in the opening 500 or so metres. Elliott starting to fade in third place. Has she got anything left? These heptathletes always capable of finding something extra in the latter stages. Purnell is back in fourth, and now Garrod takes to the front for the first time in this race. Can she go under 220 for the first time? That would be some performance for her if she can do it. Tia Garrard swinging those arms, looking relaxed here. The legs are aching, the lungs are empty. Mills resurgent in this final 60 metres. It's Garrard tying up across the line. It'll be outside her personal best, 221.81. Mills gets there in second. Purnell was just attempting to run down Elliott, who was fading badly in that final 100 metres. They're all across the line, dropping like flies. You know how much this has hurt. This has been a marvellous day and a half, really, hasn't it? A 24-hour and change period to do a heptathlon.
Yeah, extraordinary, and very interesting that was the case. I mean, Molly Mills in the heptathlon under 17 level already had a personal best of 5.460, putting her second behind Morgan Lake on the all-time list, with that championship best of 5.474. But that was actually with a 4K shot and a 600-gram javelin, which is quite interesting. Obviously different from Mills' 3K and 500 grams.
But was that Morgan Lake competing up an age? Do you think she was potentially keeping it?
That could be a reason why, yes. Interesting that was still eligible, therefore, to be another 17 record listed there.
I think she got a history of doing that. Did she go when she was much, much younger and go to
Good
the
thinking.
major champs?
But certainly, I think that's going to be around 5,200 points. And do you know what? I was watching the clock tick, and Kosso was tiring there at the end. I think it's going to be close for silver and bronze, just waiting for the full results to come up on the Roster Athletics website and app. It was about 7 seconds that Odugbesan needed to be in front. So 2:21.87. We've just got the winning time plus the first few. So Garrard with 2:21.87. 2:23.10 for Mills. So an extra 782 points to add to the tally of Mills. So just by some quick maths, I think she's scored 5.223 there. Still waiting for second and third to actually come through. They both faded in the latter stages. Both had PBs of 2:30, and the first 8 have come up on times up to 2:31. There we go. Odugbesan 2:34. And Nkosa was really tiring across the line. Anyway, we'll wrap that up momentarily.
It's a complex thing, isn't it? Trying to do it. Trying to think what a 2:23 and change gets you for Molly Mills. Odugbesan was ahead of Nkosa by those 7 seconds. I think she's going to have jumped up into silver. That would be my guess.
Yeah, it looked like it. I was just counting by hand, really, but it was just around that mark. Right, so smaller field here as we conclude this hexathlon with the 800. Well, it's been a little easier for those of you following this event with these 6 competitors. And they are Morven Kenny of Lasswade, Fifi Ball of Charnwood, Jennifer Mardle, City of Norwich, who's had a good battle here with Dion McGuinness. And those were the obvious 2 really to look out for. McGuinness being ranked top in 5 out of 6 events and top 2 in all, and Mardle top 2 in 5 out of 6. Apart from this 800 metres, in which it's not one of her strongest, but then again, 800 metre PBs for multi-eventers aren't always fully represented because they haven't always had something to chase right at the end, especially if they're quite good. And then we also have in this Serin Rowe and Sophie Piddington. So have a look here as they come round, but certainly again 6 events across these 2 days, but ultimately starting yesterday afternoon. So McGuinness 33.25 coming into this, her points tally. So through in 71 seconds there.
They've gone out really quickly. I was surprised how pacey they went through. The opening 200 was around 33, 34 seconds, and now as they move down the back straight, that lead is just starting to open up even more.
McGuinness does have a personal best of 2:16.06. Rowe, another one of the fastest, with 2:22.35. But always expected a great display from McGuinness, given her pedigree right across these 6 events. And of course, this allowing her to complete this so-called quintuple that we've made up. But Scottish under-15 indoors and outdoors and schools pentathlon winner, England indoor winner, and now in the hexathlon outdoors. Fantastic finish to take home the gold medal. So McGuinness 2:23.86 to come home brilliantly for the gold medal. Big gaps between the athletes, more than 400 points, with Mardle behind in second, and also nearly 400 points to Piddington in third. And then 70 behind Piddington to Rowe. So McGuinness coming through in 2:23.86 there.
Yeah, Fifi Ball, she's very quick over the 300 metres. She finished so quickly there. I can't quite believe how quickly she finished. She was only a second off her 800 metre best, which was good to see. She did that in a pentathlon, so very strong. McGuinness, though, the pace setter in that race.
So unofficially, just by my calculation, McGuinness scoring over 4,000 points, if that's correct. 2:23.86 for 772, adding that to 3:3.25. So, yeah, hugely impressive if so, but we'll look to confirm that shortly. I can tell you that it was correct, though, the calculation for Molly Mills, so that's somewhat encouraging. Odugbesan, yes, it was more than the 7 seconds that was needed, as we thought, and ahead by 22 points in the end of Nkoso, had that margin that she needed. And they came across the line, you know, both well outside the top few. Odugbesan does take the silver from Nkoso, the bronze, but still some decent scores. So 5.223 for Mills, Odugbesan 4.932, and Nkoso personal best it's showing as 4.910. So it may well be a championship record then. We're just waiting for full confirmation. Yes, that is confirmed then. Championship record for Dion McGuinness, 4,097 points. So big margin added to what Erin Lobley did in 2019. And adding, what's that, 81 points, which is fantastic.
So next up, it's another final, this time in the 300 metres for the under-15 boys. George Hill from Southend goes on the inside. He's run 37.8 as a personal best. Mayad Mohammed of Birmingham Roheath Brat Club goes in lane 2. Then we've got Harry Smith from Kettering, 37.60 man at his best. Jericho Senior looked very strong in the heats yesterday. Senior, one of the favourites here, going in lane 4. Then it's Sam Roberts from Burton. It's 36.03. He's very quick. Tobias Evans, the Cardiff Athletics man, goes in 6. Tommaso Crosara goes in 7. Then it's Lewis Ashworth in 8. Then Callan Campbell in lane 9. Crosaro, the English schools champion, looking to add another goal to the collection. He's the only man in the UK this year that has ran under 36 seconds. He was 4th at the England Indoor Championships this year over 200 metres. Ran under 36 seconds twice at the English schools. He goes in the orangey yellow vest of Hercules Wimbledon from lane 7, so keep an eye out for him. Jericho Senior, the bronze medalist from the English schools, running in lane 4 here in the all-black strip of Blackheath and Bromley. Strong headwind on this opening 100 metres. It's the under-15 boys 300 metre final. Slow start for Roberts of Burton. He's already getting chased down for Jericho Senior. Look at Tommaso Crosara already storming past Ashworth. He's motoring round this second bend. Senior starting to get chased down a bit by Roberts. We're coming to the second half of this race. It's a big lead that Krasara has coming into the home straight. Jericho Senior is there in second, Burton in third. Will he chase him down? Ashworth going very well too. Krasara maybe just tightening up a bit, but he's got such a lead, nobody will catch him. This is a storming run from Krasara. 36-66. Jericho fighting, but maybe just about getting pipped by Sam Roberts on the line. It was very, very close. Who got there? It's too close for me to call. But no doubt about the winner, Tommaso Krasara, the England champion, the English schools champion, dominant this year.
Yes, nice double to have, isn't it? He was also a silver medalist indoors behind Emil Friedrich of Guernsey. So what a performance this year. Obviously smashing that lifetime best as well, improving from 38.23 to 35.76, and this is still one of his faster times, but in very tricky conditions with the swirling wind, but always looked like the favourite through the rounds, did Krasara. So you have to give him huge credit for delivering when it mattered.
Yeah, on such a windy day as well. Jericho Senior, 37.20 for him to improve on that English schools bronze medal. He picks up the senior here in 37.20, and then Sam Roberts, I said he was slightly sluggish out of the blocks. He came through very, very strongly. Didn't quite manage to get there in the end. It was a real scrap in the final 30 metres. But Roberts, 37.23 to take the bronze. He's up on his 6th place finish at the English schools. There's our two wheelchair athletes who will be taking part in the 200 metre wheelchair final in a moment. I'll just bring you through that when they get round to that start line. We saw a great performance earlier, didn't we, from Paris Hammond, who smashed her personal best in the 100 metres. She was absolutely flying, and the good news is the tailwind in the home straight is very strong as well. The high jump in the under-17 boys decathlon is ongoing. If you're watching on our stream for the field events inside the stadium, and the pool A for the high jump up to 190, which is very good. Douglas Knox winning that 190 3 times. He failed at 193, so got the winning height of 190. Obviously it's the points total that counts in reality, and for his 190 got 714 points. That wouldn't go amiss in a senior men's decathlon really at a world level. Still going in the second pool, and that second pool was, well, the bar is now up to 1.75 metre. Alexander Giles, you see him there just going through at the moment. The Blackheath and Bromley man still attempting that height. Edward Moore has cleared 172 on his third attempt, so he's about to enter back in at 175. So on the track then for this 200 metre wheelchair final for the women. So much sport and action, football getting back underway today. The European Juniors is over in Tampere in Finland as well. The Great Britain team going very well there. Some athletes you would have seen at these championships over the last couple of years now getting up to the big leagues, challenging for medals on an international stage. Just goes to show what can be done if you start your journey here at these England Athletics Age Group Championships. And these two athletes, you never know where they could go in this 200 metre wheelchair final. Both from Coventry Godiva Harriers, both coached by Job King. Job, a fabulous bloke in the wheelchair and para athletics game, setting up that wheelchair racing group a number of years ago now. Brought through so many national champions. And Olympic medalists as well, Olympic finalists, Paralympic finalists I should say. And Phoebe Justice on the inside. In the red vest of Coventry Godiva Harriers. And then in the outer lane, lane 3, in the pink helmet, Paris Hammond. He's got a best of 47.34. Away they go. Starting to build speed is Paris Hammond. Justice has the inside lane. Hammond now just starting to push on and build that pace, and they will have had a strong headwind in the opening 50 metres, and when they come off this bend here in the 200 they will have a nice tailwind taking them through. So Hammond, after that great time in the 100 metres earlier on, this is where she really shined in the 100 as well, starting to build that momentum, build that speed. So consistent as well. Look at that cadence, look at that frequency on that arm action, so strong. Paris Hammond pushing away, 48.47. It's a cracking time. Here comes Phoebe Justice, pushing hard. Just outside 63 seconds, I think, for Phoebe Justice, but another great win for Paris Hammond. Fantastic to see these young two athletes here in Birmingham. Only a short journey over, half an hour or so from Coventry. Maybe they'll be on the training track tomorrow if they aren't here competing, we shall see. But great job. Paris Hammond, again, delivering with a quality time in these conditions. I mentioned it earlier, these power athletes, these wheelchair athletes would definitely prefer a slightly smoother Mondo surface. This is a great track for running on, not always the smoothest for our wheelchair athletes. They will have seen, of course, 3 years ago during the Commonwealth Games, their clubmate and training partner Carrie Adenigan competing here at the Commonwealth Games alongside a certain Hannah Cockcroft. Getting their athlete passes back from one of our volunteers in the stadium.
Male wheelchair athletes already out ahead of their final. Just going to have a bit of a reconnaissance lap, you might say. Wheel their way around towards the start line. Officials just checking that they're ready to go. Just looking down out of shot at the hexathlon medal presentation, and quite a nice moment actually. We may get to see it just here as we pan. All 6 athletes involved in the hexathlon are at the presentation area. There you go, just got a sight of that as we panned across. That was nice to see actually. They're all getting a moment, every competitor that was involved. And if you weren't with us when I mentioned it, a championship record performance from Dion McGuinness. 4:09.7, adding 79 points to the previous record, not 81 as I mistakenly said.
You were doing the maths in your head though, so I'll let you off.
Thank you.
I mean, that's a great competition. I like the idea of a hexathlon. It feels like something that is the perfect sort of grouping of events and disciplines to build on for these athletes going in towards the heptathlon.
Yeah, so the difference is obviously no 200 metres, not the most strenuous event, but yeah, it certainly adds something when you're doing it in 24 hours plus.
Yeah, I'd have to see on a world stage, Alex, at the World Championship next month, when they start the heptathlon to when they finish it, how many hours it is, because literally 24 hours and about 10 minutes our ladies had in the under-17s earlier on. I reckon they tend to, at the world level, they tend to space them out a bit more, don't they? They end up having like the,
Well, of course,
the
yeah.
200 very late in the evening programme, and then same with the 8 on the second day. So
Yeah.
I think they do have, you know, very much close as you can, probably 36 hours, I would say.
Yeah, slightly more. I'd say, let's say you typically start at 10 o'clock in the morning. You're quite quickly off between high jump and shot put. You get those out done fairly soon, don't you? And then, as you say, 200 late. And then the others, yeah, reasonably late in the programme, reasonably spaced out. You quite often have a decent amount of time between the javelin and 800 metres, but that's often staggered, isn't it, over lunch? Quite heavily staggered, in fact.
Give
Not
them
as
a
much as
proper
the
recovery,
decathlon,
don't
but
they?
yeah. So I'd say, yeah, between 32 and 38
Yeah, it's
hours,
good.
34 and 38, I mean. So let's have a look then at this 200 wheelchair final. Owen Edwards. Of course, we've seen, I think, all of these athletes previously in their 100 final. Edwards, T34 competitor, Weir Archer Academy. So he will go in lane 2 once we're ready to get going here. Just going to do one more lap to get around the others. His teammate Toby Metzgen on the outside then. So they're bookending these lanes. Similar to the Leeds City athletes on their inside. Oliver Burrows from 3, Oliver Porter from 6. So it's a bit of a Christmas tree formation between the clubs. Toby Richardson, also T54 of Yeiton District in 4, and Jaden Ackerman, the ferry on top. No, just kidding. Harlow in lane 5. So Edwards, Burrows, Richardson, Ackerman, Porter and Metzgen in this 200 metres men's wheelchair final. And Porter is under 20. Burrows and Richardson are under 17. The others all under 15. ...100-metre finals on the way after this, under 15 and under 17. More multi-event conclusions as well. Conclusion for the day at least. And then sprint hurdles finals for the under 15s, 4:45 and 5:06 for 75 metres for girls, and 80 metres hurdles for the boys.
We had a great 800 race between these guys earlier on. They were fabulous, weren't they?
Yes, nice to incorporate the frame running and the wheelchair athletes, as we have been doing for quite a few years, particularly initiate the senior championships. But it's nice also when there isn't just one athlete, of course. And I'm sure the athletes prefer that too. $800 finaler won earlier by Oliver Porter, 209.56, and also a couple of Raza points ahead with 42 from Richardson and Ackerman. So away we go for these 200 metres then. Let's keep eyes out. Porter, of course, a winner earlier then, the Leeds City athletes. Was pretty close between him and Toby Richardson. Richardson also in second place once again, but it looks like it's Jaden Ackerman who's going to lead them in first place across the line from Richardson and from Porter. So we'll wait and see on the Rasa point scores for that. But Ackerman in first place there. 31.32 on the clock. Had a personal best coming in of 30.51. That's what's showing on Power of 10.
The triple jump competition is just getting underway as well for our under 17 boys. Well, it will be getting underway very shortly. They're going through some early warm-ups. 7 athletes lining up in that for the under 17 men. Well, next up on the track, it's the start of the 100-metre finals. We've seen so many heats earlier on. I think we had something like 21 heats and then went through to the semi-finals. If you're watching on the field stream, that was Ben Cunningham from Gateshead Harriers. One of the favourites for a medal in that competition, which is... features the Marshall Milton Keynes athlete Tito Oduneki. So our wheelchair athletes have finished for the day. Great to see them here. Very tough conditions. Just seen a great under 15 boys 300-metre final where Tommaso Crossara took the win from Jericho Senior and Sam Roberts. In this 100, it features Gryndon Abrahams and Piers Spencer Sims, the top 2 in the UK this year, and they are, well, super quick. The only 2 in the UK this year under 11 seconds. Spencer Sims, I don't know, Alex, perhaps the favourite.
Yes, I did get the sense that he could potentially be challenged, but there were some exciting semi-finals certainly, and obviously we just want to see them race each other now, don't we? And also, it is good to have the top 3 in the UK all through to the final and here and looking like they're in shape to battle for medals, because it won't be the case in every event. That's not a criticism of other athletes not being here, but it's just to emphasise that positive bit of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we didn't see Spencer Sims here at these championships last year. He's the English Schools 200-metre champion as the under 15 12 months ago. This year, though, he is the English Schools champion over the 100 metres. He goes in lane 5. Alex Asagi does not start on the inside, so Peyton Okoro of Walton goes in 2. Then Joe Moss from Amber Valley in 3. Gryndon Abrahams from Momentum Track Club. He wears number 1 on his vest. Will he end up in that position at the end of this track? We shall see. He's the English Schools 200-metre champion. Next to him, the English Schools 100-metre champion, the Blackheath and Bromley Harrier, Piers Spencer Sims, looking for back-to-back golds here in Birmingham. In 6th, can this man feature Tristan Subaru, the Folkestone running athlete, tallest figure in this lineup. Lawrence Foster goes in 7. He is very quick as well, ran a personal best earlier on today. Helen Wars Brown goes in lane 8 from S Factor Academy, and then on the outside it's Kaylin Emanuel in lane 9. So only 8 athletes in this. Asagi does not start on the inside. The 2 favourites go in lane 4 and 5, Abrahams and Spencer Sims. Spencer Sims with the white sleeve on his arm. This is the under 15 boys 100-metre final. Oh, and it's Abrahams that is popped up out of the blocks. And he knew it, didn't he? Felt like a long wait. Well, will he be one of the lucky ones and get a yellow card? We saw earlier on today that some of the under-15s who received, rightly so, some lenient treatment ahead of infractions. And I think Gryndon Abrahams here, well, he's been given a, is that a white card? A yellow card. Clearly my sight is failing me. So Gryndon Abrahams in the right treatment. A chance to see this head-to-head between the two English schools short sprint champions. From the inside lane 2, Okoro, Moss, Abrahams, Spencer Sims, Subaru Foster, Moores Brown and Manuel. The under-15 boys 100-metre final. Away cleanly this time, really good start from Moss. And now Abraham starting to scorch through the field. Spencer Sims trying to chase him down. It's very close, so close. Abraham's on the far side, 10.77. Well, I think Gryndon Abrahams just got there. And the man that has number 1 on his bib, I think has held on to take the win. After that faulty start at the first time of asking, he made no mistakes out the block this time. 10.77 would be a massive personal best and a new UK lead, and it has come up on the screen in the stadium. Gryndon Abrahams is the England champion for 2025. Piers Spencer Sims was chasing him down the whole way but couldn't quite get there in the end. It was so close, it was the race we wanted, but Abrahams, the man that takes the gold.
And it's plus 1.9 metres per second, isn't it? So it is wind legal as second on the UK all-time list, behind Divine Iheme, I make it. Just checking that though, because it seems super impressive, but yeah, looks to be the case. Just ahead of Teddy Wilson's 10.78 from 2021.
Wow, that's quick, isn't it? Very, very quick.
And somewhat fortunate, of course, with that wind at 1.9.
Well, I think maybe Piers Spencer Sims might have snuck a personal best as well, Alex. He won't have been too far off.
But yes, we were saying he did look like the favourite, but we weren't quite able to tell without seeing them close to one another in the final. That's exactly what we got. Brilliant race. And what more could you want to whet the appetite for this next final coming up, in which you would also say that there appears to be a favourite, and that would be Annabelle Fasuba, 11.60. And you were saying, Scott, that she may well end up with a faster time than the under-17 winner.
Yeah, potentially. She's got the ability. She's run very quickly this year. I wonder just how quick she'll go. She had a long journey here yesterday, I saw on Facebook, 7 hours to get up from Plymouth. Her dad wrote on Facebook yesterday evening, so that takes a lot out of you.
Love that. Someone's still using Facebook, just kidding. Just kidding. No, of course, City of Plymouth looking for someone to wear their colours with pride on the big stages now. David King has retired, and I mean, Fasuba could be an opportunity, as we were saying, at the European Under-18 Championships. Of course, a 15-year-old has won gold, haven't they, for Italy? Kellyanne Douala, the youngest champion in history of those championships, I saw.
Yeah, outstanding, really. Youngsters game sprinting, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, we do sometimes see 15-year-olds emerge, at least, you know, make finals, but really to win gold, extraordinary. Certainly Jeff Arias and Ketcher Sido have done that, and then going on to see it pay dividends and a little bit later once they're a bit older. But yeah, Fasuba with that personal best 11.60, 11.84 in qualification. But this is still a strong lineup. Hannah Oteng, I mentioned earlier, European age 10 all-time best, the English schools champion. But Fasuba, that'll be now 27 race wins this year. 1 second best in a heat, so not been beaten in a final like this. But you've got some great other athletes. Araya Williams, 11.90. She improved to in qualification for this final. Mia Spencer, Southern silver medalist. 12 seconds exactly. What about Grace Goddard? Personal best in the heat and the semi-final to make it through here. So from the inside, Neela Chukwu, then Joy Lorinde, Grace Goddard, Araya Williams, Annabelle Fasuba from 5, then Honna Oteng, Amir Spencer, Samantha Ogomo and Mia Johnson. So now underway, leaping out the blocks comes Fasuba, but she has some work to do here. Fasuba in the green of Plymouth, now away and clear. She gets the gold. 11.73 on the clock. Well, what a performance there. Coming through strongly in the second half of the race, but was kept on her toes. Certainly there by Araya Williams, who comes through for that silver medal. Very close for that bronze.
Well, you're right, Alex. She did get left in the blocks, didn't she? Because the Birmingham Row Heath athlete, Araya Williams, got off to an absolute bolter. She was so far out the blocks. Fasuba, I think, just hesitant to rise. And Fasuba, 11.73. Again, the wind, ideal. No wind at all in that race, which is hard to believe considering the gusts we've had today. But her personal best, 11.6 hand time, 11.73 on the clock here today. That's a new electronic personal best for Fasuba, 0.3 of a second quicker than she ran at her best last year. I mean, a marvellous run. And I think as well, Alex, a personal best for Araya Williams too.
Yeah, Williams 11.85. So that lifts her up from 17th with that 11.96 clocking up to 10th on the UK all-time list. And then Honna Oteng with 12.02 it looks like for third place. So she's the one that maybe might be the most disappointed out of those top three. Looks like Goddard, another strong result. I think that's another personal best. So all 3 rounds from 12.25, then 12.15, then 12.05, now 12.04. So that is super impressive. So if we're going to hand out unofficial awards, I think a good place to start would be with someone who finished 4th, and certainly someone who got a PB with every race they did.
Yeah, absolutely. And as this weekend's supported and powered by Citroën are offering a personal best competition, and Goddard would be one of those that would fancy a chances of winning that after 3 back-to-back. This personal best competition is for anyone who breaks a personal best and can enter a draw to win some great prizes. A week away in a Citroën holiday camper van, 2 6-month physiotherapy packages are on offer separately, and then a week-long loan for the family and a Citroën car of their choice. I had a look outside earlier. The Citroëns they've got in the front of the stadium are marvellous. I had a great talk with one of the Citroën chaps. So then, perhaps the race of the weekend is up next. And it features a man who last year set a marvellous time. Age 14 world record holder Divine Aheme goes in this one from lane 6. So the full lineup then: Ben Thompson, the sole Scottish athlete in this one. Dundee Hawkhill Harriers. Ben Thompson ran 10.94 this season, 11.04 in qualifying. Ollie Johnson, career in Nantwich, coached by Dominic Bradley himself, was a good sprint hurdler back in the day, now competes as a Masters athlete. And Ollie Johnson looked very good in the heats this morning. Keep an eye out for him. Jaden Roberts-Edwards of Ilford AC is in 3. Has run 10.87, looked very good earlier on. Victor Redman ran 10.87, a personal best. First time sub-11 in the heats earlier on. He finishes very quickly. Bronson Hearn-Smith, the Colchester Harrier, has gone viral this summer due to his very fluid sprint technique. A 4th placer over the 100 metres at the English schools. Medal then in the 4x100 as well. Divine Aheme, the man they have all come to watch in the purple of Radley, goes in lane 6. Aidan John, the Cheltenham man, the personal best, gets out very, very quickly. Will try and go with Divine Ahim here. Pascal Iwuji goes in 8, and then Abiola Bello Abadan goes on the outside. Iwuji in 8, Bello Abadan on the outside. It's Divine Ahim. The under-17 men's 100-metre final. Eheme scorching away from the rest of the field. Hearn Smith trying to chase him down. It's Eheme scorching away. 10.41 seconds. The wind plus 0.6 metres per second, I think. Blustery in this stadium. Eheme electric out of the blocks. He set a world age 15 best earlier this year over the 60 metres. He's getting quicker every race. And he takes gold here in Birmingham once again.
Yes, extraordinary. So delivered exactly what he would have been expecting to do here. 10.39, and I believe the wind is legal. And it's showing us only minus 0.6, given the gust that we just felt, which is quite extraordinary. But yeah, 10.39, and Bronson Hearn Smith in second place, 10.67. It's quite some margin, isn't it? And then the Ilford man, Roberts Edward, in third with 10.89.
Well, 10.39, I think that could well equal his season's best, which has also ran into a minor headwind at the start of the year in Horspath, and that I think as well equals the world age 15 best, 10.39. I'm not too sure about that.
Well, we're very excited about youth sprinting, aren't we? Obviously, Gout or Guad, as I believe his parents now want him to be called. And Shiratu Samizu, the Japanese athlete, in the last few days, running an age 16 world record and a world under 18 best of 10 seconds exactly in Japan. Absolutely extraordinary, isn't it? And add Eheme into that mix, and people are all very, very excited about what might be possible.
Yeah, absolutely. The Japanese always got a great record of producing super quick youngsters. Yoshidi Kiru, I think about 10 years ago or so, he was the next cab off the rank. And yeah, Divine Eheme here in Birmingham. He's one of those athletes. Just see him down there on the trackside now, giving his mum a nice hug. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. And yeah, so he improves on his European lead time at under 18 level this year as well, and 10.41 was that time, and I think it's only the highest level competition is eligible for that, isn't it? Is able to be ratified for those marks, so he does improve on that time. And yes, so European under 18 championships would be where he'll hope to be next year. And obviously Teddy Wilson is kind of the what we've been mentioning a few times, winning the silver medal at under 20s, but competing in his 4th age group championships internationally at the age of 18. So that's very much the opportunity that might be there for Eheme in the next couple of years, building some fantastic experience right across competing for England and Britain.
Yeah, absolutely.
No rest for the wicked, eh? Straight on with the under-17 women's 100-metre final. Let's take you through this lineup quickly. Shaya Kenyon of Coventry Godiva, Princess Akoma of Herne Hill Harriers, then Martha Herringshaw, that big personal best, 11.88. She'd never run sub-12 before. That came in the semi-final. Ella Rennie also looks strong there with 11.98 to qualify. What about Celine Abina Allo, perhaps the favourite here? The Gateshead, coached by Richard Kilty, as we've been saying. Emily Cadman of Cambridge, Keely Little of Torbay, Leila Leah of Hallamshire, and Grace Sikora of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, as the athletes settle into their blocks for this under-17 women's 100-metre final. So Abina Allo with that amazing personal best in Loughborough in May, leading the athletes out here and chased down by Rennie and by Cadman, and it's so close on the line. Abina Allo just gets it. Let's have a look here. Yes, with the dip there, that's enough for the Gateshead Harrier to take gold at these championships. 11:74, and she had to run her fastest time of the competition and of this afternoon. And what a chase down that was by Cadman, by the way, who could well sneak a personal best. Emily Cadman, who was 5th at English schools, of course, so nice improvement for her. 11:88 was her PB coming into this. I'm sure she's improved on that. Yes, 11:77. It's legal once again. 11:76 plus 0.3. Cadman, and then Rennie does get the bronze. 11:96. Not a personal best, but still another sub 12 clocking. Herringshaw, again, not as fast as she was in the semi-final, but still through this competition she's run 2 times. That would have been a PB before the start of today. So brilliant to have all of our medalists sub 12 seconds at under 17 level.
Well, we can confirm as well that the under 17 men's 100 metres, the 10:39 for Divina Heme, a championship record as well, bettering the mark set by Sean Pearce back in 2013. A great run from Divina Heme, and just wrapping up those results from that under 17 men's. Bronson Hearnsmith, 10.67 seconds, a great performance from him. One of his fastest of all time, the second fastest for him. And then Jaden Roberts-Edwards, the Ilford man, 10.89 seconds to take third. And then Aidan John, who's ran so well throughout the round today, 10.97, finally dipping under 11 seconds to take 4th place. We'll see those guys on the podium later on.
Yeah, so Annabelle Fasuba was in fact faster than the under 17 final, but only just 11:73 compared. Abina Allo's 11:76, but it was, as we suspected it would be, a championship record. That 11:73 improving. Well, that's what I've got anyway.
Yeah,
improving on the mark of
Ashley
Nelson and Maya Bruni.
Yep.
It's come up as showing CR anyway.
Yes.
11:82 from 2005 and 2012 respectively.
Well, a 20-year-old record finally beaten. Annabelle Fasuba, a wonderful performance and a worthy championship record holder.
Yeah, and both of those kind of banish windy times, which is why I think we call it CBP sometimes and not championship record, just because it allows windy times to feature. I suppose that's fair. You want to make sure that you get some recognition for that. Wedderburn Goodison had run 11:78 in 2019, but it's of course also faster than that. Yeah, the obvious thing to say was you'd like to see them all in the final together, and I'm sure we'll see them race each other at future championships. Annabelle Fasuba and Plymouth, certainly a great talent. It means that in total as well, 5 athletes sub 12 seconds, which is still a great barrier to be breaking.
Yeah, absolutely. Next year we could well see Celine Abina Allo going up against Annabelle Fasuba in the under-17 competition here. Also, Aliyah Afolabi, we will see her tomorrow in the 200 metres. She'll still be an under-17 next year as well. So, that's going to be a great competition in the next 12 months. Next up then, it's the octathlon 400 metres. 8 athletes in this, and they're just getting into their blocks, ready for their practice just now.
So if you look at the track, you'll be able to see our octathletes getting ready for their 400 metres. That is the final event on the first day of their octathlon. So let's have a look at the points as things stand. So Charles Riley leads City of Sheffield Durham athlete with 1,546 points. Arthur Rogers of Brighton and Hove in second with 1,485. Freddie Strong is third. The Border Harrier has 1,391. Jack Ruby of Blackheath Bromley 1,296 points. So those are the points. The athletes are ready for the under-15 boys octathlon 400 metres. In 2 from Border Harriers, Freddie Strong. In 3 from City of Sheffield Durham, Charles Riley. In 4 from Brighton and Hove, Arthur Rogers. In 5 from City of Sheffield Durham,
So let's take you through this lineup then for these youngsters at the end of day 1 in this octathlon competition. Freddie Strong is on the inside, then Charles Riley, Arthur Rogers from Brighton and Hove in the red vest in the middle, then in the all blue it's Mason Oxley from City of Sheffield, then Ben Phillips, then Isaac Machin, then Ben Jeffs, and then Jack Ruby on the outside in lane 9. Looking for maximum points here. So it's Riley that leads this octathlon competition at the moment. Rogers is in second place and Felix Strong in third. So we see them head down the back straight here. Jess has got out very strongly, already starting to close the gap on Ruby, who started on the outside of this competition, and then Charles Riley, one of the stronger athletes over the 400 metres here, starting to push round the bend and close the gap, and he will have an advantage as they come into the home straight. It's Jeffs in second on the outside, then Ruby in lane 9 in the Blackheath and Bromley strip. With 40 to go, chin to chest, digging deep. Charles Riley gritting his teeth, trying to hold on for the win. Here comes Jeffs, 55.46. The win for the man on the inside, Charles Riley. It was a good finish as well for Ben Jeffs that started so strongly. Jack Ruby coming through to take third, then Freddie Strong in the Border Harrier strip on the inside. He came through for fourth. So those are the top 4 in that race. Riley with a great result, and then will have done his tally no harm at all, because he was leading going into that 4th event by something like 61 points, I think, after his 11.68 in the 100 metres, then 33.49 in the javelin, where he was a 6th, and then 3.50 for him in the pole vault to top the table in that. So he will have a good lead after that 400 metres.
Extraordinary, really. So that's his third first place out of 4 events that we've seen so far, and then all but the 100 metres in which he won have been personal best. So he was very close to his PB in the 100 as well. 11.68 versus 11.65. The javelin now, including on para 10, it's showing that he'd never thrown more than 23 metres, and through 33 metres. Pole vault, he improved by 10 centimetres on his recent 340 best, but crucially he was way ahead of everyone else. 482 points versus 406 for 30 centimetres higher than anyone else. So obviously used a bit more energy by staying out there vaulting, but that's another great time in which he's much faster than anyone else. Just looking, the second fast athlete there, Ben Jeffs, was in 6th place coming into this 400 metres, so he's on for a great score there, coached by Brendan Riley.
Yeah, I think that's his dad, isn't it?
And Andy Ashurst, of course, the father of Sophie Ashurst. Andy recently himself setting a UK Masters record, but also he posted on Instagram that he had a father-daughter competition. So, because obviously, you know, they're at a similar ability potentially now. You know, he's much older. So, well, anyway, they were able to do that.
Age-graded points, can we do that as well? Who would win
Oh,
on that?
yeah, I don't know. But anyway, they just raised. It wasn't actually a bar. They did it with the, what do you call it? The bungee?
The flexi bar.
Yeah, flexi bar, whatever you want to call it. And, yeah, they just raised the heights. And, yeah, looked like good fun.
That's what
Not
we like
seen
to
that
see.
before.
No, I've not seen that before. It's the sort of thing that most dads would like to do. Most people don't, you know, their dad's not like a world record holder, is it? So down to the final 4 races of our day 2 of competition here at the England Athletics Age Group Championships, live from the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham this weekend, powered by Citroën, who are sustainably powering the next generation of athletes, supporting England Athletics and the Personal Best Foundation to drive grassroots sports. They're working with schools in Coventry and Ellesmere Port and supporting this championships as well as they were a couple of weeks ago at the Senior and Under 20 Championships. Some prizes on offer for athletes that have personal bests this weekend, that set personal bests this weekend. So, our next race on the track is in around 20 minutes' time for the under-17 boys decathlon 400 metres. They may well come out a bit earlier than that. We conclude with the final 2 races, the under-15 girls 75-metre hurdles and then the under-15 boys 80-metre hurdles, which start at 5:45 p.m, so around 35 minutes' time. And the sun is starting to shine on us down here in Birmingham. Alex, you enjoyed the 2 days so far?
No, I haven't actually. Just kidding.
You've enjoyed nothing more.
Yeah, well, sometimes you ask someone a question, they give you a bit of a closed answer, but no, I'm not going to do that. Too challenging to do that, I think.
Specifically,
between the pair of us.
what have you enjoyed?
Specifically, well, I suppose really it's the stories unfolding as we get towards the finals. You know, we get to see especially 3 rounds, including of the under-15 athletes, because we've just not seen them as many times before. As simple as that. I know you were following the under-15s very closely because you were commentating at the indoor championships. But yeah, some good performances for Suba to be faster than the age group above you always suggests there's more to come. That was quite strong. I thought that McGuinness to set a championship record in an event that's rarely held is quite unusual, but just be so far ahead of the rest. But the heptathlon as well, helped by the fact that we were able to follow fairly well through the field stream, if anyone's watching that on YouTube, the changes of lead in that between Mills and Koso and Odogbeson, right down to the silver and bronze changing hands at the very end, despite neither of them being in the top few positions, or even the top 8 positions. That's quite something, wasn't it? Because it just shows you really have to be watching what's happening lower down in the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. Been very competitive, hasn't it?
Sometimes it happens in the Diamond League where someone sets a world qualifying standard. I mean, it has happened, hasn't it? Someone like Innes Fitzgerald, they finish something like just inside the top 10, but they've got a national record or something. It's not something you always realise on the day, actually, but it's something an official once said to me. One thing I wish commentators would do more, they mention maybe the athlete in 8th place, and that might end up being the fastest time they ever do.
Yeah, it's so hard though from our positions, isn't it?
Sure.
Because there's so much happening and you're from one thing to the next thing, which makes a big difference. The triple jump competition that's going on for the under-17 men is currently being led by Tito Odeneki with his first round attempt of 14 metres 33. We're now into the 3rd round. Ben Cunningham is in 2nd and is just waiting to go in this next round.
What about you,
of
by the way?
jumps. What about me, Alex? What did I enjoy? I think Magnus Riedel in the 800 metres was very good. Strong run from him. And then Abelegbe in the 400 metres from the outside. I like to say
That's
that.
right, yeah, that was unexpected for sure. And you're sometimes hesitant to call something as a big surprise, but there was more than a second between those personal bests. We've had quite a few championship records actually today, obviously with Fasuba, who we just mentioned, and McGuinness as well. But some others maybe slipped the net a little bit. One has been the under-15 men's javelin. 69.70 for an under-15 athlete is super, super impressive. That went to Hugo Boucher, if you've been watching the field stream. So he was nearly 12 metres ahead of the rest. Quick look where that features on the all-time list as well. Obviously, at this stadium, Scott, terrific javelin competition. Okay, yes, people pointed out to me that in the past we've seen people well over 80 metres. But no, relative to where the standard of British men's javelin throwing is, super, super impressed to see that competition. And to see it sort of followed up in a little way here is nice too.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right, because last week was so good. And the man that held that under-15 championship record, Ben East, who threw 67 metres and 4 centimetres 7 years ago, I mean, that record's just been absolutely smashed out the park, hasn't it? Ben East, a man that last weekend threw a big personal best here, again to get the silver medal at the UK Championships.
Well, incidentally, it's another case similar to Molly Mills, actually. I'm looking out for what the PB is and the all-time list, and actually they've already done something better. So Boucher did throw here English schools 69.89, but who's ahead of him on the all-time list? Ben East. It's nice when you see that consistency.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Just shows to somebody like Boucher that if you keep at it, and javelin's a very hard event. They're all hard events, but it's a very hard event because of the injury risk and the attrition on very small joints. And Benny's somebody that has come through 7 years later performing at his absolute best at those championships last weekend here in Birmingham.
Yeah, it's taken some time for some of the athletes. Injuries can play a part and the natural non-linear progress. But Hugo Boucher, I hope I'm saying that right, feel free to correct if not, but is another person to add to your list, by the way, that list of unbeaten athletes, because every competition this year, okay, he hasn't competed a huge amount, but 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 times he's competed this year if you add today, and he's unbeaten all of those occasions, include the UK Winter Long Throws Championship. They're gaining a bit of prominence, I feel, in the last few years, aren't they? I know places like Germany, they're very commonplace and thought highly of, but I feel like those events held in Loughborough have been rising in stature.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it, for us to throw in the winter here because it is so cold, but I think it's a great thing to do. Certainly, it's late winter, isn't it, really? Start of March we have that competition. You see a lot of athletes going to South Africa and Australia for some of our throws to compete as well over those winter months, and you can't go 8 months without competing. I think it's not great for the developing athletes, so important we try and offer something, and that winter long throws competition is a really good thing.
I think the point was made that I think it was during the London Athletics meet that because the javelin throwers obviously they don't compete until that sort of May time and often later, it may suit them a little bit better to have a long season with a later World Championships. Would you subscribe to that theory, maybe?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I like the thought of that. It's something that athletes on the world stage in this sport are going to have to get used to, because with the introduction from September next year of the World Ultimate Championships and the desire that the Diamond League season will be all wrapped up ahead of that, and we end with that Ultimate or World Championships every year, or an Olympics, of course. So yeah, it's something that's going to happen, give athletes an opportunity to earn more money, and then we've got to compete for a longer period of time, hence the change from indoors to short track and sort of long track terminology to encourage athletes to compete where possible throughout the calendar year. So it is something that coaches and athletes are going to have to get used to, but it's not the first time. If you think back to the Doha World Championships, which at the end of September and the start of October 2019, and then all the way back to Delhi in 2010 when the Europeans were held in August, and then we had the Commonwealth Games in Delhi in October. So there's a precedent for these things, right?
Yeah, Doha was even later because it stretched into October. Interestingly, though, when you compare under 15 to under 17, you've got only one athlete in British history who's gone over 70 metres to under 15 level, but under 17, you've got 10 who've done it actually. James Whittaker holding the record, 77 metres 12 from 11 years ago. Also here in Birmingham, though.
Yeah, superb performance on that day. Whittaker, great athlete. He was pretty quick over the sprints, I think, as well, James Whittaker, actually. Yeah, 7:15. He ran over the 60 metres indoors, which is nippy indeed, isn't it?
So triple jump, of course, ongoing. You can watch that on the field stream on YouTube. You may already be doing that. Can now update you on the standings of the octathlon. After 100 metres javelin, pole vault 400, of course, that means they are done for the day. The event that's, I guess, missing, one of the events that's missing is the long jump, which you normally see decathletes do, in particular that one. They will do a hurdles, a discus and a high jump and a 1,000 metres tomorrow. No shot put either, which is interesting. But Charlie Riley leading by, again, I'm going to try and do maths in my head. This is 157 points from Brighton Hove's Arthur Rogers, who's been in the top 6 in all 4 events so far. But Riley been the winner in 3 out of 4. So impressive. Freddie Strong is in 3rd place, and he's a further 80 points. The Border Harrier behind 2nd place Rogers. And he's been in the top 4 in all events so far. So seeing some wonderful consistency as Jack Ruby, who's in 4th, has been in the top 5 for all events. And he, compared to the medal positions, is 58 points off. Speakers in the stadium now playing Lord, the singer who also emerged onto the scene at around the age of 16, as some of these athletes are doing, and then she went quiet for a bit though. Bit different though. Probably in her case it was the fact that she'd achieved some fame, maybe made some money from selling some records. So this is going to be the first heat of the decathlon 400 metres. I feel the importance of checking here which way round they are running these heats, as it was so easy to be confused yesterday.
Yeah, is this the B final? I think we're calling this. Is that what we think it is? I'm just trying to.
No, it's the A final here because I can see numbers by ID. So
yeah,
all good. Right. So we'll go with this A final then with Alexander Giles, Blackheath and Bromley. Lane 2, lane 1 not being used. Murray Taylor and Inverness in 3. Nate Stewart at Taunton in 4. Tristan Lamprecht, Macclesfield 5. Oliver Cooper Berry in 6. Edward Moore of Wirral in 7. Mateus Vanellis leads City in 8. Fastest personal best is Edward Moore's 52.27. Let's have a look here. So just left in the blocks there was Taylor of Inverness.
Interesting, he was just having a chat with the official there. I don't know whether his block slipped or something like that. Are we going to get a disqualification? It would be very unusual, wouldn't it, in a decathlon?
I don't think so. I do wonder whether there was any noise happening with the triple jump at the time at all.
Yeah,
Not impossible.
Could be. We've not long seen Tito Ozanaki jump out to 15.36, a big jump from him.
Green card. Yeah, I was about to say the fastest personal best in the field, Edward Moore of Wirral in lane 7, 52.27. It's worth 713 points. So Giles, Taylor, Stewart, Lamprecht, Cooper, Moore and Van Ellis. Let's have another look again. Same athlete here. No, it's some early movement on the outside, particularly second from the outside, Moore, who we were just talking about, keen to maximise his points tally given that he's the fastest in the field.
Yeah, that's really interesting, isn't it? They got a green card first time though, so this would potentially be a yellow card.
That's the way things have gone so far. Warned the athlete in lane 7. Yes, sometimes you get a bit of luck, and I remember the call came, the under-23s even, it was do not anticipate the start, which is almost like, well, you've anticipated the start, you've jumped the gun, maybe you should be DQ'd.
Absolutely.
Can't even hear that baby cry now, it's really is silent. Giles, Taylor, Stewart, Lamprecht, Cooper, Moore and Van Ellis. Make me feel the need to whisper. This time we do get underway, but there's an issue for Taylor. I wonder whether that is deliberate as he wants to keep going in the decathlon. We do sometimes see that. Maybe he wants to keep going into the second day. Anyway, Moore going nicely on the outside, and Van Ellis just about to see the white vest go past him. We've got Giles on the inside there, going along nicely. He's the second fastest in the field, 53.35 at best. That'd be worth 667 points. So let's have a look here as they come into the home straight. Steele going very strongly here, pushing along, working those arms hard. Alexander Giles of Blackheath and Bromley maybe overtaken in the closing stages. Nice finish from Moore, 53.63. So a strong time here. Of course, we've seen a world under-20 best by Hubert Trosianka, Poland, at the European under-20s, and both in the 400 and overall absolutely supreme multi-eventing. But more a shake of the head there, and certainly some real effort put into that for 655 points.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned the young man that stepped off the track, Murray Taylor. He was actually in trainers. I think the reason he kept stepping off, maybe he's got an individual event tomorrow, maybe he didn't want to do the four due to injury but wanted to carry on the rest of the decathlon, so he went and sat in the stands after that. So had no real intent of competing. I wonder if he is doing an individual event tomorrow. He's just decided perhaps the decathlon is out of reach now, but he's got some other individual events he could succeed in.
Well, that's the thing, because and maybe the officials thought that he'd misheard the start, so they obviously wanted to give the recall to give him a chance to see what had happened there. But yes, we do sometimes see that. We saw it at the European under-23s. There was an athlete which didn't want to do the... didn't want to is a tough to say. But yeah, sometimes you have a great event that you want to come tomorrow, you want to continue. You may be nursing an injury as well, that maybe, could be a hamstring injury or something like that. For example, we saw it in the hurdles. An athlete had a slight injury that affected his hurdling, therefore he didn't want to do the hurdles, but he wanted to continue otherwise he'd be a DNF. If you had a serious injury, obviously, then you would be DNS before the heat, obviously. You can sometimes, we do sometimes see foul throws for that reason, or foul jumps or stuff like that. I'm just hypothesising though.
Yes, of course, yeah.
The Moore was in 9th place coming into this, so this will definitely help his points tally. That's 655. So far, maybe been a little bit off his best. One of his better performances came in the 100 metres, 11.71 for 7th overall. So maybe stronger in the running events. It is a more traditional decathlon, obviously, albeit differences in hurdle heights and implement weights.
So the second race in the under 17 decathlon 400. On the inside it's Archie Hannant, and then we've got Zach Richings from Poole Athletics Club, and Caleb Green in the white of Cheltenham and County Harriers. Then Nathan Mobbs, the North Ayrshire athlete, that goes in the middle. Then Owen Boone, the Yatton District athlete. And then Oliver Downs, and on the outside it's Douglas Knox from Springburn Harriers. Fastest in this lineup on paper is Archie Hannant. Caleb Green has also run 50 seconds, a best of 50.6. And then Douglas Knox, 50.82, the third fastest in this lineup. But the fastest man on the inside, Archie Hannant, the City of Norwich athlete. Downs in lane 7, the overall leader in this decathlon. He goes in the red vest. No issues with this race. And Downs, who goes in the red vest from lane 7, as a best of 51.96, I should say. And he's starting to just tick on down the back straight, surging past Douglas Knox. This would be a really good run from Oliver Downs if he can keep this up. On the inside, in the red and yellow stripes, is Hannant, who has got some work to do. We'll try and reel them back in over the final 150 metres. It is Downs that leads, coming towards the home straight. Green is going well in the white vest. Hannant is down on the rest of the field. Here comes Green, though, starting to surge. Downs fading. Mobbs coming through as well. Green is the one that leads this race. Can he hold it to the line? Yes, he can. 51.51. Mobbs in second. And it was Downs that held on for third. A really strong finish from Hannant to get fourth in the end. But 51.52 from Caleb Green, the Cheltenham man. Fastest today over the 400 in this under 17 decathlon. And Downs, will he have done enough to hold on to the lead overnight going into day 2?
Yeah, definitely think he will have done, because Knox, who was second coming into this and some 66 points behind, he was ahead of. So that was crucial. And Mobbs obviously in front by nearly a second, but the gap between them more than 300 points. So he's built himself a fantastic cushion. Green was in 6th place coming into this and was more than 450 points behind the lead. Still, those latter two I mentioned, who are first and second, giving themselves a good chance of fighting for medals. Knox confirmed in 5th place, so his position overnight might be a little bit more under threat. Then again, he's still 200 points clear of third. So I think that we'll see Mobbs and Green certainly move up positions, but no higher than third.
in this jumbo jump competition, and that's Caden King. He's currently in 4th place, 13 metres 45. Just as he was about to head down the runway, one of the officials started to walk over, so that's why he's checked his run up. But he is in the 5th round here. He needs 30 centimetres to get into the bronze medal position. The competition being led by almost 1.5 metres by Tito Odeneki. That looks all right from King. He fouled his 4th round attempt. Is this going to be any better? His 3rd round was his best effort so far. It's Ben Fulger who leads him in 3rd place. It's 13.02, so no improvement for Caden King in the 5th round. We only have 2 races to go. You see them setting up the hurdles now. They are scheduled to take place in 12 minutes time, starting with the under 15 girls 75-metre hurdles, and after that it's the under 15 boys 80-metre hurdles, so only 2 races to go.
I can confirm the decathlon standings then. Downs, as we thought, continues to lead by a very healthy margin. It's 78 points from Douglas Knox, remains in 2nd place, but fellow Scot Nathan Mobbs up from 4th to 3rd, the North Ayrshire man, but some 239 points behind Knox. And then Richings drops down to 4th on 3.271 overnight, so he is 77 off a medal at this stage in proceedings. And then Caleb Green up from 6th to 5th, and he has 3.247, so he's 101 off the medals. Certainly very, very possible to make that up on the 2nd day. So sprint hurdles, discus, pole vault, javelin, and 1,500 metres to come for them tomorrow. So, yeah, Scottish athletes doing well in the multi-events. Obviously, Dion McGuinness winning the hexathlon with a championship record, and you've got 2 Scots in the top 3 overnight in the decathlon. Obviously, anything can happen, but still looking very strong. Got a Scot in this sprint hurdles final that's coming up soon. That's Casey Watson. But yes, just 2 track races to come, Scott, on this 2nd day.
Yeah, and it all kicks off tomorrow morning with that under 17 decathlon 100-metre hurdles. That goes at 9:30. So we're on slightly earlier tomorrow. We finish slightly earlier as well, through plenty of 200-metre heats as well, and then getting through to those semi-finals. Got a race walk as well being done together in the mid-afternoon period before we head through to finals, all from about 3:10 p.m. tomorrow. That takes us all the way through to the end of the day, and it finishes at 5:25 tomorrow with that decathlon 1,500 metres. So this is the final attempt for Tito Odeneke. He's gone over 15 metres twice, once in the 4th round, once in the 5th round. This is the 6th round. Not sure he liked that as much as he did in the 4th round, which he scorched out to 15 metres 36. He was very happy with that one. 15-15 was also big. I don't think it's going to be an improvement for him. All eyes on the scoreboard. As I mentioned, he's the only one over 14 metres. 15.33 in the 6th round from Odeneke. 15.33 is only 3 centimetres off his best. The championship record, I think, is what he was after. 15.67, which was set way back in the year 2000 by Jonathan Moore, the old Birchfield Harrier. I don't think anybody's going to catch him, Odeneke, because he's so much further than everybody else. Almost 1.5 meters, as I mentioned. Ben Cunningham, the Gateshead man, will finish in second with his, or stays in second for now, with his best jump of 13.91.
So these 2 races left to go. Scott was obviously commentating on the triple jump action that's on the field stream, and you can watch that with commentary of the full event as well. You can switch between or focus on whatever you like, jump by jump, throw by throw, race by race. This, the final of the under 15 girls, 75 hurdles. And we have Matilda Murray, the UK leader, as well as the top 2, 3 and 4 on the list. Moulton, Junaid Evans and Kalau. Matilda Murray with 10.93 this year, 200ths off the championship record that's been held for 20 years. So Emily Todd, Olivia Jones, Matilda Murray, Juliet Kalau, Isabella Moulton, 2nd and 3rd in the UK this year alongside one another. Gabby Reid, Junaid Evans, Anwill and Watson in this final. So pretty close here, as you can see, starting to come through. It's Moulton, the athlete that's been so strong through the rounds, 10.95, so matching her personal best for the Woodford athlete. Set at English schools, an athlete coached by the English record holder at senior level, Tony Jarrett, and I'm sure he'll be delighted with that performance. Just as we saw at the UK Championships though, athlete crashing down onto the track. And at the late stage, Matilda Murray also DNS from lane 3 as well. Just noticed it as they were preparing for the gun to go there. But the athletes all walking over now to the athlete that was struck down there. Just having a look for identification of that athlete, Gabby Reid.
The Croydon Harrier. She obviously ran very well throughout the rounds earlier on, but just clipping the penultimate, well, the 3rd from the last barrier, and then couldn't get over the penultimate barrier. Really sad for her. Nice to see the other athletes though run back to her and help her out. I think she's a bit upset, but Isabella Moulton will not be upset with that. 10.95, 10.94 the official time given, Alex.
Oh, brilliant. So it is an outright personal best, but she's definitely looked like the one through the rounds. Very, very confident. She's had those decent margins for sprint hurdles races on each occasion. An athlete who was 3rd at English schools, so nice to see her improve a couple of places. It was actually Junaid Evans who beat her at English schools, who's outside the top 3 here. So Kalau gets the silver medal, it's showing. And then Reid showing as 3rd, which I find hard to believe because I thought that she was the athlete that was down there. Looked like a Croydon Harriers vest though.
Yeah, it was Reid. The other athletes came back to her and helped her up, and she walked off the track. But yeah, she unfortunately clipped a barrier, and much like we saw in the senior women's 100-metre hurdles at the Navuna UK Athletics Championship, she sadly walked off the track. But she's gone well behind the stadium now. She's out and gone back to the warm-up.
Margin of more than 0.2 of a second again. Moulton winning a heat semi-final and final. So super impressive. And yeah, that was a time, another athlete who set their PB in the English schools heat and wasn't quite as quick in the final. And that's not necessarily because there was a huge difference in wind. I wonder whether sometimes there is a keenness to really push, you know, especially when you're a young athlete. You want to stamp your authority, you want to feel your way into the championship as well, I think, rather than save energy. You're not maybe thinking as much about shutting down, especially when it's a shorter event in terms of distance. But she's another athlete who could have done the multi-events because she's an experienced pentathlete. You can see she's done lots of high jump and long jump this year. 200 metres as well. Was a Southern finalist indoors over the 200. And Essex and Eastern Indoor Championships gold medalist in the 300 indoors. So some real pedigree there for Isabella Moulton. And don't forget, yeah, this is her second year as an under 15 athlete. So very impressed with that. Yeah, confirmation, by the way. Reid was briefly showing the bronze medal position with 11:21, but it's been corrected now that she was unfortunately a DNF. It's Junaid Evans who does get the silver medal. So I mentioned that she was the silver medalist at English school, so she gets the bronze medal, here, behind Kalau, who was the champion at English schools, and Murray, unfortunately the UK leader. Not sure why she was a DNS, bit of a shame. But Moulton then the gold. So yes, the same medalist at English schools, but in a different order.
So then, final event of day 2 of these England Age Group Championships here at the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. What a day it's been so far. It's all about to round up with this under 15 boys 80-metre hurdles on the inside from Exeter. Harrison McConnell, one of his club mates, won a UK hurdles medal from the inside lane just last weekend. I wonder if he can manage the same here now. Jacob Clark-Jones, the Invicta East Kent athlete, going in this one from lane 2, then Thierry Kerr, Marcel Harrier, then Caden Thomas, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, the favourite. He was so quick through qualifying for this. We only had 3 heats in a final, no semi-finals, and Caden Thomas jumping up to 3rd in the UK rankings this year with that run. Can he go quicker in this final? That's a big question. Josh Buxton is then in 5. Jay Hussein of Wirral goes in 6. He can run 11:23 at his best. On paper, he's the 5th fastest in the UK this year. He was a bronze medalist at the English Schools Championships. Caden Thomas, the English Schools bronze medalist, just ahead of him. Gabriel Edwards goes in 7, the London Heathside man. Then Josh Gilbert is in 8 from St Mary's Richmond. And then Andrew Irvin from Solihull and Smallheath on the outside, one of the time qualifiers through to this final. So, where will the medals end up? Well, Caden Thomas is a safe bet in the stripes of Shaftesbury Barnet, running in lane 4. That's falling from the right-hand side. So McConnell, Clark Jones, Kerr, Thomas, Buxton, Hussein, Edwards, Gilbert, Irvin. Final race of the day, the 80-metre hurdles for the under-15 boys. The favourite going in lane 4, Caden Thomas. And he gets out very well, so does Buxton to his right, and Buxton now in the blue, just leading with that unorthodox style. And here comes Caden Thomas scorching through. He's going to get the gold, 10.94. Buxton with a massive run in second. He will have smashed his personal best. I said in the heats earlier on, he's got an orthodox hurdling style. When he cleans that up, he is going to be so destructive. He almost got it, didn't he? He knows it as well. 10.93, the official time for Caden Thomas. His second fastest ever after that big run in the heats earlier on. But what about Josh Buxton? He was so quick, so powerful out of the blocks. Very difficult when somebody is that much quicker on the flat. 10.99 for Buxton. That is a huge run. His best coming into today was a hand-timed 11.4, and he's just ran 10.99. Superb performance. He's a bit of a combined eventer as well. Does the pentathlon. And this only really his first serious year competing, and he's got a silver medal at these England Championships. Hussein coming through to take the bronze in 11.32.
Yeah, an extraordinary, brilliant time that is puts him 12th on the UK under-15 all-time list, so pushes down the likes of Tadej Ojora, of course the current UK one and number 1, and Sam Bennett, who we've seen been brilliant at this age group, winning a European under-18 title. Who else is pushed down? Jake Minchell, one of the top athletes in the UK, over 400 hurdles, and previously the same Rhys Williams. So yeah, fantastic to be that high on the all-time list and to make such an improvement in one competition. And we said that about a few athletes, but not necessarily one who took the gold, because some of the athletes who've been right at the top of the list, they haven't actually had to run 3 quick races.
Yeah, absolutely. So what a day it's been here at the England Athletics Age Group Championships. We're back tomorrow, the first event on the track, the decathlon sprint hurdles, start of day 2 for them. For myself, Scott Eburn and Alex Seftel alongside of me. Thank you very much for watching. What a day it's been. We're back for day 3 tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.